call the roll?
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Here.
Chair Jurdy?
Here. And I'd like to invite Assistant CEO Alan Flora to lead us in the pledge. Okay, the first thing on our agenda is public expression on non-agenda items. I do have a number of speaker cards, so I'll go through the list as presented. So first we have Interim Animal Shelter Manager Mary Jane Montana.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. Mary Jane Montana here. Kind of bringing you an update. June was a really busy adoption month. We had 38 dog adoptions and 27 cat adoptions, and then a number went out to rescues as well. We're still at capacity, so one of the things that we have, that we are participating in is what is known as a nationwide Clear the Shelter Day, and it's this coming Saturday. And we are waiving all adoption fees on all animals except for the cost of the license for dogs. They will be altered as usual, have their health tests and vaccinations. So we're hoping it's going to be a big event and that it'll be successful and we can get a lot of animals out. The staff is trying really, really hard to keep up on things, and we finally got our new extra help folks started last week, so that's been a big help. We do have one employee that's on an extended vacation visiting family out of country, but he'll be back in a couple of weeks, so we're looking forward to that. We've brought in our caravan registered veterinary technician to work in our clinic in hours where the caravan is not out, so that we've got a little bit of extra help on staff to deal with medical issues and standing protocols from our veterinarians to make sure that animals are getting treated when they come in and in a timely manner. We're also, should be together by the end of this week, a new system so that volunteers can not only report things that they see or find with the animals, but then when those things are taken care of, that they have a way to see that we followed up on that as well. So trying to get all of those pieces into place. We have the new evaporative coolers in the kennels. We have 2 of them, and we've ordered 1 more. I think it'll be a little more efficient. And they seem to be working well. In the past, all we had was misters, no fans, so the dogs seem to be enjoying it. When it's 100 degrees, it can only hold it down to 80 degrees out there. That's the function of an evaporative cooler. It is what it is, but it's still a lot cooler than just having misters. So we're starting to work on the outside play areas, and we're set up for training with Amy Sadler. She's supposed to let me know what time in September for a 3-day training with volunteers and staff. And we're just really, really busy, but we're hoping to eliminate part of that with some of the kittens going out. And the dog numbers are about where they've been all along. We're staying about average on that. So, and one really, really good thing, I chose to participate in a program called Shelter Pets Count, where each month we give our statistics to a nationwide statistic organization that is sharing this throughout the country with different shelters with different demographics. And Maddie's Fund is trying to support that, and we got a $1,000 grant for participating. So hopefully we can use that towards some good stuff, new beds and things like that. And I'm here if you have any questions of me.
Go ahead, Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, just hoping you'll give me a call. I have a constituent with a concern about some dog licenses, and I managed to work it out with your staff, but I wanted to report to you the glitches that caused it and just
Sure.
make you aware of it. So call me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's not really a question, but I think it would be appropriate to have an agenda item on our next available agenda to update us on progress in the matrix of improvements that had been provided earlier, to allow for more extended discussion of what has been done and what still needs to be done, what has changed, if so, and why, and give the public an opportunity also as a regular agenda item.
Okay, see you, Carmel.
I think there should be time in the second meeting in August. I believe we could do that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sheriff Tom Allman?
Good morning, Board. And Tom Allman, Sheriff, thank you for yesterday. I certainly appreciate the discussion regarding the mental health initiative. I just want to bring up one point that wasn't covered yesterday. As we've learned from Proposition 172 and the fire department funding and the research we've done on it, while an 11-person commission will make recommendations for this mental health facility, please remember, you have the final authority on this. You are the ones who will decide how it's going to be staffed, who's going to staff it, private company or whatever. So yesterday we had a discussion, but that one piece of the puzzle was not discussed. So I wanted to bring that up. And the second thing I really want to say is, it was a heated discussion regarding mental health, and there was no disrespect intended to our current mental health staff. The mental health, the public workers and the private companies that are providing mental health service in this county are doing everything they can with what they have. And this initiative is merely to add more cards, so you play with the cards that you're dealt. And I'm trying to put more cards in the deck so they can have a few more cards to deal with and make it better. And the third and final thing is, as I talked to you last week, after the Dallas tragedy, we've certainly had the Baton Rouge tragedy hit us. And the Deputy Sheriff's Association contract is due in June. We certainly don't have to wait until June to open up negotiations with the men and women who are protecting our county. And I would encourage any of the 5 of you to make a suggestion to some other board members that we start meet and confer now so our deputy sheriffs have less to worry about. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Amy Lee.
My name is Amy Lee. Thank you for letting me speak today. As you probably know, Grist Creek Aggregates and Mercer Fraser would like to reopen the asphalt plant and do all types of asphalt, including rubberized asphalt. This plant is situated in a floodplain on the floor of a canyon where about 20 families or more have residence, some more than 30 years, on the hills above the plant. The sound of an asphalt plant is described by OSHA as a roar, and this is a canyon. Not only is it a roar, but a roar that echoes off the walls of the canyon. This in itself is an egregious assault. Asphalt exhaust is carcinogenic, and it is a genotoxin. It is caustic to the respiratory tract and the eyes. The residents in this canyon are living in the chimney of an asphalt plant. We live above the chimney, not like Santa Rosa or Ukiah where it's on a flat plain. I would like to recap for you my experience of their previous run. On September 28, 2015, they began making rubberized asphalt, which I am allergic to rubber, the vulcanizers in rubber. I'm assuming you all know about the inversions in the canyon. With faulty equipment and lack of monitoring, they filled the canyon day after day with a noxious, oily cloud of exhaust. Within 2 weeks, I had my first asthma attack. I've never had asthma before. I went to my MD, I went to 2 MDs, and I got letters. And I provided these letters to the Special Board of Supervisors with Tom Johnson and with the state. They were ignored. The permit for this asphalt plant states no one should be harmed. And then it goes on to say, not one person. Well, I was harmed permanently, and I now carry an inhaler with me. This is after less than 2 weeks of production. And I'm not the only one. There was burning of our eyes throughout the community, our throat, our sinuses, headaches, nausea, and this went on day after day. And this isn't even counting the emotional impact of being forced to stay inside with windows shut, breathing oily, noxious air outside, and having nowhere to turn. No one would listen. The Air District sued GCA and Mercer Fraser for all the things the neighbors were complaining about for 8 months. They are an out-of-the-county company. They're from Humboldt, and the tires come from Arizona. This canyon is not a place for this type of industry. Even if upgraded, the residents are still in the chimney of the plant. I just want to show you these. This is a view from my house. And this is what it ends up being after a couple of hours. I know Bob Scaglione is doing the best he can, but this is an awful, egregious situation. Thank you for your time.
Susan Cruz?
Thank you for letting me speak. Amy pretty much cleared it up for me, but I'm here to show what the smoke is doing in the canyon. First, in the morning, it starts like this, and it doesn't ever leave the canyon. Amy had that same, this is Amy's picture. And first it goes, okay, in the morning it starts, and then it goes, there's no air in the canyon, so first it goes east towards Amy's house. I watch it suck east, and then after the air starts to flow, it sucks it, it's sucking it down in the canyon. I live over here. It's sucking it down in the canyon. You see how it never leaves the canyon, it just flows in the canyon like this. It's going towards my house. It's still going towards my house. It never leaves the canyon. And it's so smelly, you can't even breathe. It gets in your mouth, it gets on your tongue, you're spitting. This is west of the plant too, where Amy just showed you that picture, where it gets stuck in there. It just gets stuck in there. Then what it does, it hits 101, and there's a big mountain there. It hits 101, and it has nowhere to go. Then it backs up. This is my house. I can't even open up my doors. It's like so strong, you close your doors. Some days it rises so high, I have to leave my house. And when I come back, my house smells like tar and fumes. My horses are outside breathing this. My animals are outside. We have to leave our houses. It's just horrible. And Mercer Fraser can't be trusted because they know how to run an asphalt plant, but I have 25 days of pictures of smoke and everything in my front yard. Not just a couple days. They know how to run an asphalt plant, but now they want to put something on there to protect it. But I'm saying that whatever they do, it's not going to keep the toxic chemicals from coming to my house, coming to Amy's house, coming to Claudia's house. It all gets stuck there. I also have been, because we could all see what he's doing. He has 5 acres. It's in a canyon. We're all around him. He's zoned industrial. We're all zoned agricultural. Everything that happens on that plant leaks into the rivers, pollutes the air. I have a picture here of the place is flooded. I don't know you can't really test the river, but who's testing this water? Who's testing this water that goes into our rivers? What kind of toxic stuffs are going into our rivers? Nobody's testing it because nobody's doing anything in the county, I feel. I also have a picture of the high water mark. This is how high it got to the river. The river got to their plant, and that wasn't even a bad winter. So I'm begging you, please, our property values have gone down. We can't sell our houses. We can't live there. I would like to share these pictures with you. I'm going to give them to you. And I also videotaped every day, and I beg you to please watch these videos. Would you please, anybody please say you would watch these videos? Because it'll show you what's happening. Because no one was watching
Okay,
it.
can you give him? And could you just state your name for the record one more time?
My name is Susan Cruz. Please help us.
Lynn, I'm not going to mispronounce your name, I'm sorry. And if you could state your name into the microphone at the beginning.
Yeah, my name's Lynn Tilkovsky. It's a mouthful. Well, I don't want to repeat what other people have said. I live in the subdivision that borders the west side of the asphalt plant, and there's about 55 parcels. It's the Cherry Creek Ranches subdivision. And about 20% of the parcels in the subdivision are significantly impacted by air and noise pollution. So I just want to reiterate, there's no good justification for siting an asphalt plant in this location, canyon where the residents live above the smokestack. We now know, and as you've heard firsthand, that the pollution from the plant is concentrated right at people's homes where they must live and breathe. And we've all been talking to Bob Scaglione at the Air District, who's in charge of protecting our public health and, in matters of air pollution. And this is what he said to me. They put the plant where they didn't have to. The site is a bad one for rubberized asphalt because of the narrow canyon, the proximity to the creek, and the direction of the winds. But, he claims, his hands are tied because he has no control over planning and zoning. So, that's basically what all the agencies are saying. And so we are very concerned that in his negotiations that he's having right now with Mercer Fraser out of town and Grist Creek Aggregates, the owner of the site, that he's going to allow them to operate again, and that some of these same mistakes are going to be made. It's a blight on the county. It damages not only, the residents in the neighborhood, but our reputation as a good place to live and a good place to visit. And on behalf of 500 Mendocino County residents, I'm going to hand you the petitions that they signed on to. And they are demanding that you, the Board of Supervisors, who are the directors of the County Air Management District, require an environmental impact review before allowing the plant to operate again. Because it's ultimately your responsibility to deal with this issue. Your public cares about clean air, clean water, and public health. Please do your part to protect what is good and of benefit to all of your constituents and the public and to everyone. Please don't repeat this same mistake.
Okay, thank you. So I want to remind the speakers, we have a lot of speaker cards this morning. We've got a lot of business that's supposed to take place as soon as we get through the public comments. So if you could limit your comments to 3 minutes. When the yellow light lights up, you've only got, I think, 30 seconds or 1 minute at that point. So please try to wrap it up. Next speaker is Glenn Caldwell, followed by Jane Fucher.
Morning, my name is Glenn Caldwell, resident of Cherry Creek subdivision adjacent to the asphalt plant on Outlet Creek. During your March 15th, 2015 meeting on recommendation from Supervisor Woodhouse, the 5 of you voted unanimously to fast-track approval of asphalt production there, citing original jurisdiction under Resolution 15-054, thus bypassing the county's design review process. My community's concerns over air pollution, noise impacts, and degradation of the Outlet Creek watershed which were presented to you in written form and in person prior to and during your March 2015 meeting, were ignored. At that meeting, the project's owner stated in his proposal that his new rubberized asphalt plant would be, quote, more efficient than the old, non-operating plant that had been rusting on the site for a decade. This is what my community actually experienced while the plant was in operation. The Outlet Creek Canyon was filled with choking air pollution and the unabated, uncontrolled smoke and acrid odor of burning rubber trapped by the narrow canyon and weather inversions that formed there. According to an October 14th investigation by the California Air Resources Board, during that period, the facility was in willful violation of multiple statutes of the California Health and Safety Code. Despite assurances from you, our Board of Supervisors, public health was not protected. I have a copy of the CARB report for each of you, which I will submit. I have 5 copies. The air pollution episodes shown in these photos resulted in over $173,000 in fines and penalties being levied against Grist Creek Aggregates and Mercer Fraser for violating your air district's regulations, the California Health and Safety Code, and multiple permit conditions in the facility's authority to construct permit. To date, none of these fines have been paid by the offending facility. They were in fact allowed to complete their contracts without fixing poorly maintained and operated facility. Last Thursday, on July 14th, the facility operators began new negotiations with your Air Pollution Control Officer, Mr. Scaglione, seeking new permits for another paving project and simultaneously seeking to a reduction of penalties still on the books. I'm before you today to ask for 2 things. As directors of the Air Quality District, please direct your Air Pollution Control Officer, Mr. Scaglione, to uphold the laws protecting the public from illegal environmental pollution and to collect the full dollar amount in fines and penalties that have been assessed against Grist Creek Aggregates and Mercer Fraser in the amount of $173,225. To allow these fines to be negotiated away on promises of future good behavior from the asphalt plant operators is a slap in the face to the constituents you represent. Number 2, before considering any new permits for this facility, and as a condition to be met before MCA-QMD will accept new permit applications, require the facility to hire an appropriately designed meteorological study or weather study approved by the California Air Resources Board to fully characterize the formation, duration, and extent of summer and fall weather inversions in the Outlet Creek Canyon, which have been documented by both CARB and MCA-QMD to trap asphalt plant emissions in the breathing zone of families living on both sides of Covelo Road, and then do not allow the facility to produce asphalt during these periods.
Okay, please submit your other comments to Clerk Wool.
Yep. So,
Well, the alternative is we do have a rule that says 3 minutes per person or 10 minutes on a topic. The chair's being very liberal.
I appreciate that.
Please, respect his efforts to, provide some parameters.
Absolutely. I'll stop. I just wanted to point out that the meteorological study that we're suggesting is the exact methodology used to justify and support the Air District's wintertime burn ban, when wintertime wood smoke builds up in valleys and causes unhealthy air pollution.
Okay.
This is what we're asking for
Okay.
for Outlet Creek. Thank you.
So Jane, you're going to be the last speaker on this topic, and we have several speaker cards on the same topic. And I do suggest you speak with your county supervisor that represents you, and he has the ability to put things on our agenda for us to take action.
We've asked that.
Hi, I'm Jane Futcher, and although I'm concerned that the current draft of the county's cannabis tax plan could put some small farmers out of business or drive them back into the shadows, I am here, as noted, to protest the possible reopening of rubberized asphalt production on Outlet Creek. In March of last year, before you approved the plant, many of us implored you not to. We thought it was bad for the environment and bad for us. Why put a potentially hazardous plant along a twisty, landslide-prone road in a narrow canyon? There was too much environmental risk and too little gain for the county and certainly for neighbors. Supervisor Woodhouse, last year, over our pleas, you urged your colleagues to fast-track the plant. You then assured us that if anything went wrong, the agencies that oversee air and water quality would protect us. But after months of struggle, of begging you, of begging Grist Creek aggregates, of begging Mendocino Air Quality, of begging state air quality to stop the spewing of toxic air into our neighborhood, nothing happened. Grist Creek and Mercer Fraser violated their permits, used outdated equipment, and put the risk of safety and health of our residents near the plant. Grist Creek finally stopped production in late fall, not apparently because of the large fines imposed by the state, fines Grist Creek has never paid and apparently doesn't intend to pay, but because the company had completed its Caltrans contract. Our trust was violated. No other way to put it. Supervisors, as caring leaders ultimately responsible for the decisions of Mendocino Air Quality Management District, restore our trust. The county may need asphalt, but not at the price of a neighborhood and a creek. If you are asking cannabis farmers to respect and protect the Eel River watershed, then you surely must do the same for the watershed. Do not allow rubberized asphalt production to begin again at the Longville site. It's simply too risky. Thank you very much. And here's a photo I took 2 weekends ago of the creek and my granddaughter and a friend swimming in it. It's so beautiful. Please protect it. It's yours. Thank you.
Okay. On a new topic, Heidi Dunham, Human Resource Director.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Heidi Dunham, County Human Resources Director. As you all know, last Friday we held our first annual job fair, and I say first annual because it was a big success, and we will definitely be doing this again. It wildly exceeded our expectations. We had 300 people actually sign in. I know we had more than that. We know there were a few people who got by us. We had 110 people apply online that day at the fair. We had the IT training room set up with the computers in there, and we had staff there to help people, and we had to actually had people on standby waiting to come in because all the computers were full. We've also had 58 additional applications filed since Friday, so that's 180, actually, this number's bigger. They just gave this to me, an update. 181 applications since Friday. So I need more staff. No. I want to thank all the HR staff. They worked really hard on this, especially Katie Ford in our office. She was the coordinator. And we had participation by almost every county department. It was really exciting. It was very upbeat. I want to thank our community partners. We had NCO for volunteers. We had MPIC here helping people with the application process with their resumes. Mendocino College and Marymount University were here to talk about courses that they offer that might help people qualify for jobs. And I also want to thank our food vendors that were here. They made it more fun. We had a nice little variety of food out there, and that just added to the atmosphere. And it was really a nice event. And I know some of you were there. So thank you for your support on that.
Thank you. Allie Boker.
Hi, good morning, board. Thank you so much for having us speak. And Allie Boker, resident of Fort Bragg. I wanted to just bring it forward to the Board of Supervisors. Last week, the Fort Bragg City Council voted to approve taking dredgings from Noyo Harbor to put on the coastal trail and to purchase the dredgings at $10 a cubic yard. In the dredgings from Noyo Harbor are atrazine, pesticide, herbicide, endocrine disruptor, and hydrocarbons, which are heavy and sinking to the bottom of the harbor. And there are state and federal laws which prohibit creating attractive nuisances. And as we're really wanting to build tourism, especially on the coast, building the coastal trail, which is wonderful, and having access to the coast is a great thing, but without stating to tourists and residents that the lining of the trail is toxic and could possibly be causing cancers and endocrine disrupting. I am out there watching toddlers tossing down their toys and then putting them right back in their mouth. And I've never heard before of a purchase of toxic material at $10 a square foot. Anyone who takes the material out of the bottom of Noyo Harbor should be getting paid for that. So I would just request from the board members to take a look at how the coastal trail is being built and where the dredgings from Noyo Harbor are going to go, because I really feel like the future of Fort Bragg and the deception that's going on for the tourists coming to visit our beautiful coast is a long-term problem. So thank you.
Bill Heil.
Bill Heil. I'm going to change the subject once again. I want to talk a little bit about Measure V, which the people went ahead and passed despite coming to the board and not being able to get any help. Not even, the board wasn't even willing to ask Mendocino Redwood Company to stop for 6 months during the drought. So now we have a measure, and it's a fairly harsh measure. It does one part of what the concerns of the residents who live near this stuff are concerned about. It deals with fire, and that's a good thing. But it's still, the issue of herbicides is still on the table, and we still are not happy about it. And I just wanted to say one thing that I don't think has been brought up, and that is that this measure affects all of the landowners. There are people who use herbicides and use them in a much more cautious and sparing manner. And they seem to get the job done just as well as going out there and wholesale killing the tan oaks. They leave more tan oaks. They only target the trees that are in the way of a growing conifer. Makes perfect sense to me. I don't like herbicides, but there's a lot that could be done still with the use of herbicides that's not being done in terms of regulating them, whether you have the ability to do that or not, but at least supporting that the regulations of the herbicides be a lot tighter than they are. And I thank you very much.
Naomi Wagner.
Hi, Supervisors. I'm Naomi Wagner. I live in Spring Creek, where I look every morning out my window at the results of Hack and Squirt. And I'm here to talk about Measure V and encourage you to be very proactive in enforcing it. I thank you for actually certifying it, which you did on the 12th. And I'd like to see you take more steps towards carrying out the will of the people, which has been expressed very clearly at the vote. We know now from Jesse Weaver himself, who's the Mendocino County MRC forester, that the company is continuing to use Hack and Squirt. They're also continuing to use a lot of other herbicides. And it's very difficult to find out exactly what and where and when, because the only regulation right now, the only requirement is that the contractor report 30 days, within 30 days after application of the herbicides. But we did do some research on the matter, and I'm sorry I was not able to print this out for you before I came. It's very hard to extrapolate the data that you get from the Ag Department, but we did do that, and we were shocked at the amount of herbicides that are being used out there. Imazapur, Roundup, Garlon, they're basically dousing the county forest lands. And even though MRC will tell you that they're not using as much volume herbicides, it must be a lot more concentrated because it's covering a much bigger area. And it must be much more lethal if such a small amount can do such a huge amount of damage. Like I said, I see this every day when I look out my window. There are just ridges and ridges and ridges of dead standing tan oaks. The people said, stop, Stop this practice. And I want to make it very clear on the record that I recognize, I know, and we all know that the power to regulate herbicides has been taken away from you at the local level. It's been taken away from us because it was usurped by the state after the county passed the initiative to ban aerial spraying back in the 90s. And so now we have to somehow not talk about herbicides for fear that that will get mixed up with the lawsuit that we anticipate against Measure V. But we're going to talk about it anyway, with that caveat that we know that you can't regulate herbicides at this level. But what you can do is you can do things like call for full disclosure on the basis of health and safety. You do have that power. And the people are asking you to use that power. So I have a resolution here for calling for full disclosure that the companies using herbicides in the forest would need to register and say where they're going to use them beforehand. And I'm going to give you each a copy of that. I would like to see it go on the agenda for the earliest possible next meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, you need to give them to the clerk. Okay, do we have any other speakers on other topics on non-agenda items? Okay, we're going to go to the consent calendar and, oh, sorry, didn't see you.
I just feel like everybody knows who
Louis Bigfoot. Thank you. Thank you for the green light. I'll talk until the red light comes on, and it'll beep, beep, beep. I'm kind of like insulted by this whole dog and pony show. I mean, what's going on in the audience is the most important thing right now. Get it? You failed. You both failed us on all environmental issues. You've all failed me. I'm disappointed. I really am disappointed. I want Mendocino Redwoods to come in here and explain themselves. Thank you. Thank you. Will you do that for me? Thank you.
Okay. Now on the consent calendar. Oh, go ahead. Okay, well, I want to ask the clerk if we've established proper notice for the consent calendar.
Yes, proper notice has been established.
And I'll go slowly across the table here. Do we have any items that board members would like to pull for discussion or separate consideration?
I think I do, Mr. Chair. For J, K, and L, if I could.
Okay, J, K, and L. Okay. Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of items J, K, and L.
Second.
Excuse me, is it too late? I did not fill out a card for the consent calendar. Is it too late?
Go ahead and speak on the consent calendar, yeah.
Yeah, this is Larry Rosen, and I just want to compliment the sheriff for getting a $60,000 grant from the federal government for tracking and dealing with cannabis in the forest lands. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that there are sources of funding other than taxes for cannabis eradication, illegal cannabis eradication in the county. I support that element of the consent calendar.
Supervisor McCown.
Also, Mr. Chair, I'm not certain that we have someone here to speak to item 4G, the proclamation recognizing July 24th as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Day. But if we do, this is your opportunity to come forward and address the board briefly on that item.
Good morning. My name's Paul Mueller, and I'm one of the coordinators of this year's Pride activities. I don't have a copy of the proclamation in front of me, so I'm not going to read it to you. I'm just want to let you know that this is happening, that on the 24th, we'll have a little parade about 11 o'clock, and we'll be going to Alex Thomas Plaza. But really what I want to talk about for just a moment is that about a month ago, I pulled together a memorial event related to the mass shooting in Orlando. As a former hospice director, I know those things are really important. But isn't it striking that it seems like Orlando is old news now? that's since then superimposed on that is Dallas and Baton Rouge and Nice and all those other kinds of things. Following the memorial event, a young gay man I know and his buddy went out to a local bar for a couple beers. And when they left, they were attacked in the parking lot by 3 people because they were fags, and a fist fight ensued. So part of our activities during our Pride thing is to teach people martial arts for their own self-defense. A part of me goes, yes, take your power, this is really important. There's another part of me that goes, you know, these are troubled times. And we know that when we turn on our TV tonight or tomorrow or next week, there'll be another Baton Rouge, there's going to be another Dallas. And so in that context, to have little community groups that kind of go forward and just kind of bring our little light forward and try to be a healthy community, I think that's really important. So thank you for your consideration. It means a lot to us.
And July 24th, and the parade would actually start about 11:30, I think, from Scott and State.
Yeah, we're convening about 11 o'clock. We'll start about 11:30. We'll go to Alex Thomas Plaza. Probably get there about noon or so, and it's going to be hot. You know, you don't want to hang out when it's 102. So we'll have, you know, a modest, you know, some vendors and booths and those kinds of things, but it's mostly just an acknowledgement and to celebrate our presence in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on the consent calendar other than J, K, and L? Okay. We have a motion. Any discussion by the board? No. Vote by the button then.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Supervisor, do you want to talk about J, K, and L all together, or you want us to talk about them separately?
Separately, if you would.
Okay, go ahead.
On J, it involves hiring Laco and Associates to do some mine inspections that we have to do annually. And I understand that used to be done by our staff just as a part of their job, and I assume didn't take more than 20% of their time or something. I'm just wondering and looking at the pattern and want to start looking at planning and building as far as how much are we outsourcing rather than hiring up and building and making the changes in planning and building. I feel like I've been pretty clear it doesn't work for my district, and I know we all have different experiences with that. But rather than just hiring people to do more and more at a low level of performance, I think we get more value for our money by having the employees that can do this plus other work.
Well, we do have the planning and building director here. Maybe he can address this.
I need to apologize for not talking to Steve before the meeting, so we're doing this in public. Thank you.
Absolutely. Steve Dunnicliff, Director of Planning and Building Services. Is there a specific question that you'd like me to respond to? Would you like me to talk about the item?
Let me see if I can make a specific question. This used to be done in-house for, I would assume, less money, but now we don't have the staff we used to have. So I'm advocating for changes, hiring up our staff, letting them incorporate this. I see it as for 2 years, but does it really take that long? And I want to be clear with LACO on J&K, they're excellent providers. We're lucky they're here locally. But if you look at their pay rates of all they get compared to what our employees would get, it's night and day. But we're not able to attract employees in that department for the amount of money we pay, so we have to adjust that. That's a pretty long question.
Well, and I'm still not certain if I understand the question, but I can talk to your board about the contract in particular. And it's good to have these contracts come in before your board. Today, we're going to be giving an activity report to your board as well, so it'll kind of tie in. But the SMARA inspections are it's a function that was done in the department several years ago. For the last 2 years, we've contracted with LACO. It's my understanding that we hadn't procured it, at least officially, because the contract amounts were lower. So we went through an RFP process this year to make sure that we had a clean process. So the mine inspections in general, In the past, it was done by a planner that doesn't have special technical expertise. So we were asking them to go on site and look at geologic conditions and other situations that I think that they performed adequately. But it is my opinion that that a technical expert for providing some of these site inspections provides a better service to the community. If your board would like, this item could certainly be delayed to another meeting, and we could give a report on this MARA program. So, I'm amenable to that, but I do believe that we're not reducing capacity within the department to rely on this contract. And I think that it's also consistent with outsourcing some of the technical expertise that we previously held in-house. And I think a really direct comparison is the hydrologist position that we had in Dennis Loda. What we're doing now is we're outsourcing that type of expertise, like with the hydrology, to the RCD, the Resource Conservation District.
Okay.
That's a good answer to a crummy question, but one follow-up. Do any of these 33 mines or quarries pay towards this for the inspection, or a number of them abandoned and just our responsibility? Is there any income?
The fees are across the board. What happened with some of the earlier approvals is there was inspection fees that were paid at the time of the use permit that was granted, and there aren't necessarily additional revenues being collected. We do believe in the department that's something that could be addressed, that we need to look at again. More recent approvals, there are fees that are collected for the inspections on an annual basis.
We could go on, and I'd like to hear if the rest of the board's interested. I just, again, am going to identify things where we're outsourcing, even to get higher quality. We're going to have to tighten it up and hire our own people, train our own staff, pay for it in a healthier. We'll get a lot more value with employees, but we can have that debate later.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, on one level, this could be viewed as an acknowledgement that we don't have the staff capacity to do things that we used to do for whatever reason. So the mining inspections always were done in-house. I followed that, not merely here as a supervisor, but nearly 8 years on the County Planning Commission, and these came before us on a regular basis. I never heard any comment whatsoever that the department wasn't doing an adequate job on the monitoring and reporting. I don't recall any complaints from the public or from the applicants. So we used to have that ability in-house. We no longer seem to. You go on to, the next item. We're contracting out for pretty much everyday items, and I know that, our planners are capable of doing a lot of that work, but maybe we don't have enough people on staff, and so maybe that's one question. And the board should probably be getting regular reports on these kinds of things for each department. How many authorized positions do we have, and how many are filled? And because that might be part of the problem, as Supervisor Woodhouse indicated, maybe we're not able to attract enough qualified people to do the work. But so the result is we wind up contracting out, but it does seem to underscore a lack of capacity within the department to handle the workload that we anticipate.
Well, and if I may, through the chair, just to remind your board as well, there was a LART audit of this MARA program several years ago. It's a local agency review team, I believe is what LART stood for. And they noted multiple items that could be enhanced within the department's handling of this MARA program. And so it's my understanding that certainly with a renewed emphasis from staff and with having a qualified expert on site, I believe that we've got a pretty tight program right now.
Okay, Supervisor Woodhouse.
If I could ask again, thank you, Chair. Are we collecting any monies annually from the 33 to help defray these costs?
It's my understanding that we are, and this is information that I can't provide you in detail today, but it could certainly come back to your board if there was interest.
I am interested in that.
Just to reiterate, The mines were permitted across decades, and so the standard conditions that were applied to mines that were being approved, melded and morphed over time. And so it's my understanding that newer approvals have annual fees that can be collected. Older approvals do not. And that's something that I think can be looked at. I don't know how binding it would be that an older approval that collected a fee up front 30 years ago, that they can't be asked to contribute to ongoing county costs.
I'll wrap up with this, Mr. Chair. I will continue this and try to spend more time talking with you for base information, and it's my intention to advocate for change in planning and building. The people that have walked out the door in the last year give me concern of what's happening behind the door, and I think your presentation today will help give us information, and then we'll come up with more specific questions. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Is that any more comments on item J? Okay, do we have a motion to approve J? The $150,000 contract for the mining inspections?
I so move.
I will second.
Okay. Vote by the button. Okay, item K. Oh, go ahead.
Motion carries with Supervisor Woodhouse dissenting.
Item K, which is contract for not to exceed $400,000 to LACO for on-call planning services, and I don't know, might be a repeat of the same question.
I'll be brief on this one. It's the same pattern, just looking at the money we're spending. I think before we spent a couple $100,000 last year, and I would assume the pattern would continue as we get more dependent on outsourcing and haven't got a chance of an option. People would raise their rates with inflation, and that's what'll happen. I don't want to have a planning and building that's mailing out checks to other people to do our work because we can't do it. I want to try to find people that live in our community and keep that money in our system, and then have their expertise on, even if it's 20% of their time left over for other things, to use it for the challenges we have. So it's just a philosophical difference of opinion. And I have the pay scales for these, and 2 full-time top step planners, 3s for us with benefits, would be funded by this, and we'd have a hell of a lot more benefits from it. So we'll be working on this together. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair. Supervisor, I don't believe there's a difference of opinion here. What we're trying to do is be proactive. We've been focusing on, we've lost staff certainly to a county to the south. That county to the south, it's my understanding, just had 6 vacancies open up within their planning department. So the pressure to the south will continue. And this is also happening at a time where there's increased I think scrutiny and interest in our processing times within the department, turnaround times. And we've also got the looming specter and unknown of marijuana permitting, whatever that will look like. So I do want to remind the board that max dollar amounts on contracts are not a foregone expenditure. It's for services rendered. And so contracts that have been let in the past have not been fully expended. And this will also ideally increase technical expertise for things like EIRs and unusual projects. And so I think that, and it also provides some resiliency and elasticity, that if we get some gigantic workload increase due to marijuana, there is a staffing, staffing doesn't happen immediately within the county system. So ideally, this would provide some sort of a shock absorber or buffer. So there's not a desire and interest to lessen staffing levels and rely on contractors. This is to try to help us be quicker in responding to increased workload.
Final comment would be that I think it's time to look, and we could start with planning and building, if that was the board's interest, at what we're offering for these key positions that are going to lead us into the future and implement our will, but we're going to have to pay more than we're paying now to get that product. So we either should stop expecting so much or invest and try to get the best benefit out of them. So I'd like to talk about that in the future with you.
Okay. Supervisor McCown?
And just one question to the director. In your judgment, is this contract necessary to ensure that we provide an adequate level of service for the contract period?
I think it's an insurance policy. I think that it'll help us deal with buffers and shocks if we have unexpected staffing shortages, if we have unexpected workload increases. And I'm even calling marijuana, it's an unknown, so we can't plan for the unknown, but it seems likely it'll do something. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, it seems to me this is prudent, and that's actually in response, I believe, to what board members have said, which is that they want to see the department have as much capacity as possible, and this is, as you said, more of an insurance policy than anything else. So, do we have a motion?
Public comment?
Do we have any public comment on this contract? Go ahead. And please state your name to the record in microphone. Yeah, you need to state it into the microphone. People need to hear you on television.
My name's Claudia Kress.
Can you speak into the microphone?
McNeilis. It sounds like you guys are talking about exactly what we need to happen at the gravel plant. And you guys don't understand that it's an awful, ugly monstrosity, and you guys are standing by and not standing up for us to stop it. It doesn't feel good to live in a beautiful Mendocino County and realize that even though SPICA could have gotten an environmental review, which was costly, it didn't happen. So now it's possible that you guys are talking about something quite similar. Having tech people there and having really enforced, maybe you guys need more clout, or tech, or Tom, or whoever, but to live at my house and think that you guys will allow smell. I mean.
Okay, want to keep
That's
on to the
it.
topic? The topic is this contract.
Okay, excellent, because, thank you. They're not permitted now. And this June has been really.
So you're saying you support the contract, or you're against the contract?
I think we need more of the contract and more, you guys need more clout. You guys need an EPA. We need protection. We're being bullied. It's a huge contract. It's Caltrans. There's a lot of money there, but this is wrong. It's toxic. My neighbor Amy, sorry, it's
Okay.
It's late.
Do we have any other comments on this contract for planning services?
3 minutes? When did we start that?
Okay, all right. So we have a motion, I believe. Do we have a motion?
I don't think we
No,
have
we don't have a motion on
yet.
this contract.
I will make the recommended motion because I do believe we need to guarantee that we have the service available.
Second.
Okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Woodhouse dissenting.
Okay. So then the last item pulled for comments and discussion is item L, consent calendar. Supervisor Woodhouse.
I'll be merciful. We have a big agenda today. I won't spend more of your time. We can just vote on this one. And again, just looking for more information on this and a little more lead time than getting the agenda and voting on it would help. And maybe we've even had presentations on this particular thing. I do know some about it, so there must have been a presentation. I just pulled it so we could talk. But I got my message across on the first two of my intention, and we can move forward. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair.
I will move approval of item L.
Second.
Okay. Any public comments on item L? Okay. Vote by the button then.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're going to go on to item 5E, which is discussion and possible acceptance of an informational presentation from the Planning Department on building services in 15 and 16 and development activity.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnicliffe, your Director of Planning and Building Services, and here to talk briefly about the 15-16 activity report. This is for the period that ended June 30th of this year. And we've got just a series of observations to share with your board here. And on the first page, we've got the building permits, building projects permitted information for you, broken out in the way that we currently have access to it. And a couple of notes is as far as the workload that comes out of our two different offices, Fort Bragg and Ukiah. I thought that it was interesting that approximately 90% more new homes were permitted through the inland office versus the coastal office. And on the flip side, about 90% more remodels were completed out of the coastal office than the inland office. The activity levels that you can see in the next chart, they're the highest that they've been since 2007-8, which I think was the really kind of the right below the big downturn in the market. I think it's notable that that we're maintaining these activity levels with 2 fewer staff members than we had at that time in the building division. We've got the chief building inspector or the chief building official vacancy, which we've recruited for 3 times. And we've currently got covered because of a contract capacity. And then we also are operating simply with 1 fewer building inspector than we had at that time. I believe that we're doing this in large part through increased efficiency within the department, primarily by collaborating more closely between the Fort Bragg and the Ukiah office. An example of this that I've given before is, we've realigned our inspection areas between the 2 offices to ensure that we've got inspectors in similar areas on similar days so that we can back one another up seamlessly. Before we did that realignment, it was simply not possible. If we didn't have an inspector available, if somebody called in sick, there was no way to send someone from the other office. So that's something that we've gotten taken care of. We're also, with buildingmendocino.org, our new website, we're still working to increase knowledge of that resource in the community. But what it does is it allows people to check inspection times online and do property research online. So if that website is working properly, it's actually reducing some of the workload on staff, helping the public in ways that previously required staff time, and now that the public's able to go on and find the information themselves. I'd also like to note it's a small number, but the permitted projects includes county projects that are being permitted now, which weren't previously, and that's a result of a resolution from your board. So with we had talked previously with your board about the fees that weren't as high as we had budgeted. They were kind of coming in static from the previous year. And we had talked about reasons why that might be. And so what you can see is the workload increased on the building division from the previous year. But you can see on the next page that the valuation of the permit of the building projects decreased. And so the total valuation in the, it looks like it went from the 5-year average for total valuation was $20 million in the inland office and $15 million in the coastal office. And that decreased in the last year to $18 million out of the inland office and $14 million out of the coastal office. So on the next chart, where it talks about the methods of processing, After we put this together, I realized that we didn't include the most interesting information. So we've included a one-year method of processing and 2012 through 2016, which is when your board decided to prioritize and focus on Sunnyvale and process improvement. And so we give kind of a skewed picture here by just showing the better side of the spectrum. We went back and looked, and in 2007-8, 29% of permits were issued over the counter. In 11-12, that had increased to 46%, and we're now at 62% of the permits being issued over the counter. So that full narrative and full picture can't be seen just in the information that was shared. All right. Well, and also let me say that to further increase the number of quick check applications that we're processing, we've revised the list of projects eligible for quick check. What we've been working towards is, I always talk about quick check being a state of mind and having staff be flexible and fluid at the counter. That's actually it requires a high level of expertise and it's time consuming. And so we're not there. But what we have done is, based on feedback that we're getting from the public, we've revised the list of quick check eligible projects, and that's really the map and the guidepost for staff. And then we've also stationed a building inspector at the counter on quick check days. We did this about 2 months ago. And what we were finding is, in the past, it had almost become a barrier to accessing a building inspector because we were relying on our staff assistants to make the determination as to whether it was a quick check project. And we were losing out on some of the opportunities to share information and just provide better availability of resources. And so to address this, we've stationed a building inspector at the counter on quick check days, like I've said, and we believe that in the last 2 months that we're processing more quick check permit applications than we had previously. To reduce time for the traditional plan review, we've established a contract with an outside entity, which is similar to what we were talking about just 15 minutes ago, and that's Four Leaf. It's the firm that is providing us with a contract building official in light of our 3 failed recruitments. We're also, we've established a capacity to accept electronic plan submittals. So this is something that some jurisdictions have done successfully. We're working on we've got the software in place now, and we're training our staff. And we can actually even do electronic plan reviews. Right now we're doing it on a request basis. We're asking people if they'd like to do that as a way to try to enhance the timeliness of their review. And we're getting good comment and feedback on that. And the one tie back to the paper world that happens is with an electronic plan submittal. It simplifies the application submittal, and but we do still need a hard copy set of plans with permit issuance so that the inspector has something to go on site with. So that's the one connection back to the paper world. And then we're also, with traditional plan review time shortening, we're continuing to focus on balancing workload and wait times between the UCI and the Fort Bragg offices. So with we're now going to planning applications, and what you'll see at the top, which is the minor planning applications, the other category has increased by about 50%. This is again kind of consistent with the narrative that workload is increasing with minimal fee projects, and so you see that as the brown bar at the bottom of the top chart. And then with the major planning applications, there's a pretty big spike in applications received with coastal development permits and use permits. And so the CDP applications are up about 85%, and the use permit applications are up about 40%. And so when you look at this workload, this is further support for the action your board took today to approve the LACO contract, in that we are seeing spikes, and sometimes activity at the counter can change quicker than the county's ability to staff. With the revenue report, you're seeing that the planning revenues were down about 1% from the previous year. The building permit revenues were down about 5% total, both of which are again consistent with the narrative that workload's up, fees are down. And one thing that is significant that I'd like to point out to your board, is just the hearing body meeting schedule. The Department of Planning and Building scheduled and staffed 100 hearing bodies in the last year. So that's a major workload that people don't typically associate with or think of with planning and building. And then the report portion of this chat with just a picture of a recent code enforcement abatement action that we undertook, and this was near the community of Fort Bragg, and it was a sort of a horrible substandard mobile home that had become an attractive nuisance. It looks like there's a swastika painted on the side of it, and in contracting with and working with MSWA, and of course our code enforcement staff, we were able to coordinate a cleanup. This was a county-sponsored abatement. The funds for this came from investigative fees that are collected on permits that were for illegal construction. This is the funding mechanism that will be shorted through an amnesty program, but I think that we'll be okay with that. And then the funds are returned to the county through a special assessment on the tax bill. So. And then, one other thing that I missed is just with the abandoned vehicle abatement graph here, you see the 0 point, and I think your board will remember when the abandoned vehicle abatement license fee was canceled and then reauthorized through Measure G. And so that's the 0 point is the cancellation, and then the program has been rebuilding from that point.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, you have a question?
Yeah, it's not as much a question, and they're not a hearing board, but I know that your department has done a lot of work with the MACs, especially the new developing MACs, and just didn't see any report about that, but I know you've spent a lot of time in helping them, you and your staff.
But the relationship with the MACs is different, and it's become even more different in the last 6 months because the MACs have really pulled away from the department and pulled toward the board. And so the MACs do hire their own contract assistants. The department refers items to them and the department answers questions, but we don't staff or manage the MAC meetings in the way that we do for other entities.
But their establishment.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. But
and giving information.
Yes. Absolutely. So if I could just mention some of the things looking forward in 16-17, even though we're tearing off of a 15-16 activity report, we've got the fee waiver for job-creating programs or projects, which has been set. It was significant. We've collaborated with Kevin Jennings from the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority and the Ukiah Fire Department, and he's allowing us to set appointments for him within the county complex on Tuesday mornings. So that'll be a complement to the Quick Check experience, in that for projects within the Ukiah Valley area, they'll be able to meet with the fire representative on site. We've got the, if I didn't already mention, there's a code enforcement update that will be given to your board on September 13th. I think that it was first a year or so ago that we came to your board and gave a code enforcement update. We got some direction on board priorities. We came back about 6 months later, provided another update. The next in that series of presentations for your board is coming up September 13th. So you'll be able to hear how we're doing with addressing code enforcement, meeting board priorities, and get your feedback. There's a building code update will be is scheduled to be coming before your board. The 3-year building code cycle is got a new building code coming into effect for the next calendar year. So we're hopeful that we'll be getting that to you soon. We've got another series of stakeholder meetings that we're going to be scheduling probably right around the first part of September, and we'll be issuing a press release to make sure that the community knows about that. We're also going to be scheduling them after business hours. The first couple of stakeholder meetings that we had were very well attended. The attendance dropped off pretty significantly at the last set of meetings, which I actually took as a compliment. Sometimes if nobody's coming to the meeting, there's nothing for them to talk about. But I want to make sure that it isn't because there was scheduling problems for people to get out of work or something like that. So we're going to do the next set of meetings after hours. And then amnesty, the amnesty program. So I provided a brief update to the General Government Committee on the amnesty program. And I wanted to mention this quickly to your board. So there was some confusion, I think, at a previous board meeting about the amnesty program and what direction's been given. So one thing that what you can see in the budget that was adopted is backfilling of revenues for the fee waiver program, for the commercial job creating fee waiver program. And that's because the fees are a reimbursement for staff time spent in support of a particular project. They're a critical source of operating revenue for the department. And so we needed to backfill the fees. The amnesty program doesn't eliminate fees. The fees are still charged. It eliminates the investigative portion, which is essentially a penalty. It's reimbursement for staff time investigating a case. So with these, with the amnesty program and the investigative penalty fees being waived, it does short the nuisance abatement fund, and we're planning on tracking what's been shorted out of the fund so that if your board ever wanted to backfill that, it could. But the hope is that the actual impact on the operating budget will be minimized because these are going to be people that will be self-reporting, and so it'll minimize the actual need for investigative time spent in support of a case. And you know, the amnesty program has been talked about multiple times over the past several months. The staff have been on standby for the program, and we haven't turned anybody away from the program. And based on the consent, based on all the previous supervisor comments in support of amnesty, I think that basically with a head nodding or at least no head shaking here, I'll be very comfortable saying that an amnesty program's available effective July 1, effective whenever. Like I said, we haven't turned anybody away from this, but there's one thing in particular that I wanted to bring up as just for your board's awareness, is that there's been, with code enforcement, there's been a lot of talk about the culture of compliance and contractor state license board referrals. So we've done research. There's no legal mandate to do a referral to the contractor state license board. So to me, it seems logically consistent, if there's an amnesty program, that there would be no CSLB referrals associated with those amnesty cases. But I just wanted to, again, bring that to your board's attention, because on one hand, there's been interest in the CSLB collaboration, and on the other hand, you know, I think that it would be logically inconsistent if we did that.
Okay,
So,
Supervisor Brown, or I'm sorry, McCowan, I think you, was this related to Steve's question, or do you want to bring it up later?
It's related. I've got a series of things. I'll defer to Supervisor Brown.
Okay.
When you talk about the contractor's licensing board, follow-up or referrals, that has to do with someone that has done construction, not necessarily the landowner themselves, but someone they've hired to come in that's done a shoddy job. Is that the kind of referral we're talking about? Or is it a licensed contractor that was hired by the landowner developer that didn't come in and get a permit? So what kind of explain that to me?
well, what I can explain to you right now, and we'll have much better information for you at the code enforcement update, but right now there's still, and it's not for lack of staff effort, but there's still some level of confusion with the CSLB effort. So what we believe we've heard from CSLB representatives that have been in the community is that they're interested in any and every type of possible referral, whether it's a licensed contractor doing unpermitted work, whether it's an unlicensed individual doing work in excess of $500, you know, sort of across the spectrum. We have referred a case to the Contractor State License Board and gotten feedback from them that they don't want that type of case. And so we're still trying to work through this type of disconnect, because on one hand, we're hearing that there's support for every referral, and on the other hand, we're hearing from somebody else within the organization that maybe not that type of referral. So we'll know more.
Well, Steve, I'll kick this off. So we did hear this at the General Government Committee. My feedback then and feedback here is that I think we do want to have amnesty program. I think we want to have a defined time frame for that, so people know, you know, get your application in during this time period, or you will be subject to the possibility of an investigation, and that during that amnesty program that there will be no referral by the county to the state licensing contract board, because otherwise it would deter people from coming in under the amnesty program. If the person's if the work was not up to standards, through the amnesty program, they will be bringing it into compliance with current standards. That's part of the process, my understanding. So if the work was below standard, that will be corrected in some way through the permitting process. But there won't be, through the amnesty program, there won't be penalties for the person to come in during that time period. So there's definitely an incentive for people. So that's my hope, is that the board would support that. And I'm not really picky about what the end date is, but I do think we should establish what the end date is so that people know this is the deadline they have. And hopefully it's fairly, I would think fairly long, like 12 months, some time period like that. Does anyone else want to give Steve some feedback? Because he's willing to move ahead with this as soon as we give him some feedback.
Well, I can give him, I will go forward with comment and say I do support it as well, and I do think that a 1-year period is good for the department and good for the people as well.
So if I may, I do not think there has been confusion on the part of the board regarding the amnesty or the referral issue to the Contractor State Licensing Board. I think we've been clear from the beginning. We do want an amnesty program. It would apply to anyone, not merely applicants for cultivation permits for cannabis, which was what started the discussion. I think it would be appropriate for there to be a formal action, because a lot of times when we just give direction, nothing happens. So I think that whether it's the department collaborating with the executive office, but there should be, and we can acknowledge now, yes, the direction is anyone who wants to self-report can start that process, and the department will act as if we have an amnesty program in place. But I think the next available agenda, there should be a very simple, straightforward action to formalize an amnesty program. Supervisor Brown suggesting that it would be open for a year. So you've said effective July 1st. So we're pretty close to a full year if we use that as the begin date. June 30th, 2017 is the end date. And again, I don't think we've been unclear at all. We want there to be an amnesty program. We want it to apply to anyone who could benefit by it. We have understood all along what that means is they're not paying the penalty fee. As you've indicated, that doesn't necessarily create an additional burden because these folks are self-reporting. These aren't ones where you get a complaint and you have to go out and do the investigation to verify it. So I think we're all consistent there. When it comes to the Contractor State Licensing Board, I think who we want to be reporting isn't a homeowner who often is as much a victim as anyone else, or whether it's a homeowner, commercial, whatever. Who we want to be reporting are unlicensed contractors that come to our attention, or contractors who do work without a permit. So I think that was the direction. And your job, your department's job, is to report those when you are aware of them. And what CLSB or CSLB does with them, that's up to them. We've fulfilled our duty by reporting them. If it turns out that they don't act on anything that we report, then I think we could abandon that as not being an effective tool. This came up because we thought it potentially could be an effective tool that would relieve the burden on the department. So if someone comes in, some unlicensed contractor or a licensed contractor without a permit did work 6 months ago, but someone wants to come in for the amnesty program, I don't think that's who we want to report. But if we have knowledge of someone currently operating without a permit, whether they're licensed or an unlicensed one doing any work, those are the ones we want to report. I don't think we want to put that on hold. So current unlicensed contractors operating with or without a permit, licensed contractors operating without a permit, we want to report those if it's happening now. But we don't want to, and I think that's consistent. We're not impeding the amnesty program, but we're basically sending a clear message. If you want to participate in the amnesty program, you better not go out and hire an unlicensed contractor to do your work. I mean, is that unclear, and are there questions about all that?
If I may, through the chair, I think that the situation that I was describing is, if we've got unpermitted work that comes that comes in through the door for the amnesty program, and a homeowner says, "Hi, Charles Construction Company with a license did this for me without a permit," that could be a solid referral to the CSLB. I don't think it's consistent with, the amnesty concept. I don't think it's consistent with what your board is directing, but it's something that I wanted to bring to your attention, that, if we're presented, if we're handed evidence that indicates that there's work that was done without a permit by a licensed individual or unlicensed individual, that could be a CSLB referral, and it's a nuance that we don't need to discuss further from my perspective.
Well, it could be, and are you saying you think we should or shouldn't?
I'm saying I think that would be inconsistent with the concept of amnesty, but I want to make sure.
I'm willing to agree with that, because we don't want to deter people from coming forward and participating in the amnesty. So if the work's already been done, I'm not too worried about that. If it was done by an unlicensed contractor, there's probably an ongoing case that eventually they're going to get caught up on that. But I don't want to slow us down from reporting ongoing situations. Is there any concern on that?
I think you're seeing concurrence on that nuance.
And then we could expect there would be a formal item that'll come forward to formalize the amnesty program.
So I'm looking at the CO, but I'm thinking based on the discussion today that the county could proceed with the amnesty program but bring back on our consent calendar, so there is a recorded formal action by the board, but still proceed with the program.
I think that would make sense, sure, as long as this will come from the department, so as long as they're
absolutely
with us on that, that would be consent calendar. That could come forward on August 2nd on the consent calendar. So, and I would just ask to be sure, because there have been so many questions, not from from the board members, but certainly I have heard questions and complaints regarding the CSLB and the lack of referrals. So I want to be certain that we have the direction that we need, and I think you're saying we do at this point.
I think so. And on the CSLB topic, with the code enforcement presentation we'll have for you on September 13th, if there's a need or desire to go into that in detail, we'll absolutely be ready for that discussion.
Okay. Are any other board members? Supervisor Woodhouse?
Well, on this topic, go ahead.
Okay.
So I had a couple more. One, our workload is up, and specifically with variance and use permits, but our fees are down. Do you have an explanation for that?
To me, I think that the best explanation is going to be in the complexity of the building permits, which is where you see the biggest drop with the
Well, no, I'm talking about use permits and variances, that one line item.
Mm-hmm. So let me look at our report here. So I don't see a specific breakout on it right now. I see that planning fees are down 2% for the year, and I think that that's probably in large part due to the increased workload with the boundary line adjustments, the categorical exclusions.
Please,
yes.
I'm going to refer you to type of planning application, variance and use permits. It's the third line down.
Yes.
And the workload is up for use permits from 22 to 30. Variance were static at 4 and 4, and we've had the fees go down 20%. I'm just asking if you have an explanation for why the fees would go down when we have more applications.
Well, and Supervisor, if you could point me to the 20% decline, 21%.
The third
so
line down.
I don't have a quick answer for you, but I can absolutely get back to your board.
And then the last thing I had is with regard to Quick Check, and that's certainly consistent with the board's previous direction. We do want to create efficiencies in the planning and building department where we can. It's a little disappointing we don't see higher numbers, but I've also been told that there's been a determination made by the department, which I don't believe was part of board direction, that Quick Check only applies to residential projects but not commercial. Is that true?
Not entirely. I was referring to the sheet that we've revised, and we've revised it to make it clear that it applies to commercial re-roofs and other certain types of projects. Commercial projects, generally speaking, can trigger ADA calculation requirements and different things that do appropriately make it not necessarily Quick Check eligible. So I don't believe, and I may be wrong, Supervisor, but I don't believe that the board has approved the types of projects that were Quick Check eligible. I think the board authorized and directed Quick Check, and staff implemented that in the best way, in the best way they felt possible. So if there's board interest in determining the types of projects that are Quick Check eligible, maybe this could be an ad hoc or a standing committee referral for in-depth discussion. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. But I don't think that there's been board action on the specific types of projects that are Quick Check eligible.
Well, I think we want, maybe I'm wrong, I believe that what the board is looking for is to make Quick Check available to any projects to which it would reasonably apply.
And that's what the
and I've
department is-
heard that certain very straightforward commercial projects that really ought to be a simple over-the-counter, oh, that's what you're doing with solar, check. And people are being told they're not eligible because they are commercial. That's what I'm told.
Well, and if I may, through the chair, I think that the partial solution here is to the revisions to the Quick Check form that I was referencing earlier in the presentation. So again, with the staffing levels that we have today, and I'm not here advocating for additional staff, although I do think it's notable that we have fewer staff today than the last time work levels were here. But we don't necessarily have the counter staff that have the expertise to really delve in and make determinations on some things that I agree have been fairly logical examples that have come to my attention, which is why we modified the form to include them. And so it's certain types of simple revisions. Before, even though logically you look at it and you think it's a simple revision, a simple project, we didn't necessarily have anybody to make that type of determination. So we've added simple revisions to the Quick Check list. We've been debating internally. I know that some of our staff have concerns in the past with commercial projects and the ADA calculations and requirements. ADA is certainly a critical issue, and with commercial projects there can be a cumulative totaling. And we've got some of our building inspection staff here, if your board would like additional details. But most importantly, though, Supervisor, not all commercial projects trigger that type of ADA calculation. And so what we're doing is we're trying to parse out the ones that don't include that or don't require that and make sure it's clear to our staff that they are Quick Check eligible.
Thank
So-
you.
Okay. Supervisor Woodhouse, did you have something?
Three questions, I think, or statements. First one would be about the 3 failed recruitments. That's a lot of energy for you to put out, and I know you get community people involved and you interview, and then for whatever reason it doesn't work out and you don't want to hire the wrong person. Do you feel that it is time to reevaluate the salaries that we're offering people? Is that a part of that? How much of a part of their decision to not work for us is based on the pay? Just your
Supervisor,
personal
it's a-
observation. It's an impossible question. But
It's an
make up a
impossible
number.
question, and I'd like to punt a little bit and let you know that, especially with the building official type position, it's a universal skill set, and the qualified candidates are they're eligible for jobs throughout the state, if not the country. And so with sort of a fungible skill set, it is easy for them to chase opportunities that pay more. I can also tell you that in my opinion, most of our staffing loss throughout the department, nobody has, unless we've had somebody retire, nobody's quit to sit on the couch. That people have quit to collect bigger paychecks in other jurisdictions. It's such a universal issue, though, that it is absolutely beyond my pay grade and my concern. My duty and my task is to work within the salary schedules that have been assigned and do the absolute best I can in serving the county every day and staffing the department. So, pay is a factor for candidates, but it's nothing that you'll find me complaining about.
I appreciate that, and I want you to feel free to advocate for what you need to do the job that we're asking you to do. I'm pushing you all the time, change this, make it better. It doesn't come for free, and the board needs to decide, are we willing to pay for these things or not? But I really would like to see the options. The empty positions you have now must make your job very difficult to accomplish what you're trying to do.
Well, and if I may, through the chair, I'd like to give your board credit for an action that you've already taken. So the chief building inspector position had been a step lower in pay than the chief planner and the administrative services manager, which is the sort of the management structure of the department. You've got the director, management team overseeing each specialized area, and the chief building inspector, as the head of the building division, was lower in pay. The Civil Service Commission agreed to change the title to a more universally understood title, which is building official, and recommended, and your board decided to approve, increasing the salary so that it's at the same level as the chief planner and the administrative services manager. So I do want to make sure it's clear that your board should get credit for the action that you've already taken to increase that. So you have at least brought parity to that position with the other management positions in the department.
I'll make one final comment that my concern with your department is largely in part of the demands that the changes we make in marijuana and the use permits and the amnesty volume. If I feel you're overwhelmed or not staffed up and not able to do what I want now, I don't want to spend out the rest of my term hearing while we were working on use permits for marijuana. We have a core responsibility to the things you do, and so that's the intent of why I'm going to keep advocating for this. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments on the planning and building activity report?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to toss out one other thing. I'm glad that we got into talking about the quick check, and because I've also had inquiries about that, Steve, and you and I have discussed that. And, you know, I really think it's important that we act on our commitment as a board to try to encourage building activity, economic development activity, through having a really efficient operation in terms of helping people to move their projects forward. On the other hand, it's been the experience of every board of supervisors and every supervisor that when you go too quickly on projects, you end up with a lot of blowback. So, you know, there's a fine line there where you want to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, so you don't leave too much behind that later is going to become problematic. I'm particularly interested in the code enforcement aspects, and I know code enforcement is something that we never have enough of. I was glad to see the abatement that was done. I know there's, for every one of those sites that we clean up, there's another 100 probably out there that we don't clean up. Nonetheless, it's good to see anytime it happens. I think that with respect to this amnesty program, and I think we're talking about the amnesty program with respect to the marijuana permitting. No, all.
Everybody.
Okay, any and all amnesty. I think that's going to create more, more work for the department. I don't know about the expense side of it. I can understand that, it might end up being a wash. But I have another concern about enforcement, which is something that was brought up during public comment, which is enforcement around Measure V. And I don't know if that's even crossed your mind yet, or maybe it's not something that PBS has to worry about. But if indeed, this ordinance is due to go into effect on Friday, July 22nd, we heard during public comment that MRC and probably other operators are continuing to use their hack and squirt process. But it does say on that ordinance, which was passed by 63% of the voters, that it does become a public nuisance matter if they continue to do this and trees are left standing more than 90 days after having been treated. Who is going to enforce that kind of a public nuisance as now created under this new ordinance?
The supervisor might want to direct that question to the county council.
Well, I'm just, it's code enforcement issue, right? No? No?
There is no direction in the initiative in terms of how that's to be enforced or whether we can enforce it, so.
Well, it's kind of interesting when 63% of the people of the county vote to call something a public nuisance, and we have no idea how we're going to enforce that. Seems like that's kind of a gap in our battle plan. Okay, well, we'll probably revisit this issue.
Chances are.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy and Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah.
It seems to me the enforcement comes from CAL FIRE, Board of Forestry, in how that's done. It's my understanding that under the Forest Act, forestry rules, enforcement, that's where it comes from. I don't think we have the expertise
Well,
within
I think
the
that'll be
county
news to Chris Rowney.
department. Huh?
Do you think that'll be news to Chris Rowney?
Well, they're the ones that enforce the Forest Practice Act. So, but it's a county initiative, and they go by what's state. And I think we looked at special forestry rules for Mendocino County a very long time ago, and it was turned down by the Board of Forestry. So I'm not quite sure when you talk about the regulation and who has enforcement ability, that it is the county.
No, I'm not
For
sure
these
either.
seats.
That's why I brought up the issue.
I
don't know the answer either, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to just, before we go to a break, do we have any members of the public have a question of the planning and building report?
Thanks for the discussion on Measure V. Yeah, I too agree. Chris Browney, a long-term guy, he's worked for LP. He's got his hands all over the place. We used to call him the architect of clear cutting, Chris Browney. In fact, he's the one that created this problem through all of his timber harvest plan that he signed off on LP. LP, everything he did, clear cutting to infinity. I don't know if anybody remembers those terms. But what I'm talking about right now is building and planning. Masonite property. It came here, it got sold, people bought the Masonite property quietly. I haven't heard any reports on the smokestacks were taken down. I didn't see any approval for that. I didn't know who approved the removal of a smokestacks on a piece of property that was, I forget it was the most toxic site for how many years? I don't remember. A long time ago. Maybe Mike knows, but anyway, so here we have a piece of property that's been sold and being resold as we speak. I see all the signs saying sold, 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 and yet I have never heard any or seen any document in and around the recovery of that program property from its years of toxic contaminants. And so what I'm asking is building and planning to step forward and bring the documents, bring the paperwork. Is there any paperwork? And if there isn't, I'd like to have this new ability to bring in these outside, $160 an hour, $200 an hour, $300 an hour to walk on a piece of property and make some sort of assessment. Imagine, $300 an hour. I mean, when I looked saw all the money per hour they're paying for inspection. Wow. And I'm donating my time. Hey, thanks for listening.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and I'm going to make the comment again. Bigfoot, as I did with Supervisor Hamburg, I do not think the county has that oversight for what you're talking about with the toxic contamination on Masonite. But I do know for a fact that you could go to Santa Rosa, North Coast Water Quality Control Board office, and be able to look at their paperwork. They're the ones that have oversight, that that require, reporting on that, testing so many times a year, and that's on sites all over our county. But that's where the state has the oversight, and the North Coast Board in their office in Santa Rosa on Skyline or whatever it is, Boulevard, that's where you would want to go to look at those files, or even to call and ask the question. Yeah.
Okay, do we have any other questions, comments on the planning and building code enforcement report? Okay, not seeing, we'll reconvene a couple minutes before 11 o'clock. Okay, at 5 minutes after 11, we'll resume. We have a red line version of some documents that are being printed for the audience and are being uploaded to the website as we speak. So, but in the meantime, we'll just go right into the PowerPoint presentation. So, Alan?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from this item and the 130 item as well due to a possible conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. So this was discussed.
Is your microphone on?
I believe it's on. Okay, there we go. Just last week with your board, and at that time there was a significant amount of discussion. The board did not provide any specific direction to staff to revise an ordinance with any specifics or bring back any specific information. However, in light of some of the discussion, we did prepare a little information for your board. We thought that might be helpful. And the ordinance that Chair Jurdy was discussing, we did work with Mr. McPherson based on the discussion, and so there is a revised ordinance that your board may consider some aspects of that for additional discussion. So with that, here's a quick outline of the presentation we'll see today. Have some information on market research from Cannabis benchmarks, and then a kind of simple analysis on cannabis gross receipts numbers, cannabis cultivation tax estimates. There was some discussion of a yield tax that is being discussed in Humboldt County today, so have a little bit of information about what they'll be discussing. And then Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski will give your board an overview of the ordinance adjustments that I just mentioned. So there appeared to be some disagreement among some of the farmers in the audience last week about cannabis values. And so after that discussion, we turned and attempted to do some research on, just what those numbers are. And Cannabis Benchmarks is a company, and I'm going to just read a few lines from their website that explains what they do and who they are. They appear to be kind of an industry-leading expert in market research for cannabis value. So they're a provider of financial, business, and industry data for North American cannabis markets, offering comprehensive and unique benchmark services for public and private organizations and financial institutions. They are the creator of the world's first spot and forward benchmark price assessments, and has quickly become the trusted source for delivering information that allow market participants to make informed business decisions. And so in looking at the information, we pulled out of their premium report market data. They track it across the United States and each state individually. That's as granular as the data gets. They don't have county level detail or anything like that. But you can see here the trends. This is the earliest information that they had available back to May of 2015. And so you can see the comparison here between the U.S. average price and the California average price. These reports are done weekly. Just for simplicity, we have averaged those weekly reports into a monthly number. And so what you're looking at here for the California average price being a little over $1,650 per pound. And then to provide some additional information on just what this tax would look like to a grower, we wanted to put together some assumptions. These are relatively simple, and to be able to, I'm not an industry expert, so we did some additional research and found a recent article just early July of, I say recent, it was July of last year, that was authored by Mr. Casey O'Neill, information provided through the Emerald Growers Association and the Mendocino Cannabis Policy Council on average grow size, average pounds of flower per plant, etc. And so this is just kind of a quick list of the assumptions that we use in coming up with some rough numbers. So an average of 2 to 4 pounds of flower per plant. That doesn't include an average of a half a pound of flower per plant of shake. Grow size, we're using these assumptions of 5,000 square foot being about 50 plants, and then pulling out the most recent weekly number from the benchmark report of a wholesale value of $1,647 per pound. So kind of the low and high using the $2 and $4, that grow size would translate into a low of $164,000 per harvest, and a high of $330,000 with the 4 pound number. Indoor growing, my understanding is you can expect to have 4 harvests per year. So you see the low and high numbers there on what that would translate to. And then with that, just a quick comparison, the Heritage Initiative is proposing, this was discussed last week, 2.5% yield tax would result in somewhere between $16,000 and $33,000 for that tax. The numbers that were presented to the board last week and are before you with the ordinance today, based on a 5,000 square foot grow size, $2 per square foot would be $10,000 for that tax. And so that translates into 0.7% to 1.5% of the gross receipts under this scenario. And so this is just a reflection of the tax rates that were in the ordinance. This is outdoor and what that maximum annual tax would be. So we just used the highest square footage amount in each of those categories. So you can see those numbers there before you. And then on the 10,000 square foot one, just wanted to note that the way this was presented, currently under the draft regulatory ordinance that the board's been discussing, grows over 10,000 square feet would not be allowed, but we went ahead and included that rate into the proposed tax in case that was increased at some point in the future. So the number you see there is just based on 10,001 square foot grow. And then I won't go into details on these, but additionally the numbers for mixed light and indoor grows based on the numbers in the proposed ordinance. So Humboldt, they will be discussing this item today. Now this is not something that county staff has brought forward, the yield tax, but because it was discussed last week, we thought we'd present it to you. This is something that was brought forward, according to my understanding, from the Humboldt Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. And so what they are requesting the board consider is 3-tier yield tax based on these categories: up to 300 pounds, 301 to 600 pounds, and then over 600 pounds. So he did some quick calculations based on the previous assumptions on what that would look like based on average price per pound, numbers that we used before. And so you can see what the numbers would look like. And that's just really the information that we have. I guess the only other thing I would add is that in reviewing other counties near us, Lake County today, their board is considering a taxation ordinance that would be $100 per plant. So it's a pretty simple tax that they're considering, and it's just $100 per plant on cultivation. So with that, I would turn it over to Deputy County Counsel Kodrowski. It looks like we are distributing the red line version, so it's good that the board has those, and I believe we ran out in the back, but additional copies are there or are coming shortly.
Good morning, Deputy County Counsel Matt Kodrowski. As Mr. Flores said, our consultant did some initial work based on revisions to respond to comments at the last meeting, and I can walk through those fairly shortly. On the first page are just some minor formatting changes.
So which document are you on right now?
I'm looking at the red line.
On the actual ordinance?
The actual
The
ordinance.
actual ordinance,
Okay.
correct. The first page has minor formatting changes. The major changes begin on page 8, and that's starting with section 6.32.050 on taxes imposed. There was just clarifying changes to the square footage levels throughout paragraph B. And then in the original paragraph C was deleted. That's the CPI discussion has been moved to a new paragraph E. C now deals only with cannabis dispensaries, and dispensaries are the only level of permit subject to a gross receipts tax of the same percentages that were in the past version of the ordinance. The new paragraph D talks about all other cannabis businesses aside from cultivation or dispensaries, and that's a flat fee of $1,875 for each for the tax. That number was based on the per square footage fee for a cottage grow of 75 cents per square foot multiplied by 2,500. The logic being that that was the lowest amount for a cultivation permit or for a cultivation tax. So that was used for the rest of the businesses as well. Paragraph E on page 9 now has the CPI index adjustment language. It's been generally the same as it was before, but we're just looking at it now as only for the per square footage tax and the flat tax for all other businesses. It would not apply to the gross receipts tax on dispensaries. On page 10, in section 6.32.060, there's a deleted language in paragraph A that was done in response to some comments by the treasurer tax collector. Page 11, within 6.32.100A1, it's a reduction in the penalty that would be owed for the first month from 25% to 10%. There's a change showed on page 12 that was inadvertent in this red line after speaking with the consultant. In section 6.32.150 on page 12, the appeal period remains 15 days. And that's for a general appeal for actions of the treasurer or tax collector. The next section that has a change is the assessment appeal or hearing procedure on page 12, and that's section 6.32.250, and that increased the time frame from 10 days to 30 days in response to comments received. And there's other minor grammatical changes in that paragraph, but that's all.
Okay.
Yep, so that's what we have. Some suggestions based on the discussion, and here to try and address any questions that your board may have.
So I guess we'll turn to the board. Do we have any questions or comments for staff? Just deep thought? Supervisor McCown?
It's always, well, and of course, I'm one of the worst offenders. It's always great to get materials at the last minute. I don't know how we're expected to evaluate all this on the fly and come together with consensus direction.
Well, fortunately, we have both items on the agenda, this and the ordinance, but the ordinance we've timed for this afternoon, and the hope of putting it on in this morning is we could go back to the tax ordinance in the afternoon. Is there if the board wants to take more time to consider the amendments, we could go back to the tax ordinance after we deal with the regulatory ordinance this afternoon, and we do have a few minor items on our agenda we can go into to close out this morning. Supervisor McCown?
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, we might, walk through each of these rather than just, we've heard the recitation of the changes, maybe if we just go through each change and see if we, of substance, and see if we have comments or questions, that might better inform our discussion when we come back to it for possible action.
Sure. So Supervisor Woodhouse, you,
It's not good to, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not good to start talking before you know what you're going to say, but here it is anyway. I appreciate hearing that this is a lot to absorb, and I've found that since I got off the ad hoc, I have a different perspective from being on the front lines dealing with it. And I've adjusted some of my perception on this issue in the ordinance. I don't know if I can be very clear about it. I appreciate the executive office putting this on. I advocated for that. When you advocate for something, normally you're going to support it. I do support a marijuana tax. I think anything we put on the ballot will likely pass. That doesn't mean that we are likely to have something perfect put on the ballot. With the time we've put into this so far, it's been a huge amount of time by staff, and we're not ready, or I should say I'm not ready. I think staff is ready for whatever happens. I don't want to pass something that we can't amend and make changes to, and I don't want to, government needs this money to do something with, and we talk about what we do with it if we get it. But we haven't had a clear agreement that, yes, we'll use some of it for enforcement. And to me, that means not forcing compliance to the people in the programs, but enforcement of the people we're afraid to go out and enforce it on. When you pass all these laws, it's meaningless when you're not enforcing the environmental laws you already have on the books. So it seems like a game to me. I am concerned about the heavy influence that the farmers, growers have had, and we don't hardly ever hear from any normal person who just doesn't want to be protected, who does need protection from the odor that's affecting them. Whenever I advocate for things, bigger setbacks or zoning restrictions, wherever you draw a line, there's push, 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 and we move it out. I've simply reached the point where I don't agree with, now I'm talking about the ordinance, but the tax is very important to me. I want to know if we're going to protect the environment, put something towards education, and I know this is crazy, but I want the others to be thinking about it. We talked yesterday about the mental health facility, which I'm supporting. I don't know if it'll pass or not, but if it passed, I think marijuana is tied to mental health, with young people being shaken so hard they break. And I think dedicating some amount from marijuana tax to staffing, if that facility were built, would be a logical way to fund it. I just can't see where other monies would come from. So maybe that's a crazy idea, but I think fitting these ideas together to reach the goals we have on other things makes sense. I won't just keep rambling, but I want it to be clear. I'm not just looking at the punctuation in this. I really feel like we're going too fast, and maybe I'm the only one, and I don't mean to waste staff's time. I just want to do it right.
so if I could add, I agree with your comments that I think we do have time separate from this discussion. Just, I believe we would still have time for the board, if we so chose, to put a companion measure on the ballot that would at least direct a portion of the funds. I personally wouldn't want to lock future supervisors and the county into 100% of this funding, because there are unknown expenses that the county is always encountering, and I just think that's bad policy. But the city of Ukiah has had a track record where they had a tax, and the voters had a companion measure they approved, and the city of Ukiah has stuck with that. They have fulfilled that promise, even though it wasn't obligated as part of the initiative. They have year after year spent those funds on public safety as promised through the companion measure. And I would be supportive of at least giving the voters a chance to state if they would like to dedicate a portion of these funds for basically the activities you've mentioned. I mean, I might throw in roads in there,
Yes.
with the mix, but again, not locking in 100% of the funds, but maybe half of the funds to those purposes. So, but I think we still might have time for that, which I think could be a separate agenda item. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Judy. And really, we talk about this tax measure. I think we're all aware that there is an initiative that is qualified with the proper number of signatures to also go on our ballot. I think it's important to give residents of this county, the county voters, the opportunity to vote. And what I stop and think about is the North Coast County's marijuana policy statement that both you and Supervisor McCowan participated in the development of, gosh, how long ago, but quite a while ago.
March of last year.
And of concern to me, first of all, is the ability of the county to have something as a tax measure so that we can recover direct costs of this regulation. Because this is a big deal. It's going to involve staff. And I think it's only fair to all county residents that we're able to recover something to run this program. And as we've said, we don't know what it's going to cost. I mean, we've talked about starting a department, we talk about the sheriff's department, yes, there's permit fees, there's this and that, but there's going to be a lot more to this. The Heritage Initiative, as we discussed at local government, or perhaps it was at this board level, I can't remember which, and hearing from county council, the Heritage Initiative, and I know there's been a lot of debate about it, with the advocates wanting the board to automatically adopt it, but because it has 2 sentences or a paragraph that talks about a tax measure, it has to go on the ballot for the voters. At least I think that's still the question. We may not have it right, and I do understand where you're coming from about redirecting, but this county may have a lot of costs that we're not thinking about right now as a result of creating this local regulation and also enforcement. So that's all I wanted to say. I think it does take a 4/5 vote, so it means every one of us have to be here and voting. Any one of you that feels you're not going to vote for this based on such and such and such reasons, then conversation's over on this particular agenda item.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion. I do think we should put a tax on the ballot. The challenge is for all 4 of us to achieve a consensus, because that's what it's going to require. I've made it clear previously that I don't support the square footage scheme for cultivation. I prefer going more in the direction of gross receipts. And to that, I share the public skepticism over some of the numbers that have been represented, and how could those numbers be off? One of the American pastimes is fudging on your income taxes, and there's a whole range of ways to do that. So if I'm running a dispensary and I know that the local jurisdiction is going to tax me based on my gross receipts, well, let's skip that part, but let's go to the income tax. I'm going to be taxed on my adjusted income, so I'm going to be able to make my deductions. Well, I guess with the IRS you really can't, so it's murky. But anyway, I think there's a tendency, obviously you're seeing it off the cuff here. I think there's a tendency to say, I paid more than I actually did for the product that I took in through my door. You know, I think a lot of people perceive there could be an advantage to inflating what they actually paid for something. And So the reporting that has been done might not be so accurate. On the other hand, if you go and ask the cultivators, there might be a tendency for them to report that they received less than they actually did. So anyway, I don't put a lot of stock in the price per pound that I see up here. I do think overall a yield tax is going to be more fair. I do like the idea of having a minimum threshold, and through the permits, we're only supposed to recover our actual costs. That's the way it's structured. That's how it's supposed to be reflected in the master permit fee schedule. But this tax is obviously different. This is the opportunity to generate revenue. And I think part of that tax can be a minimum threshold for each category of permit for cultivation, equivalent to the fee that we currently assess as measured by zip ties. So the 25 plant or 2,500 square foot equivalent, you know, that generates X amount of revenue, about $1,250 per permit. So if we went with a yield tax, the yield tax could be whatever we agree it is as a percentage, but not less than that minimum threshold. You know, that's one way to go with some of this. Now, the Heritage Initiative, whether they intended it or not, may have set some kind of a floor, because the Heritage Initiative proposes 2.5% of gross receipts for medical marijuana, 5% for non-medical, and how that's actually defined and how that plays out, I think there's a lot of questions about. But I think with the Heritage Initiative on the ballot, if we were to go less than 2.5% for gross receipts, then that'll become a selling point for their initiative that, well, look, you know, the county's not benefiting by their tax measure, you have to vote for ours. I don't know if any of that helps the discussion or not. And at some point, probably before we break, we should hear from the public to get their current thoughts.
Sure. There's a lot to take in with what you just said, and I'm wondering if we continue this to the afternoon, if during the lunch break, you could provide us in writing some of those thresholds that you're contemplating about what would be the minimum if the person, what would be the minimum for those categories if they were not subject to the percentage tax, and how that would work?
Right.
So that staff could bring that back, and that could be done during lunch hour.
Well, it's $1,250, it's $2,500, and it's $5,000. And that's what people, through the response to the urgency ordinance, are showing they're willing to pay now. But I'd be happy to work with staff if that's the will of the board.
Okay.
I would sure like to see something in writing.
Yeah, I think it'd just help. Okay, so let's go to speaker cards, and so first is Corinne.
Chair Jurdy, if I could just make a brief follow-up comment to Supervisor McCowan. I forgot to mention this earlier when mentioning Humboldt's yield tax, and I believe this was discussed last week, but the primary concern is just the difficulty of administering that type of tax, and so undoubtedly be somewhat more complex and potentially costly to do so, which is the same feedback that we got from Humboldt County staff in discussing this. So I just wanted to provide that.
And I want to take that into consideration, though, when we've heard a suggestion for a minimum amount, so that may or may not fully address that issue. So I want to go to the speaker cards. We have Corinne Powell and then Hannah Nelson.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I completely support Supervisor McGowan's perspective on this. Trying to tax square footage in this kind of garden is blatantly unjust and unfair. We are including pathways in overall square footage as determined by the water board. There's a lot of problem with square footage, and I just beseech you to please consider the yield as opposed to the square footage calculation. I believe that if Humboldt is moving in that direction, according to our own staff, I think that they have good reason to do so, as do we. When it comes to the gross receipts items in this particular, if you have read them all, I would hope that somebody will agree with me that these are so complex in any kind of formulation as to how to calculate what a gross receipt is and is not, should also be simplified significantly. Thank you.
Hannah Nelson, followed by Lawrence Rosen.
Good morning, Hannah Nelson. I have submitted a written letter that was uploaded this morning, but a few items have been changed, so I'm not going to address those. One of my specific requests is that you pay attention to the wording of the blurb that's given to the voters. I really feel that it should be a little bit more representative of the tax. I understand that it has to be simplified, but most voters do not read the full text of the initiative, and I do not believe that the blurb that's being proposed, even in the red line version, is an accurate reflection of some of the important provisions. And perhaps since you're taking up later, you could refer to my later. I enunciate some of my specific concerns about it in my letter. Secondly, although I very much appreciate that staff had taken to heart some of the comments regarding the 25% fee, they only did it with respect to the first 25% penalty. So it remains that after the first month, the second 25% penalty kicks in. So right now, as the red line version stands, there's a 10% penalty plus 1.5% compounded interest daily, and then after 30 days, an additional 25% penalty as well as the 1.5%. So I would request that the board consider asking staff to reduce that as well. I also have quite a few issues with some of the due process provisions, and again, I appreciate that they changed the time frame to request a hearing from 10 days to 30 days, but they did not change any of the other due process issues, so you only still have 15 days to let a hearing officer know that they want an appeal. And of course, that time still counts from when it was dropped in the mail. Or you only get 5 days notice of when your hearing is going to be. So again, I've outlined the specifics of some of my due process concerns in my letter, so I won't take up further time. You can read it over the lunch break. Thank you.
Lawrence Rosen, followed by Justin Calvino.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to, first of all, associate myself with Hannah's letter. I think it reads very well and says some very important points. I also want to associate myself with Supervisor Woodhouse's comments with respect to concerns about this tax. But more important, what's your rush? I'm planting. I don't know how much it's going to cost me. I don't yet know how much I'm going to harvest. I don't know if I'm going to make a profit, but I do know that as an attorney, I'm not going to cheat on my taxes. I can't afford to. So the problem is you guys are trying to make money off of taxes that are not relevant yet. You don't even know whether we're going to make a profit. We don't even know whether we're going to make a profit. I also want to address Ms. Brown's concerns about the costs, and I recognize that there are lots of costs. I'm incurring costs just making cannabis grow on my property instead of some grapes, by the way. And I'll talk about that this afternoon when we talk about the ordinance itself. But I'm trying to make a profit off of this. I am more than willing to pay whatever fees are necessary. If I have to get inspected, as I do now from CCOF, for my grapes to be certified, I pay it. If I have to get someone to come from the county or whatever to come out and look at my property and do the business review or the building review, I do it. I pay it. But that's not taxes. And so I do not understand what your hurry is. We can appear on any ballot. We don't have to appear on the November ballot, and we don't have to guess about profits, and we don't have to guess about what tax is going to receive voter support or what tax is going to be used for what purpose. What's your rush? Charge me fees. Charge me for the work that you do, but nothing else.
Justin Calvino, followed by Valerie Edwards.
Justin Calvino, the Mendocino Heritage Initiative and the Appalachians Project. So this looks like, based on the figures, a great reason to adopt the Heritage Initiative on the 2nd. That would be great. Let's see, so Supervisor Brown, when we started the Heritage Initiative, we had written in a section, it was a funding allocation. It was actually one of the main reasons why I wanted to run the initiative. I'm a school gardening instructor as well as a youth counselor, and I noticed that most of the children that were in school had never picked up a band instrument. And it would be awkward. I kind of had this joke, if I handed them all a saxophone, what would they do with it? In the high school, they hadn't had music in the schools throughout, and we have basic choral programs. So I was like, let's run an initiative and let's have this tax and let's do allocations. Music in the schools. I also run a gardening program at the Mendocino High School. Let's give money towards greenhouses. I paid $10,000 last year to build a greenhouse. Let's give back some of this money from a tax and allocate it directly to an enrichment program. And I was told by Omar Figueroa, our council, that we weren't able to run an allocation program without a 2/3 majority on the ballot, and that we were risking losing the initiative in total based on the fact that we couldn't allocate revenue. But we could put on the ballot a tax measure that didn't allocate and went to the general fund. And that's why we put that in the Heritage Initiative that speaks specifically to the 2.5 and the 5%. The 5% being when when ALMA passes in November, that we can dovetail specifically into an adult use act. So those were the specifics, and I'd like clarity from council whether or not, and it was based on also the fact that you could adopt this in October, or September, or July. The other thing is, Supervisor Woodhouse, just to clarify with you that, I agree with you that we do need this allocation, and we do need to serve the we need to give this money to the underserved all over the county. I don't believe blaming cannabis specifically for the woes of mental health, but maybe as actually an antidote to mental health and to prescription drug programs we're putting in place, and that we could do this as a combination and really help Sheriff Allman in propelling, funding for the $37 million proposed deficit. And then the other for Brown, in MMRSA section 11362.77, subsection 3, it says that all programs should be reimbursed for the cost of running those programs through MMRSA. And that was just stated in that. So I just wanted to make sure that the clarifications that we won't be going into debt on those programs. But thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Edwards, followed by Doug Kurisig.
Hi, my name's Valerie Edwards. I live in Laytonville. And I just wanted to address the slideshow that we just saw that you produced. You did say that you were not an expert, and that became obvious when we saw the presentation. It's more like the blind leading the blind. And all due respect, but You know, you also used a name of an expert that is here in the county, Casey O'Neill. He is actually here, but he was not consulted concerning this handout, so giving his name to validate your numbers was, I'm not sure what the word would be, but it might be dishonest. And, you know, if you need, when I was looking at these numbers, it would be nice to, you know, have true numbers from people that are experts. The way that I'm seeing this is that these numbers can only be produced by a corporation. Corporations working 24/7, 365 days a week or year to produce 4 harvests. I'm a small farmer. Most people in the county are small farmers. We produce 1 harvest. And the average price of a pound is quite a bit less than what you provided. So I would just suggest consulting true experts in this cannabis industry, specifically for Mendocino, not your cannabis benchmark that deals with all over California. You know, we're here, we're local, and we have local experts to be considered. So I'd like to encourage you to please educate yourself in an industry. We are the farmers, we're the experts, you're just learning it. So bring us on in, like really find out what the true numbers are, what the true things, you know, what are really correct information. And, you know, protect the small farmers. Stop looking at these numbers that only corporations can produce. We do want to be part of the legal industry. Help us do that. And protect us as small farmers.
Okay, Doug Kursig.
Thanks for listening. My name's Doug Kursig. I live in Cherry Creek. I've been to a lot of these meetings over the last year. Every time I come to a meeting, I swear I'm not going to get up and say anything because lots and lots of folks know more, a hell of a lot more about it than I do. This time I just couldn't help myself. Certainly related to the previous speaker, just like the consultant did, they take some statistics and build an argument on it. And if you start from these numbers, you can build any argument that you want. 4 crops a year? Not me. 1 crop a year. Net profits, gross profits. I've already spent $11,000 this year, and I don't have zip ties yet, and I haven't even been inspected by the sheriff, and I'm waiting for at least 2 contractors to get back to me about other things that have to be done on my farm in order to get to compliance. The contractors are busy, just like the regulatory folks are. If I was to go right today to get a 1600 permit, how long do you think it would take for that to happen? Months? I couldn't there's no way I can get into compliance this year. It would be impossible. Certainly to the speaker, the attorney gentleman, bottom line, his best argument is mine. What's the rush? This is important. This is the survival of an industry that shakes this county. If you don't take your time, if you don't do it right, you're going to screw it up. Please don't do that. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so don't go far away. We've got Joanna Mortz, followed by Ali Boker.
Good morning, Board. My name is Johanna Moritz. I'm from Willits. I would just like to emphasize the yield tax again. I think that is what's fair for all of us. I have a 5,000 square foot approved grow. I don't cultivate all 5,000 square feet. I don't think there's any other crop that's like that. It's about what you produce, not how much land you have to produce it. I would also like to address a couple of the misconceptions I think I keep hearing. The fact that it's twice as expensive for the taxes if you have a mixed light permit. I have a 250 square foot greenhouse where I start my seeds because I grow from seed at the beginning of the year. I don't have 4 crops a year coming out of there. I'm an outdoor farmer, but I have to apply for a mixed light permit because I do use some supplemental lighting in the beginning of the year. Therefore, I have to pay twice as much tax because I'm supposedly getting 4 to 8 crops out a year. I do not think that's accurate. And again, the number thing, I think there's a big misconception that us cannabis growers, farmers, are rolling in the dough. Therefore, all of the prices and the permits and the money that everybody's willing to take from us, we're going to be broke and nobody's going to get any money from us because we're not making $1,600 a pound. We're outdoor Mendocino farmers. I think our average is between $8,000 and $1,000, maybe $12,000 if you're lucky. So please take into consideration the real numbers and not these false numbers because everybody wants a piece of the pie. Thank you.
Ali Boker, followed by Casey O'Neill.
Hi, Board. Thank you for listening. I really appreciate your consideration. I would like to reiterate the reflection on the actual prices and numbers and how many families, really thousands of families in this county, are really just barely getting by. They're farmers investing in their crop, and like all farming, you're not really sure what you're going to end up with. You can never take into account pests or weather conditions, and so price per pound is also fluctuating, but what I hear is that $800 to $1,000 is what most people are getting. And I would like to also say that to be taxing and considering a taxation before we have really figured out how to support the industry, which is already local, ongoing, and keeping as many people in business as possible. Because to support small farmers worldwide is actually an issue. And it's happening here in Mendocino. We have the opportunity to keep people in business, and I can speak for myself, but probably many people in the county, that we're ready, willing, and wanting to pay taxes. We want to have businesses, but to do it in such a way where it will keep Mendocino going and it will be appropriately taxed. And Mr. Supervisor McGowan, I really appreciate your reflection on moving to the yield size because square footage in different appellations won't be appropriate. If you're on the coast and end up encountering pests or mold, yield will be far more appropriate than a square footage tax. And so I thank you for your consideration, and also would like to support the gentleman who spoke about slowing down, really getting it right, because I can see how as we came out of alcohol prohibition, the counties who really considered and set up the infrastructure have led the next 100 years of that county's economic well-being, and you, the board, are actually doing that right now. So thank you.
Casey O'Neill, followed by Deborah Kelly.
Casey O'Neill, local farmer, board chair for California Growers Association. You know, I think we're very much in danger of applying the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's been referenced quite a bit, the costs of regulation, the costs of becoming compliant. These things are being applied to small farms that are very much already on the bubble. And you know, as a vegetable farmer, as a cannabis farmer, it's not that I'm arguing against taxes, but that I very much would second the opinions that say we should do this slowly. We should take some time. State licensure won't even become available until 2018. So the idea that we're talking about applying taxes on a vote of the what do you call it, ballot initiative for November, I think is quite a bit premature. One of the things I'd like to note is that if we bring taxes on very quickly, we are going to add another layer of incentive for people to stay in the black market. Right now, it's a conversation that's very much ongoing within the community, and there's a lot of people who wonder, like, well, why should I pay all this money and do all this stuff when I can just keep doing what I've been doing? And it's sort of my job to try to help people figure out how to be compliant and how to move forward. And I think that if we take the appropriate amount of time to really develop this in a way that works and give people it's like, this is the first year we've had permits. So let's let people get a runoff and get it established and figure out how it works before we start, really rushing into the tax conversation. And I do think that taxation is appropriate. I'm not opposed to taxation, but I think that it just needs to be done at the appropriate time and place. And I would say we have to be careful with the rates, especially on the cottage industry, the 25 plant farms. Like, these farms are on the bubble. 2 to 4 pounds if you got great sun, absolutely. If you're in a fog belt, if you got some shade, you're pumped on getting 1 to 2 pounds. And at $800 a pound, the interesting thing about a pound of cannabis is people look at it and they say, well, that's a whole lot of money for a pound of cannabis. But if you factored it, a pound is 128 retail units. And so if you said a pound is equivalent to a pallet of bottles of wine, then you would start to have some understanding of production costs and time and effort input to it. So I think there's a very inflated sense of what a pound is worth, because people think, well, a pound of tomatoes doesn't cost that much. But if you equate a pound of cannabis with a pallet of bottles of wine, I think you would have a much more accurate perception of it. Thank you.
Deborah Kelly.
Hi. Deborah Kelly from Laytonville. I'm a small farmer, and I think you need to understand, a lot of us are supplementing our retirement, and incomes are, we're single moms, singles, fathers, small families, and to tax on square footage is ridiculous. I mean, sometimes we lose our whole crop. A friend of mine just lost 35 plants from a new, it's almost like a centipede, something that you hardly ever see in this county. And it's in all her beds, all her vegetable beds and everything, and she lost everything. So here she'd be taxed because she got permitted and everything on something she doesn't even get. On every other agriculture, your tax is based on what you yield, what you bring in, and then minus your expenses. And, there'll be plenty of taxes, and people are more than willing. But if we're going to be screwed in it, people will go out of business. I'm not going to grow unless I can do it legally. So a lot of people won't be driven into the black market. Some will. That's given. But a lot of us just won't do it. So there's a lot of families that this supplements their income. I know a lot of little old ladies like me that grow a small amount to supplement, their income, and people help them do it and get rid of it, I'm a business person, I've worked my whole life, and you're creating a system here that's just going to put a lot of us out of business. So I really appeal to you to look at fair taxation, and I don't know really where these gentlemen get their figures, because we've been in this county for decades growing, not me personally, but there's a history here. And maybe if you bring in big corporations, maybe if you bring in Southern California, LA style growers and stuff, you can produce what they're talking about. But right now, we're not getting $1,600 a pound. A few people maybe, that's pretty odd. So, their figures are just, I appreciate the work you're doing and your expertise, but It's not this county. And also, when you're growing, like my neighbor can grow and doesn't have that great a sun, and she's lucky to get 1.5, 2 pounds a plant. My other neighbors get great sun, they can get 4 pounds. And if your plants aren't that big and it's not that great, your pay for the product is going to be less. So, you can have 100 plants, and some are going to grow, get a lot of yield, and some are going to get little, and some are going to get good pay for it because it's great stuff, and others are going to get much less because it's not good.
Okay.
So I just feel like there's a lot of expertise lacking, and that I don't know where you're looking for it, but it's clearly you're not getting it.
All right, thank you. Okay. Do we have any other public comments? That's all the speaker cards that we have.
I'm Kate Gaston, and I live in Ukiah, and I just wanted to correct a statement someone made, because this is a public meeting, that the Sheriff's Initiative is not a $37 million deficit. And I did hear that from the gentleman from the Heritage Foundation. So I just wanted to correct that $37 million is what the tax could bring, and it's not a deficit that that initiative's dealing with. So thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
If we've concluded public.
Do we have any other members of the public who want to comment? I see the treasurer tax collector. Did you have something to?
Sherry Shatmeyer, Treasurer Tax Collector, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. I know very little about cannabis, although I'm learning a lot through all these proceedings, that, like everybody else. One thing that I do know a lot about is tax collection. That is something that I am very familiar with. I have some concerns with when I'm hearing their talk about revenue, anything revenue-based. I totally get the dispensaries. I know that the Santa Cruz County model works well. They have a dozen dispensaries. They base it on their revenue. They collect it. I know their staff can handle that very well. When I saw that it was square footage, I was somewhat comforted by that, because I knew that the ag department was going to be involved in that process. There was going to be something coming to us for us to figure out. The flat fees, I'm fine with that. Just keep in mind, as you're going through this, to me, anything that is coming from this is going to be very similar to what we talked about last week, TOT bid, self-reporting. Anything self-reporting is much easier or much harder to track. It's much more time consuming. Right now on the TOT, we have 460 bid in that neighborhood. So that's one. I don't know. I have no idea what this number is going to get to. If it gets to thousands, anything self-reporting is going to take a lot more resources. With the ordinance, the way that it's written right now, I feel like my staff can handle that. Whatever, I feel like when it's divvied up the way it is, I feel like that's something that is doable. Once you start talking about excise taxes and revenue on everything, I question a little bit more that there may need to be more staff and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have questions.
Supervisor McCowan, do you have a question for the treasurer?
And I did have a couple of specific ones in here. On page 10, there is section A, and I don't know if you have reference to this. Could someone provide a hard copy?
Your microphone's on. It's just not very loud, I guess.
Well, could someone provide a hard copy to the treasurer? So item A, there's strikeout language, and I'm kind of wondering, that looks like standard language. It looks like it's consistent with what is not stricken out. Page 10 of the ordinance, section 632060A. I'm just wondering why we would be striking that out, and does that make sense to you, or do we have an explanation from staff?
That actually was me that recommended that, and that was actually based off of last week's discussion when there was so much talk. I know you had some issues with the square foot model, and my thought is, it looks like we're going to a revenue model. I have real concerns with revenue models that are want to pay a year in advance when they don't know what those revenues are. So the main thing that I wanted out was that the taxpayer may at any time pay the tax due for the entire fiscal year. And my thought, I actually didn't say anything about this last week. I said something about it this week because with the conversation that I heard, I was anticipating that this may come back today, all based on some kind of a yield tax or revenue-based tax. And with that, nobody knows ahead of time what that revenue is going to be. It's like TOT. They need to report what they collect.
Right. So that would explain striking out the first sentence that is stricken, because other than that one reference to pay in advance, the rest of it is just duplicative. Correct?
Correct.
Now, the last sentence would seem to still apply.
Correct. It's
Correct.
fine. The only thing I requested to have out was may at any time pay the tax due for the entire fiscal year.
So that last sentence should not be stricken, and
I think that it may be as mentioned up above, maybe, but it could stay in as well, yes.
the last sentence,
Yes.
leaving it in doesn't hurt anything.
Absolutely not.
Going over to page 11, the next page, the very top, section 1, the penalty used to be equal to 25%, and now it's being changed to 10%. Is 25% the standard penalty that your office would assess for anyone who is delinquent?
No, it would be 10% the first year, typically for property taxes, and then it does go to 18% interest,
Right.
which the interest is here. But no, everything in our office is 10% penalty initially.
And a cost fee.
And then we have a $20 cost charge on the secured taxes, correct?
Right.
And then
So-
you have so the interest is here at 18% a year, but no, everything in our office is 10% penalties.
And with this change to 10%, then, do you feel that mirrors what you typically do then for other taxes?
Correct. And I noticed that the first one was changed, but not the second one. The second one is still 25%.
And typically, would that also be 10% in your?
In TOT, it is.
And
we don't have that in property taxes.
Do you have a recommendation of what is most appropriate here?
Well, I actually, when I saw this, and this was not my suggestion, when I saw this, I actually thought that's pretty smart, because that way, if somebody is late, they'll, 10%, then they'll pay, but 25, that's pretty punitive, and maybe somebody would be more apt to pay it. It may help with collection.
Okay, so you're okay.
So I was okay
with the 25.
that. From a tax collector standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I do want to go back a bit to you said the ordinance is written, you don't have a problem with it, but when we get into other areas you made a reference to, and what is proposed still is that cultivation would be taxed, although that'd be on square footage, but it does provide that dispensaries would be taxed. Currently, it has a flat amount. It then goes on to say that there would be a tax on all these other categories of business, and that, let's see, I guess that would be a flat amount. So did I reverse that? For the
Yeah.
dispensaries would be gross receipts, and the others would be a flat amount?
Yes.
So, well, this will be our board discussion, but you said that the TOT is self-reporting, and so is income tax. Our tax system is actually voluntary unless they hunt you down. So I'll just leave that at that for now.
Can I just say one more thing? And the reason that I mention that is because I think this board is very well aware of what it has taken for us with the TOT, just trying to at times have many staff members involved in that just to get it collected and all that. It is very, very time consuming.
But I think the time consumption comes in for the people that are not reporting. The people who report, that probably goes pretty much like clockwork.
Both. Yes. Absolutely. The not reporting would be more of a challenge, right?
And like you have 400, I'm going to guess probably 300 of them, they know what they're supposed to do and they simply do it, and there's no issue. Is that a fair statement?
For the most part. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, most of them are, yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you. Well, do we have any other public comments?
Just very briefly, my name is Jude Tillman. I'm a resident of Fort Bragg. I've been involved in the distribution and sales and cultivation of cannabis for 10 years. And it's twice I've heard today that this self-reporting is a problem. And thank you, Supervisor McCown, for pointing out that that's the way the tax system in general works in this country. But with cannabis, unfortunately, it's going to be, the degree of scrutiny is going to be much higher. In the dispensary business, we are tracked. We have to report our inventory. We have to track everything that comes in and everything that goes out, and we pay our taxes based on our receipt of sales for that. And it's very closely looked at. In the MRSA, while it is vague in many aspects, the one thing that they really drill down on is the track and trace. I mean, there's no way anybody's going to get away with seriously undervaluing their gross receipts or what they make or what they sell. This is just not going to, this is very, very carefully scrutinized. Also, just to underscore that MRSA is very explicit about reimbursing the local county departments of agriculture for all expenses to run the program. My colleague mentioned it earlier, but I just want to drive home that we need to really look at what the laws are before we start creating the county ordinances that are supposed to really reflect them and be compatible with them. I think I had another point, but I forgot what it was. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, do we have any other public comment? Okay, Supervisor, we're going to bring this back to the board. Okay, Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm very sensitive. We're encroaching into the lunch hour here, but I think a little discussion on some of these points will narrow the issues that we have when we come back. So we've had a lot of discussion of square footage versus yield for cultivation. I do support taxing the gross receipts rather than square footage. Most commenters favored that. Do we have a consensus there, or? And again, that would be with a...
I would very much like to go to lunch and come back, because I think it takes some thought. And when we get to the ordinance, I want to talk about that as well.
Okay, all right, well...
Chair Jurdy.
Go ahead.
Very, very quickly. I just got an email, just so your board knows. The Humboldt County Board did approve forwarding a tax to the voters based on square footage, $1 for outdoor, $2 for mixed light, and $3 for indoor.
Okay. All right, so we've had a good discussion. We'll have more discussion this afternoon, but we will be going to the implementing ordinance before we go back to the tax ordinance this afternoon. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and maybe you got the email, but it would be nice to provide the language to us, or portions of it.
I'll see what I can pull together, yes.
Because that would be quite a bit, but on the other hand, maybe that would help as well, and maybe provide it to Supervisor McCowan.
Okay.
During his lunch hour.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to break right now. We'll come back at 1:30.
je vous aimerai. Ma foi, je ne sais pas. Peut-être jamais. Peut-être demain. Mais pas aujourd'hui. C'est certain. L'amore un oiseau rebelle que nous n'ayons apprivoisé. Il est votre label, si lui convient de refuser. Rien n'y fait, on nous apprivoise, les mariniers notre cité. Et si notre est déjà préféré, il n'a rien dit
Okay, 1:34, we're going to reconvene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors session. The first item of the afternoon is we're going to go into is discussion possible direction to staff regarding the draft medical cannabis cultivation ordinance, draft medical cannabis cultivation site zoning regulation, and commencing a California Environmental Quality Act project description for the initial study. So the General Government Committee is the sponsor, but really the planning and the county staff are going to introduce the item at our today's agenda item. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Chuck Morris, Ag Commissioner, Sealer Weights and Measures for the county. Here today, speaking on the topic of cannabis. I don't know if you've gotten any of that yet today, but we'll keep rolling here. And understanding that you're coming back to the morning item, we'll try and get through this as quickly as we can. Here to review the proposed draft ordinance, the M2C3 program ordinance, basically the cultivation rewrite, and also to review the proposed draft zoning ordinance that accompanies the cultivation ordinance as well. So we'll go through. I'll have some opening comments real quick. I'll go through. Our chief planner, Andy Gustafson, will go through the zoning. We'll obviously try to answer any questions that the board has. Have received public comment, bring it back to the board. At the end of the process, I think I can speak for staff. We're really hoping to, as it's said in the agenda summary, to receive direction from the board. Hopefully that these documents at least represent the fundamentals and structure of, or at least you're happy with them representing the fundamentals and structure of what a cultivation compliance program might look like. This would allow us to proceed with the environmental assessment process and keep us on our timeline that we provided earlier. So, just quick opening. So as far as the proposed cultivation ordinance goes, it's been through many amendments in the last 4 weeks. We've had 3 general government standing committee meetings, and this is the second full board meeting on this topic. So been many amendments. We've received, as I said last week, we've received a lot of positive public input, so some of those amendments have been driven by that. And also, as well as the General Government Standing Committee discussions requesting us to bring back more information, which we've done, and then implemented on consensus from that committee changes as well. We will obviously be continuing to refine this. There's little tweaks that are ongoing, and we continue to get good public input on elements of the proposed draft at this point. However, I do feel that this version basically represents what the cultivation ordinance will probably look like for the most part, with, like I said, with some minor tweaks. So without further ado, I'd like to go through attachment A in the packet, unless there's any questions or comments.
We do have Supervisor McCowan? No, not now. Okay, later. Okay. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
And
so again, we're looking at attachment A at this point.
Yes. And in looking at this, I have 6 or 8, maybe 9 items to go over. So a suggestion might be for me to just touch on them very briefly, and then we can go back and address each one.
Sure. Go ahead.
It might be quicker that way, hopefully. So on page 1, I will drop the P off the end of the name there, and I'll spell out the word program in the very first sentence. I'll do a word check on that and make all those corrections inside the document. Moving forward to page 6, I believe that is. I have to get my glasses on. Yes. So the 500 square foot is in highlight, and again, we'll come back to all of these. This was, I believe, a comment from last week's board meeting about the possibility of lowering the square footage allotment for caregivers. On page 7, the item C on page 7, the indoor is highlighted there in yellow. This is in the current Mendocino County law. There was discussion at the General Government Standing Committee about this and nuances around it, so we'll come back to that. Moving forward to page 9.
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
9.
9.
Item B. Speaking about the age of an employee at a collective cooperative, the current 9.31 has it at 21. I can provide some input on that when we circle back to it. It's currently sitting at 18. Moving forward to page 11. The highlighted section in yellow was added in response to public input. It was the concept of many cultivators have a small clone area, so it was an attempt to make an allowance for that and put hopefully significant enough restrictions on that where there isn't bartering or selling of the product across it strictly for personal use. Jumping forward to page 19. Item number 10 has timberland production, TPZ, highlighted. It was requested at the last General Government Standing Committee meeting to bring this up to the full board for reconsideration. This previously was not in, so this is for nursery and seed, and it was previously, this zoning was previously not in the document. Next page, page 20, the very top, the first sentence there, in the January 1, 18 date at which new not Mendocino, I guess, cultivators or prior to January 1, 16 cultivators would be allowed to apply for a permit. There was some discussion about that possibly being pushed out another couple of years. And then a second item on this page, it's not shown on the page, but it would be a carryover item from the current 9.31 that is on the books, and it would be in the requirements section, all those lettered sections below there on page 20, a requirement that the applicant for the permit actually be 21 years of age. That's currently not in this document, and it's something it's current county law. And then the last thing I would like to point out is page 28. Top of the page, it's highlighted. This is just additional verbiage that I actually inserted. I came to the realization that to try and enumerate each specific requirement that might be there at this point in time and to codify it would be maybe not the best thing. So this just allows some flexibility to add in further language. So those are the highlights, and if we could go back and, well, at the chair's discretion, how would you like to proceed?
Do we have any clarifying questions for the highlighted points?
Well, I believe the proposal is to go back through each one and see if we have consensus of the board, or at least a majority, to move forward with those changes or give direction where there's options. I'm fine with that. I have a separate list of items that we can get into later. I'm sure each of us may, but I think it makes sense to first move through.
Okay, let's go one by one through this list. So what page are we starting?
Page 6, item D. This was, I believe, last board meeting. I think one supervisor brought up the concept of lowering the square footage allotment for caregivers from 500 to, I think it was 200. The 500 is a duplication of the state law, so that's why we're sitting at 500, which state law basically implies 100 square foot per patient up to 500 square feet. It
You
doesn't.
skipped the name.
Pardon me?
You skipped the name.
The name of?
The name of the program?
Yeah,
On page 1?
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna make that change, where I
Well,
left the P in.
I think the change could be more expansive personally. By the name, we're limiting this to cultivation only. The board has given direction. We want to see the other license types incorporated, and rather than have 10 or 11 different ordinances, I think we could amend this one going forward if the other license types don't come together in time to include them now. It'd be easier to amend one ordinance, have all of our cannabis regulations in one ordinance. So I think, and then we have the issue of commercial, which may well be legalized by the voters in November, and we can come back to that because I think we'll still be looking at this after November. So we can make whatever change is required then for that aspect of it. But for now, I think medical cannabis ordinance, and the goal is to combine all of our permit types and the state license types into one ordinance, I think would make sense.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Judy, and I don't know if it would or not, depending on what we would have to go back and go over. It might not be what we want to do, given circumstances of changes that we may need to make in the future. Instead of combining it all, there should be separate ones, I would think. So you would only, there's only a correction in that one. It's not 300 pages or whatever. You're looking at one certain part of an ordinance.
I might refer to county council if.
Yeah, I would like to hear, because I think that would be would get very cumbersome when we need to go back and make changes
I think
if
you'd
it's all
still just
together.
make the change you want to make.
So, county council?
So the question is, in terms of whether we can amend this ordinance later, is that,
No, the question is, Supervisor McCowan is saying for all the other parts to overall ordinance that we're still going to be looking at as we go forward, that it all should be in one ordinance, is what he's suggesting. And I'm suggesting they be in separate ordinances to make the changes if we need. So it'd only be one ordinance coming up in front of us, not a multitude of ordinances all put in one document. Maybe I'm not stating it right, but.
Well, what I'm suggesting, we would have one ordinance. So we would only be changing one ordinance, no matter which permit type we might be dealing with at the time. And I guess the question is either approach more cumbersome, or is it roughly the same from your standpoint?
so an answer to that question, I think that I've seen it done both ways. I think the most important thing is to have everything come together in terms of the CEQA review. And so perhaps Mr. Gustafson might have a better answer in that. That would be my biggest concern in terms of dividing them up.
Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner. Today, we're really hopeful that we can get board's direction or acceptance on the cultivation portion of this cannabis ordinance. We need to have that so we have a project description to evaluate and move forward. The other marijuana-related activities or uses, dispensaries, processing facilities and such, I think what's being discussed in terms of how it can be incorporated into one ordinance, that could come separately as an amendment and could be given a separate CEQA consideration. But if we wish to move forward and commence the CEQA review, focusing on the cultivation aspect of marijuana, whether it's medical or not, is what we need to do today.
Well, let's be clear. The only thing we're going to have in here today is cultivation. So, if we get to a position where we are doing the other license types, whether it's by a separate ordinance or by amending this one, that ordinance or amendment would be evaluated separately as to its CEQA impacts, I believe.
Correct.
So I'll leave this for now. We have more important issues. I just think simplify the title. It makes sense to me.
So what you're suggesting is medical compliance program, medical cannabis?
Medical cannabis ordinance, and then we have the title that we're going to have for the long haul, and we can amend the other permit types into it as we are ready.
I'm not being silent because I'm not responding to you. I'm still thinking about it.
It's not our biggest issue, so we could go on.
Okay, so then we're back on, we're on page 6 for the 500 square feet.
Yes, and probably to kick a dead horse at this time, but we have had a lot of public comment about what about all of the other supporting cannabis activities, and I think the report's been given more than once that we were working on another ordinance, and its timing was going to be a little bit different, and the CEQA process will be different. So I'm hoping that can still occur and then blend in wherever it needs to with the cultivation ordinance.
So you're looking for some feedback on the 500 square feet for the caregivers.
Yes.
So I think the General Government Committee, I think we were in agreement on the 500 square feet, but so what are the other board members think?
Yes.
Well, I really would direct us back to the actual definition of caregiver. I don't have it verbatim in mind, but I believe it starts to the effect that a caregiver is a person who has consistently taken responsibility, and then it names a bunch of specific tasks that in effect they are caring for your basic daily needs. A caregiver. It isn't simply someone who is supplying marijuana. So I'm trying to balance a couple of things. One is the intent that we truly capture production of commercial marijuana through our ordinance. All, quote, commercial marijuana will require a state license by 2018. So how many of the people who now consider themselves caregivers are legitimately caretaking for people? I know that Supervisor Brown has done this throughout her life, but I don't think we have a lot of people out there that are a legitimate caregiver for 5 individuals. I'm suggesting scaling that back to 2, which also I think helps with the CEQA analysis, and it helps with reducing the neighborhood impacts, and it helps with bringing a greater level of credibility to what people are doing and by what name, instead of this is just another end around for commercial cultivation.
Any other comments on that?
Well, I went back to page 4 for the primary caregiver or caregiver, and I believe it's exactly what Supervisor McCowan suggests: an individual designated by a qualified patient who has consistently assumed responsibility for the housing, health, or safety of that patient as defined in the Health and Safety Code section, blah, blah, blah. So I think that is a correct definition. Mm-hmm. But we could also get that Health and Safety Code 11362.7D and take a look at it. But I think you're absolutely correct.
I've read that code section. What we have here is very close to basically iterating the spirit of that section.
So we have a suggestion of reducing the cap on that to 200 square feet. I don't feel real strongly one way or the other on this. So Supervisor Woodhouse, do you have an opinion?
I would support 200 feet.
I think that may sort of decide it right there, since we need to have at least 3 votes to get anything out of here. So Supervisor Brown.
Of course, I will, what would you say, agree with Supervisor McCowan, Supervisor Woodhouse, because yes, we do need 3 votes.
Okay, so I guess it will be 200 square feet cap.
Thank you. Next item is page 7, item C. This requirement that the last sentence of item C there, the indoor cultivation of medical cannabis shall not rely on fossil fuel generators for a source of power. The current ordinance in the county replaces the words fossil fuel with diesel, but it's current county law right now. There was discussion at the General Government Standing Committee meeting about this. Committee members are free to express their thoughts on that one.
So I'll just repeat what I said at the meeting, and is that I think it should not rely on fossil fuels to power the generator, or, power. And if we've already said it, there's another section in here, but this has to do with indoor cultivation, but there's another section where it's slightly contradicted because it's talking about supplemental light, and if someone has enough sunlight to have a sunroom, but they're supplementing it, I don't know why in that case they would not also be prohibited from using fossil fuels, because they would have access to solar. But so I support the indoor cultivation being prohibited from using fossil fuel generators. So, any other? Supervisor Woodhouse?
I like that language. I talked to a number of people about it, and they preferred fossil to diesel, felt that it was excluding some things.
Supervisor McCowan?
I thought we had decided clearly as a board previously that we did not support the use of generators for cannabis cultivation in terms of that being the primary source. So I think our earlier position was if you were cultivating indoor exclusively with artificial light, you're either on the grid or you're using solar, period. I thought that was where we were earlier.
I stand corrected. That is accurate.
And then it's a little different when we get to mixed light, and it's kind of confusing maybe to combine indoor and mixed light because they're two very different things. When you talk about 35 watts of lighting capacity per 1 square foot, I don't think you're talking mixed light. Maybe I'm wrong.
That would be in any artificial light environment. So that during those portions where you've got a mixed light, cultivation happening, and they're turning the lights on, obviously. So, yes, that would be a minimum.
Well, I think that's something we could learn from the community, maybe what is the appropriate number. So I think we're trying to do two things. We're trying to come up with a reasonable measurement for mixed light in terms of watts per either square foot or 100 square footage. So I think that's a number we can learn from the community. General government maybe could pursue that, or staff.
Or it could be in public comment today.
Exactly. But I do want to see really clear language that if you're cultivating indoor, you're on the grid or you're on solar. And maybe with the allowance for, a backup generator for power outages, but, that can't be the primary source. I think we agree.
And I agree.
And I think Supervisor Jurdy and I agreed that, the generator couldn't be the only source to power.
Yeah, could not.
Right. But it would be.
Except for mixed light, where they're using it to power all of the rest of their household, and there's a minimal usage for mixed light as distinct from indoor, that probably would be allowable.
Why is someone using a generator for their house?
Because they're off grid.
I know people on the coast in the fog belt who are on solar and are not using generators.
And I would like to say that Ashley, in your district, Supervisor Woodhouse, a rural community looked at wind because they're off the grid, and they weren't getting enough wind in order to keep it all powered up. So anyway, I guess maybe we can mark page 7 if everyone agrees. Mark it to come back after hearing public input.
So just a couple comments on this discussion. So the discussion about watts was had, I thought it was a week ago, but maybe it was 6 days ago at the general government meeting. But I did
6 days ago. Yeah.
So I did do that research and brought it forward, and that 35 watt figure was seemed to be appropriate from the research I was doing, and actually independently community members were coming forward and giving me totals that were coming very close to that. So that number seemed to be.
Because it was much lower.
It's, you know,
I
some
mean,
people were
what
saying,
you
why-
had originally was lower?
Well, the original ordinance had 6 per square foot.
Okay.
600 watts per 100. So it's substantially larger than that, and in doing the research, it anywhere from around 20 to maintain vegetative early growth, and then flowering. Basically flowering, you put as much power to it as you can, and you push the plants and force them to flower, that's what you're after. So, but seeing a reasonable upper limit, and there are all sorts of variables, the kind of lighting you're using, et cetera. So that 35 seemed to be a reasonable level that would support the industry.
I think Supervisor Brown's comment that we'll hear public comment on this issue.
Well, I just felt that that's what you were asking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Page 9 is the age, just moving the age from age 18 to age 21. It is in the current iteration. This is for employees of collectives, cooperatives.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, and we did verify that in state law,
Yes.
labor law.
Deputy Counsel Kudrowski did some research for me. SB 7 in the second extraordinary session or something like that passed, I think, a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. SB 7.
Okay.
Relative to tobacco products. I believe it's the purchasing of tobacco products.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what was driving what's in our current ordinance or not, but the age 21 requirement is in it's current law right now anyway. This is just an outstanding element that's in this draft ordinance that wanted to bring to your attention and would easily change, obviously.
Sure, and I was just quizzing you so that the listening public understand.
Okay.
And also my colleagues as to how we looked into it.
Well, I would support the 21 age, Supervisor McCowan.
21 is one of the changes that was incorporated into the urgency ordinance based on public comment from one commenter, but it does make sense to me if we're concerned about the negative impacts of marijuana on youth, and so 18 years old, you're in high school, and you're, so how many people will honor it, but I think it's appropriate to put a 21-year age limit for this industry.
Okay, so you're seeing agreement on the 21?
Thank you. Page 11, this was just added verbiage. I just wanted to at least have a chance to look at this, and if there are any hesitations or requests to amend, I would be open to that.
Any comments on page 11?
It looks appropriate to me. I was approached during lunch by an individual that I think, if I'm correct, because they have a small portion of their overall operation where they're producing, starts using artificial light, then their operation is being defined as, mixed light.
Right.
But if I understand it, this creates an allowance to do something like that without changing the classification of your permit.
There was no intent to change the classification of the
Right,
permit.
but this would in effect allow someone who, let's say they have a permit to cultivate 5,000 square feet outdoors, they could have a clone room or a starting room, whatever you want to call it, to produce their starts, that would not change the license or the permit category.
That was not the intent, no. But,
Right.
and this is just in response to probably the reality of, a certain percentage of this is maintaining the industry, is going on already. And we just wanted to make sure, and also there's the total square footage of that portion of the operation is included in their total permit square footage. I wanted to enumerate that there as well, too.
And one more thing that maybe it fits here to bring it up. I think the way the urgency ordinance is written, and I know we're going to have a discussion later about plant count versus square footage. Can it be either? I think the urgency ordinance provides that, we're doing the license types, primarily by, so if it's mixed light or whatever it is, a portion of that under the urgency ordinance, I believe, could be plants, and a portion could be square footage. And we came up with an equivalent, a definition for equivalent square footage. So currently, I believe the urgency ordinance allows for mixing a portion that'd be defined by plant count and a portion by square footage.
So I have a question for staff. I saw some eyebrows go up. Is that how the current ordinance is worded, or is that how
Urgency.
urgency ordinance, or is that how maybe it's being implemented?
I thought it was all square footage, and to be honest, I don't have a hard and fast answer for that, but I can obviously find that pretty quick.
Or more likely, it'd be all plant count.
Or plant count, yes. I'm
So
thinking of the acreage,
we
right?
can
So
move
it's all
on.
plant count at this point. Yeah.
Okay. So
So
where
there-
are we going next?
We're okay on page 11 then?
Yeah, not hearing any
Okay.
objections.
Jump forward to page 19. This is for nursery seed operations. The General Government Standing Committee asked that we bring this forward to the full board for discussion of the possibility of including this TPZ was not in this document prior to here today.
And for clarification, so this had to do with if there was an existing operation as of a certain, well, at least as of the time of the urgency ordinance, an application as of that point. So it's not a prospective, it's not a new operation in TPZ. This is for people who had operations in TPZ.
Yes, meeting those same parameters of the other, where TPZ is written in some of the other permit types, reaching those same parameters.
And so we were bringing this up because we're not really privy to the discussions of the ad hoc committee, so we don't know what the thinking was of the ad hoc on this. So since it was so limited just to those who were already in operation, and we're only talking about nurseries that were in operations as of a certain point in time, to me it seemed reasonable to include it, but want to hear the feedback, I think, of the two ad hoc committee members on this.
And just for input, if I may, some of the feedback that I'm getting from the nursery operators is basically they want to minimize the amount of traffic or people from the outside that are coming in, because you've got people that maybe they're tending their own plants, maybe they've got pests on them, on their clothes and stuff they don't even know. So the nursery owners are very sensitive to people getting close to their growing grounds. So I think one of our first considerations was the elevated traffic or activity that might be seen around nursery operations. So yes, that could be, but there's a driving force that maybe pushes it the other way too. So I'm just throwing that out.
So you're saying there's an incentive for the nursery operator to not have a lot of foot traffic?
Yes, if I'm reading the communications I'm getting, yes.
Okay. So Supervisor Woodhouse, I know there was at least one nursery in your district in TPZ. So what's your thought on this?
I don't have one to offer right now.
Okay. Supervisor McCown?
Well, it is a valid point. How much traffic are we generating? And I can see that being an issue in every zone other than the industrial. And I guess I would ask of our ag commissioner, where do you typically find nurseries? I mean, most nurseries, if they are retail, they want to be in an environment, in a location where there's a lot of traffic driving by. Now, these folks who are engaged in this particular nursery operation naturally have wanted to be a bit out of the way. So, especially if they want to do retail, then we're creating more traffic for the neighbors and the roads and everything else. Is there a thought that we would try to differentiate between those nurseries that are going to be considered retail versus wholesale?
Very much so. The feedback we've been getting is that there's a desire for a retail storefront, or to have the ability to be in a relationship with a dispensary or something to be able to offer. So at a retail location, not their growing grounds, is, I think, a more desirable situation. Now, yes, there probably will be, if the nursery allows it, there probably will be other permitted cultivators coming and picking up maybe on site. But there is a definite desire to want to have retail, basically a retail storefront, and that would be addressed in the other ordinance, or the ordinance that would address the other activities.
Well, this one's addressing nurseries, though, isn't it?
From the cultivation perspective, yes. And in having the cultivation facility, we were trying to take into account the possible impacts, and we were thinking maybe higher traffic and things like that. But yes, you get the whole sales side of it as well, and the factors that are driving that as well. But there's a real desire to, I believe, to have a retail outlet for the product.
But if we want to clarify that nurseries are allowed in certain zones, but only as wholesale and not retail, we need to build it in. I guess we could come back and amend it later, but we will have already established the use.
And that clarifying language could very easily be inserted. To the definition of nurseries and what their operations specifically are is in there, but I can spell it out even clearer to just say, wholesale, or however we can, clarify this and get to the point that we're after here. Go ahead.
Because if it is going to be retail, it seems like it should either be in industrial or perhaps, where are nurseries located now? What is their zoning? Typically, it'd be commercial of some kind, wouldn't it?
Well, a nursery, as we would contemplate, a wholesale nursery would be in a more industrial area, not in a remote TPZ type lot. So I think the zoning ordinance will allow us, when we get into the cannabis facilities component, be able to define and distinguish. The retailing component would be allowed. We do have something in our use types for agricultural uses, horticulture, which is pretty much allowed everywhere within the county. The retailing aspect of horticulture is very, very limited. It's production in a very intense type environment, a greenhouse, a place where plants are then typically offered for wholesale to the ultimate cultivator.
Well, I'll just add, we have rhododendrons and azaleas grown, and they're in a nursery environment, and they're in residential parcels outside of Fort Bragg. So, I think there's a way of accommodating this. I don't know if we have to really wordsmith it right now. I think if we were to agree that our intent is for it to be on the wholesale in the TPZ and maybe some of these other zonings, then you guys could just work on that as direction, because we're trying to get through this and really scope it for the environmental document. So if we're in agreement that it's really more specifically limited to the wholesale, but we're okay with adding, again, only for those who are already in operation in the TPZ, then I think we've pretty narrowly limited it.
Well, I can accept that, but I think for all of these, other than the industrial, to me, if you want to be a wholesale operation, you would be accessed via a publicly maintained road that is wide enough to have a center stripe.
Usually 20 or 22 feet is what you're kind of saying.
Whatever the standard is.
Well, 10 or 11 feet is a travel lane, yeah.
Because that way you're minimizing the impact to neighborhood roads and neighborhoods. And if the request is really, we want to do it on a wholesale, more of a wholesale basis, have the retail outlet separately through some arrangement with a dispensary or whoever. Just a thought.
Okay, do you have enough feedback on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can adjust the nursery producer definition up front, hopefully to meet that.
So I think we're on page 20 at this point.
20.
Page 20?
Top
page
of 20.
Very top. This is the opening up January 1, 18 to people that are not, were not cultivating prior to January 1, 16 to be able to apply for cultivation permits. There was discussion, I believe, at last week's board meeting to possibly moving that out. I believe the suggestion was January 1, 2020, so that's why it's highlighted. I wanted to bring it back before the board and receive feedback on that.
So we've had some comments from the public that putting out the date to 2020 would give more time for people who are already here in Mendocino County to kind of get established and in with the regulatory environment prior to outside investors coming in and competing with them. So that's been the feedback I've heard from members of the public as a rationale for putting it out to 2020. Also, it might lessen additional permits. I mean, we know the planning and building and the ag department are going to get lots of new work to do anyway, let alone the work that they are going to get when they have new people coming into the county potentially applying for permits. So I think those are two strong reasons for postponing the date for new people to come into the county and operate. Supervisor Woodhouse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think we need to remember it is a growing industry that will attract a lot of money to our county, and the people that are pro marijuana being more of a driver would encourage commercial growth and a lot of activity. I understand that fact clearly, but I would tend to agree with you that protecting our small farmers is more important to me than being part of the boom in that way. But that's a good, interesting argument that economically it would make us less competitive compared to other counties, but not my controlling decision maker.
Any other thoughts, Supervisor McCowan?
So you're in favor of having a date out there further in the future?
For people who
For new.
cannot demonstrate that they were already operating, yeah.
And I would push it out even further, potentially to infinity. I'm not that interested in Mendocino County becoming the Walmart of weed. And there is a lot of interest of people who want to come in here. But I think, so maybe I would not advocate for shutting the door completely, although I believe we could legally do that if we chose to do so, and I would look to county council. If we can ban this activity completely, as we can under current state law, it seems like we can also limit who can participate.
Not having researched this thoroughly, my initial reaction is if you try and limit who can participate in a program and who can't, you're going to run into some problems.
Well, you have to do it in a non-discriminatory fashion. So we're establishing an objective criteria. We're limiting it right now as to the current draft. We're saying no one who hasn't been previously cultivating can apply before at least 1/1/18. So we're already differentiating. Well, I would request further research on that, because I think we need a definitive answer before we actually adopt an ordinance. But here's what I would suggest. I think we have quite a few cultivators in Mendocino County now. Many of them are cultivating where they legally can do so on their own property or property that they've leased. We know there's a lot of trespass cultivation on private lands and public lands. I really am intent on trying to get those who are in a position to legally cultivate into our system, regulated, inspected, really solidify that, before we start branching out and inviting more cultivation. And I think that if we, want to create an allowance for new cultivators to come into the county, we've had comments from some of the agencies regarding impaired watersheds, which are most of ours. So maybe we say that there needs to be a watershed assessment to determine that there is additional capacity for cultivators in a given watershed before that is opened up to new cultivators. Another way to approach it might be to say that you could only have new cultivators on current ag land, current irrigated ag land, because then presumably there's an existing water right. So those are a couple of my thoughts. I don't just want to automatically put in a date that says, now we're open for new business. And I think putting a restriction in there that would say it has to be based either on irrigated agriculture or completion of a watershed assessment helps us tremendously with the CEQA question, which is a concern to all of us. And I would suggest that goes a long way towards addressing CEQA issues regarding the impacts of this ordinance.
And in fact, that was brought up at our General Government Committee meeting. Supervisor Woodhouse?
I just wanted to make it clear that I have a lot of problems with the ordinance. I was more on board during the ad hoc because I bought into it and like to work with the team, and our staff has done tremendous work here. But we have to occasionally mention, and I know I always do, but one more time, this is all great, and we're totally defining what we want a certain people, obedient people to do. And at the same time, I'm absolutely certain that it's more than 90% of the people are outside of these parameters doing exactly what they want and destroying our county. So it's kind of frustrating to me to pin a few people and make them do everything and ignore the real violations and the crimes that are happening in our county. It just seems ridiculous that without enforcement, what will this really prove? We'll be getting some compliance. I get all the arguments. We'll be training them up about the environment and learning about it. But until we really buckle down and commit to stopping the things that are destroying our county out there, this seems ridiculous to me. I just had to say that. Thank you.
Duly noted, okay. So on the issue of do we want a date specified in here, and then this other issue which we would need some new verbiage on, which is the watershed by watershed assessment. I mean, I agree with the watershed assessment for new applicants who can't demonstrate that they had already operated, and but just on the fly, I don't want to personally write up the language, but I think if the board was in agreement that we wanted that watershed by watershed assessment, could we just direct staff to include that? Because I do think it's going to go to the heart of at least one of the primary issues that's going to come up in the environmental review process.
Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner, and I completely agree. And my comment or response would be, while we're seeking to develop the most refined ordinance regulation that we can, the initial study exercise is going to be very useful to help to identify, in this particular matter, what a watershed assessment might do, what kinds of mitigation may help to alleviate the impacts of existing and new grows. So to some extent, I would advise not to get burdened with crafting specific language with regard to maybe a watershed threshold or a existing water rights issue. We know that might be a type of, I'll call it a mitigation measure that could come back to this board and then be incorporated into the ordinance. But in the initial study, we'll really be able to test how far that component of the regulation may need to be beefed up or defined.
And just speaking to watershed assessments, having been a volunteer director for an RCD for over 15 years, and the RCD I was with, we did 3 watershed assessments, and they're very extensive documents. They're expensive to do. They take a fair amount of time. They're great documents once you have them, because you've got that really in-depth picture of a given watershed, however you want to define it. But there's a time and a cost involved in that, and that hasn't been taken into account, at least put it that way. Just wanted to put that up.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I'm in favor of building that into the ordinance, that you won't get a new permit until we have a watershed assessment, which would be the most conclusive indication that not only the individual grows, but the cumulative impacts will not pose a significant threat to the environment. I think that's a huge mitigation and a huge step forward in trying to stay away from an EIR. And again, the other option would be for new cultivators, you could apply in irrigated agriculture where presumably you already have an approved water right. I know Supervisor Brown is closest to the Farm Bureau and that community of any of us, so I'd appreciate any thoughts she might have on that possible direction.
Supervisor Brown?
I do know that Humboldt County does have that in their ordinance.
New cultivators would be in ag.
That has right to water rights that go along with it. I hoping the Farm Bureau is in the audience and can comment on that when we get to public comment. Because myself, it might make it even harder for a small farmer, like a farmer's market person, or someone else that's young and trying to get into traditional agriculture, to be able to afford property against perhaps other bidders. So we might see, a big problem with that. There already is in getting younger individuals involved in production ag.
And
can't afford it at the young age.
So before we move on, just one final thought, that perhaps what we're discussing, which is the provision for a watershed by watershed analysis, would actually allow for a nuance that is not in the Humboldt County ordinance, but it would require that further study to allow for cultivation for new cultivators. Again, I think it'd be sort of self-mitigating in that sense, or we would constrain the program enough that the environmental document should be easier to clear, I would think.
And I just would like to add, for Supervisor McCowan and Woodhouse, we did have testimony on that general government from resource agencies as well as environmental organizations that really are worried about the watershed, and they didn't use the word assessment. What they used were TMDLs, that there shouldn't be any new grows taking place of any kind in impaired waterways.
Well, and I think that these suggested conditions speak to that, and we'll probably hear more in public comment, but I wonder if we have consensus in moving the start date for new applications out until January 1st, 2020 as a starting place, and then we can talk about these other aspects after public comment.
Yeah, I think we are in agreement on that.
Okay, so 2020.
2020.
Thank you. And then there's another element on that page. Don't have it marked, but it's a straight pull across from the current 9.31, and that's the age requirement of 21 for the actual applicant. I can pull that across. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. If I will do that unless there's hesitation not to.
I think we've agreed with the 21 age, yeah.
Okay, for the applicant for the permit to cultivate. Okay, thank you. Real quickly, just page 28, this was just added language, as I mentioned earlier, just allows a little bit of flexibility in having to do with third-party certifier requirements, things of that nature. I'd add that if there's no hesitation.
I can agree.
Thank you. That's it, and thank you for your attention to all this.
Okay, before we go to public comment, this is probably a good time for us to go through additional points that supervisors had. And I know Supervisor McCown, you said you had a list?
Well, yeah, and maybe we can work through some of these. I want to start with use permits. And these were not part of the draft ordinance. And the first public draft was made available for the June 20th general government meeting. There had been a series of drafts presented to the ad hoc, and as we would come back to the board for direction, we would go back and those drafts would be revised. The ad hoc on April 18th recommended that there not be use permits. The board, if you view the tape of that meeting, Agriculture Commissioner Morris is correct, the tape is inconclusive. I presented the ad hoc position with some detail of why we were making that recommendation, principally that going through the Ag Commissioner or the permitting authority, as I referred to it, and securing the permit with all the conditions attached to it was effectively the equivalent of a use permit. Supervisor Brown did ask a question relating to, the use permits that be through planning and building, otherwise through ag. And then that was the end of board comment, but my recollection is that people were basically nodding their heads, which is why at the end of that discussion I said, okay, so far so good. I actually think it's good when people agree with me, so I think I made that comment because based on the nonverbal communication and the facial expressions, it looked like agreement on that issue.
Okay, we have a question. Supervisor Brown.
I would have to say, Supervisor McCowan, sometimes silence isn't agreeing. It was the first time that at least three of us were becoming part of the conversation. But as you opened your conversation on April 18th, you said, of course, any decision on the board, decision the board is making on these, as with previous board decisions, is really to be considered provincial.
Provisional.
Provisional. And until we get the final ordinance in front of us. Well, as we went through the process, I believe general government saw that there is a need.
General government saw use permits in your 620 draft that was presented to you. That's the first place it came from. So there had been no board direction to include use permits. But anyway, we're here now.
Okay, but I want to quote you one more time, okay? And it's basically, you say, the recommendation is, and there may be exceptions, for instance, if people want to allow large indoor cultivation in residential zones, you were thinking outside the box, maybe that's where we should say a use permit is required.
And we ultimately did.
So bottom line is, it's open, and I think we all need to really consider use permits. And that's why staff kept coming back with it, because they didn't feel they were getting clear direction. And the very wrong thing for staff is not to get clear direction. And going back through the tape, you talked about we decided. And that was Supervisor Woodhouse and yourself. And I don't feel we had made a decision.
Well,
and that's why staff kept bringing it up. And they came back also, you came back on May 8th. Was that the next date?
May 16th.
May 16th, okay.
the staff report is wrong. They attribute things happening on various meetings that there was no meeting on those dates.
No, it's the 16th. You're right. I was wrong. But bottom line is, there was no other discussion about the use permits.
And if I may,
Are you through?
I put mine down.
Okay.
I agree with you, Supervisor Brown. It is before this board to make a decision. But I was tracing the evolution of the use permits, and they came from staff. And if we were inconclusive on the 18th in saying we don't want them in, we were equally inconclusive in saying that we did, except for an exception that we got to later relating to indoor, and then we did give direction that was pretty clear on permits for indoor in the cottage industry category. So the point that I'm going to make now, unless there are 3 votes to keep something in, it should be out, because it's going to take 3 votes to pass anything. So I think the issue is very much in play, as you say. I agree with everything you said in that regard. I'm glad that you are paying such close attention to my statements that you've apparently had staff prepare a transcript for you.
You mean I didn't go back myself?
You may have.
That is somewhat upsetting to me. I went back through my notes, and the questions to be covered, that you started on them, and we didn't even have them at that particular
And
meeting.
then you typed your own transcript also?
I do a lot of my own typing,
Okay.
including my agenda summaries. I do
I apologize.
proclamations.
Okay.
I know how to be a
As we
clerk.
both do, and I apologize for any inference that you didn't, so I'm...
Well, and all I want to say to you, the discussion on use permits never came back. I went through all the documents, the ones you presented.
I'm going to agree with you, and so here it is now, and we should probably hear from our colleagues. I do not support use permits except if we identify a specific instance where, for a specific reason, we believe they are appropriate. I do not support the rather extensive array of administrative use permits, or rather administrative permits and use permits presented by staff. I'd love to hear what others think.
Okay, well, I see Supervisor Woodhouse.
Not that I want to say anything, but I will. I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth about why we are where we're at right now. The formula of being on the ad hoc is a great idea, but then you make specialists out of a couple of people and the rest are left out of the loop. So saying that, yes, you heard a lot of this stuff very late in the game. I remember actually being quiet during those meetings because we were trying to draw out the other 3 and get them involved. Then you include the standing committee, which allowed the public to have more involvement and educate the chair and vice chair of that committee and get them into it. I think that's all good energy, but it's left us each with lots of missing pieces in a very complicated thing we're trying to do here. Being off the ad hoc, I think I said earlier about the tax initiative, my perspective has changed. My personality is to get along and go along and try to see the best in things and not buck the whole crowd. But I'm very concerned about use permits for one main reason, and I talked about it with our planning, Steve Dunnicliff, just that they're at the limits of what we can do there now, just getting building permits processed. And they can't do it without hiring outside help, and we're doing more and more of that. I'm concerned about getting, I don't know how many people would come just for building permits, but then for the use permits, if we got, I have no idea what anybody's thinking. Would we get 50 or 100 or, I don't know. Now they do 24 use permits a year, and it takes 6 months. I don't mind the delay if people have to play that game. Those are the rules they would have to play. But I think we would overwhelm planning by having so many use permits, they wouldn't be able to handle it. The things I'm advocating for aren't just marijuana, but it's getting things done in a more timely, polite manner to our public for regular building permits. So I guess I've gone all around the circle, but when I first saw the sheet for use permits, was intimidated by it because I hate making, again, all these laws and rules and specific things. I know we have to do that. It's not my character to tell other people what to do, and especially when they're not in compliance. You know, there'll be so many people outside the system. So I apologize, I repeat the same thing over and over, but I think they're all connected. That I am not in favor of the use permit process unless people can convince me I don't understand it, and that could easily be the case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do apologize, Supervisor McCown, when I said May 8th, that was an ad hoc meeting, correct? And, yeah.
May 9th, I believe.
Okay. But anyway, I'd like to hear staff talk a little bit about their reasoning for use permits to be in this document. And maybe, Andy, you could also respond to Supervisor Woodhouse some on the whole process of permits through planning and building and what the impact's going to be on other permits being processed.
Certainly, thank you, Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner. Up on the screen is the matrix in the zoning code that's proposed to for your consideration today, and it outlines the different planning permit requirements associated with each permit type in the various zoning districts where medical marijuana cultivation is proposed to be allowed. There are basically three permit review processes proposed. One is the zoning clearance, the other is the administrative permit, and the other is the use permit we're speaking of. And the use permit is distinguished by it having a public hearing. A public hearing requires noticing. A CEQA review is likely to be required. It's not likely to be exempt from CEQA. There are certain instances where projects can qualify for an exemption and bypass the initial study altogether. But we would, for sake of argument, presume that an initial study in some form of environmental document, typically a mitigated neg deck or a negative declaration, would be issued. That process does take 6 months, and that Supervisor Woodhouse is correct. Last year, we were producing or bringing to hearing approximately 24 use permits in the calendar year. It's hard to know how many use permits would come forward with this program. We could certainly expect an increase. We are, as we've discussed this morning with the planning PBS activity report to the board, adapting strategies to respond to peak permit demand. So something like the medical marijuana ordinance can be accommodated if we should have a rush on permit types. So I do want to call your attention to the zoning ordinance on page on page 4, section 24242070. Each of the planning approval types are defined.
What page?
Oh, I'm sorry. Page 4 of the zoning code, section 70. And A describes a zoning clearance. Paragraph B describes a administrative permit, and paragraph C, a minor use permit. The zoning clearance is just that. It's a very quick, at the counter approval. It's simply to confirm that the zoning is correct and that there's a valid M2C3P permit associated with it, and then that gets returned to the Ag Commissioner's office. An administrative permit is staff's review of the application, but in this case, not only are they taking a look at and confirming that the zoning is correct, but also I want to call your attentions to subparagraphs 2, 3, and 4. 2 is looking to make sure that the location of the grow site is in a place that's not causing environmental harm. Creeks, steep slopes, there's not extensive vegetation removal and such. Those, and in the instance where there might be such harm, the administrative permit would not be approved. The third paragraph is that it will minimize odor and light impact upon residential uses. Here we're making sure that the plans are showing correctly any nearby residential uses, and to help to assure that the setback requirements are in place, and whatever light shielding mitigation measures or techniques are incorporated in the project will help to assure that those impacts don't occur. Again, that's a determination made by staff based on the submitted plans that are coming from the Ag Commissioner. The final, paragraph 4, has to do specifically with grow sites located within the TPZ and the forest land, where we have a trustee agency, the CAL FIRE, who has jurisdiction, and we're making sure in that instance that there is a 3-acre exemption or there is a sign-off from CAL FIRE. These same 4, call them findings or criteria, are also part of a minor use permit. And with the administrative permit, it is staff making the determination if for some reason the application falls short of fulfilling those 4 requirements. We will work with the applicant, suggest revisions. Those revisions could be made to the plan, and then we can approve it. A use permit, on the other hand, is a tool where the grow site or the cultivation site is located in a circumstance or a type setting by virtue of zoning or parcel size that suggests that we need to take a closer look. There's a potential for environmental impacts, neighborhood compatibility concerns, or potential conflict with general plan goals that warrant a public hearing. And for a minor use permit, it will be considered by the zoning administrator at a noticed hearing, and environmental review again will be conducted. This same exercise decision-making will take place with those 4 criteria, and the only difference is now the neighborhood is noticed. They can, if they choose, participate in the hearing, and in that way help to assure that their interests are at the table if there's a particular matter that might aggrieve them as a property owner. It's a safety mechanism. That is a longer process because of the hearing. So I just wanted to call your attention to those 3 different levels of review. So obviously the use permit is the one which, if we had many applications come in, they can I'll say become burdensome, but they become part of our normal permit activity. There's nothing extraordinary about these permits, but we would have to scale up our resources to move them through the process in a 6 months time frame typically.
So just going to your chart there, Andy, so for projects that are cultivation sites that are 2,500 square feet or less, it'd be an administrative permit and not a use permit. So the use permit kicks in on larger projects of more than 2,500 square feet, if I'm reading the chart correctly.
That's correct. So the logic is have the level of review proportionate to the potential for neighborhood impacts or environmental impacts. And so on these medium outdoor grows, a use permit is appropriate when you have a lot that's 5 acres or more. And what we're also saying here is in the rural residential 2-acre site, that really once you get beyond the 5,000 square foot outdoor grow, other types of cultivation sites are not appropriate and should not be allowed. Likewise, a use permit's required for up to 5,000 foot grows on outdoor grows on RR5.
Andy, I could, for the benefit of the audience who's straining there, maybe if you could use your pointer on
Can I
this.
point over here? Okay, certainly. Test my hand steadiness here. So here, for rural residential 5-acre minimum sites, these are larger properties. Outdoor grows are appropriate. with a use permit in that setting to help to assure that the setback requirements are met. Inevitably, on these larger lots in a rural setting, it's not only property lines we're dealing with, but we're dealing with creeks, woodlands, those type of situations where it's appropriate to take a look at those sites to help to ensure Regional Water Quality Control Board criteria are being complied with, or any other regulatory agency, Fish and Game and such, that they have opportunity to condition the project. Likewise, we allow for mixed light grows. These are greenhouses in that setting. And then on ag land, well, so this cluster in here represents sort of the scaled level of permit requirements based on protecting the primary use of these rural residential areas for for residential purposes, and strive to provide an expeditious way for cultivation sites to get reviewed, provided and really focusing our attention where it really matters to have a public hearing when they get larger on these when the larger sites are located on the small and medium properties. On an RR10, we have the administrative permits for these grows, outdoor grows administrative permits, and then on the largest site, 10 acres or more, you can have a mixed light greenhouse type grow with the use permit. The reason the use permits are required on these rural residential lots is there's a real potential conflict with the general plan objective to help to assure we're providing housing in areas that counties designated for rural residential. And with an indoor grow, or I should say a mixed light grow where you can have multiple crops in one season, it really has the potential for turning upside down the highest and best use of those rural lands, where a vacant 5 or 10 acre parcel in the RR2, which could be subdivided and create many or several sites for homes, may be suppressed from being subdivided, but rather stay as a large lot with the potential for residential development, but kept large in order to allow it to qualify for a larger marijuana grow. And so that's a caution that I just want to put out there in terms of larger grows on these larger lots and smaller in these RR2 and RR5 areas. So is there any questions about the residential zoning permitting requirements? We can talk about these other, what I call the resource zonings, and then the industrial zonings.
We do have some questions here. So Supervisor Brown?
Okay, well, I was just going to, maybe Andy needs to go ahead, or maybe the Supervisor Woodhouse and McCowan have the questions, but this is why, just the explanation and going through this discussion at general government is what made sense to us. And I think that staff did an excellent job in putting it together, and that's why I was so taken back about use permits, because I think this really helps to do what we want to see done, especially when we talk about rural residential housing and what can be done and not done. And it puts everything right out front to anyone that would be considering buying a piece of property and what they can do with it. But I think it also protects us for future residential.
And if I may interject, we do have an exhibit we showed the governance committee about what in 3 sub areas in the county where the applicable setbacks, part of the recommendation is we came initially with a 200-foot setback on the 5 and 10 acre parcels from the property lines, and there was a comment in the public regarding the feasibility of complying with that 200-foot setback. In doing a setback analysis, we came back with a recommendation to the governance committee that a 100-foot setback on those 5 and 10 acre lots was more appropriate. And what you have up up on the screen now is an illustration that shows. I'm sorry.
Could you just repeat what is the setback shown on the?
Oh, okay, this figure before you shows the 100-foot setback, these red cross-hatched areas that run along the black lines. Those black lines are property lines, and you can see it in a regular pattern. We have 3 sub-areas here. This is the Fort Bragg area. This is an RR2, RR2 primarily area in Fort Bragg. You can see it has smaller lots. This is an area that has blended RR2, RR10. This is in the Comchi area. And then this third insert is Redwood Valley. And it has a blend of zoning types, including some commercial and industrial, no, not industrial, but ag, commercial, and residential. And we have RR2 plus RR1 adjoining it. And what the blue, green, and yellow show are the different lot sizes that would determine which would be the applicable M2C3P permit. Under these blue parcels, they all would qualify for some type of cottage permit. And the yellow parcels would qualify for some type of type 1 permit, the up to 5,000 square feet, and then the green lots would allow up to 10,000. Did I say that right? The yellow is up to 5,000, the green's up to 10,000. So here you can see right away, if we had a property, this one here with an irregular shape, and we would allow a mixed light. Now I need my matrix to figure out what would be applicable. In that situation, we would allow a use permit for an outdoor grow. That's up to 5,000 square feet. And if you could switch it back. You can see that there would be probably a need for some careful location of that grow site. Likewise, in this area here, if we had a use permit and we had a RR1 single-family residential immediately adjoining it, there's good reasons to help to assure we're protecting that rural residential area. And the only way we get to the only way we get to really study that in detail is through the use permit process and to give these neighbors an opportunity to comment and express their concerns. When you have a large 10-acre piece and we have a lot more area to work with, then the need for a use permit falls away, and we have a administrative permit for an outdoor grow, which would be just simply there, a process in place to help to assure that the location is appropriate for that particular setting. So you can see the administrative permit and the use permit provide an opportunity for staff to look at the complexities of sites, not only in terms of the configuration of the lot, but also the adjoining properties.
Okay, I do want to take a break at 3 o'clock, but Supervisor Woodhouse?
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the information, and it highlights to me one of the things that pushed me to really question what we're doing. Before, I was thinking in terms of larger parcels and the pressure that we got from the growing community of wanted us to go smaller and smaller parcels, and then the other districts having different weather needs and problems in the indoor. It just all added up to such a change from what my mind was thinking. I'm really protective, so it's smaller parcels that are my main concern. We've put a lot of emphasis on protecting certain things, but I don't think we've put enough on protecting the people that don't grow from the odors. I'm very lucky at my house. We have a lot of acreage around and bigger neighbors, and I'm not impacted by it. But the people that are, it's just heartbreaking what it does to their quality of life. I live for summer to be outdoors working on my land, and I don't want to see other people or smell their properties, and I think most people are here for that reason. So that's a thing I'm very illogically protective of, and that's where I'm coming from. This helped remind me, so thank you very much.
Okay, Supervisor McCallum, we're getting close to 3 o'clock. Do you have?
Understood. Everything staff presented looks great on paper. Can it be implemented, and is it feasible, and will it achieve our objectives? And I think our objectives are not only to regulate this industry in a way that protects the environment and the community, but also that creates a pathway to compliance. And I think throughout this discussion, it's very important to remember we are only talking about existing cultivators. No one not cultivating prior to January 1st, 2016 is to be admitted into this program at least until January 1st of 2020. And I'm all in favor of setting the bar higher for anyone who wants to come forward and start later, because part of the problems, many of the conflicts do come when people are cultivating on smaller parcels closer in. So, but we have to recognize we've got an existing situation, thousands of people in the county currently cultivating. So we're not talking about creating new impacts that people aren't living with today. The factors that have been walked through either for the administrative permit or for the use permit are pretty much the same for both of those. They can also, to the extent they're not already covered, they can easily be incorporated into the permit requirements necessary to secure a permit from the Ag Commissioner. I'm very concerned about creating a duplication of effort. That adds a lot of complexity to the program. It adds some cost, not the major factor from what I hear. It adds time to the process, drawing it out, a huge factor. I believe that if we build in an extensive array of use permits and administrative permits, we are designing a program to fail, because there will be many existing legal cultivators who will be discouraged from coming forward. And finally, it's completely clear to me our department lacks the capacity to administer these administrative permits and use permits. We had 3 contracts on this morning to approve contracting out for services, including reviewing use permits. So we're topped out we did 30 last year, an average of about 24 over the last 5 years. By this standard that was set up here for who needs a use permit or an administrative permit, we're talking hundreds, perhaps thousands of permits. We don't have the capacity. I want the program to succeed. I'd rather apply additional resources to the Ag Commissioner's office if necessary to make sure they have enough qualified inspectors, tighten up the requirements there if we think we need to, and I'm totally in favor of what more do we need to do to make sure we're protecting the environment and the neighborhoods. But let's build it into the existing permit program, not have another overlay of bureaucracy that will, the main thing it will add is 6 to 12 months of time.
Okay, so we're, with that, maybe everybody can think this over the break, and we'll come back at 10 minutes after 3.
And then you'll tell us what you think.
Are you still provisional with
Pardon?
the final ordinance?
What's that?
Can we still be provisional?
Okay, at 3:18, we're going to resume the discussion. 3:19, we're going to resume discussion. And so we've had, I think, a good back and forth. Does staff want to kind of wrap up at this section before we go to public comments?
Yes, and so I just want to call your attention to two things we did not talk about. Well, first, generally, for the benefit of the audience, there is an exception for qualified patients and caregivers, which allows for grows, cultivation sites, restricted size under the M2C3 program. That has not changed from the previous iterations. Secondly, I touched briefly on the setback standards. So we would allow on the larger 5 and 10 acre lots a default 100-foot setback that can be reduced to 50 feet through a use permit exception process focused only on the effects of a reduction in setback to no less than 50 feet. The RR2, RR10 parcels have a, the cottage industry, the cottage grows have a 50-foot setback. The type 1 and type 2 grows have a 100-foot setback. So really that concludes the zoning part of it.
Go ahead.
And Chuck Morris, just to tag on to the kind of what we were finished there right before the break. I'm currently in the process of staffing up with biologists to do the ag and the cultivation side of it, and all of the planning, the knowledge, and the nuances around planning. My biologists don't have that skill set, and they wouldn't have that skill set. So it would be a challenge at a minimum to try and have those people, I think, also adequately carry out the planning elements as well. Thank you.
Okay, I do know that during the morning and afternoon, the staff's been working on different revisions. I don't know if they pertain to this document or to the tax ordinance.
The tax ordinance, and that will be ready fairly shortly for distribution.
Okay, so with that, if staff has nothing else to add at this point, I think it'd be a good time for us to go to public comment on the draft ordinance. And we do have some cards, more than a couple. So I'll start off with Hannah Nelson, and then Jeanette Peterson.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I did submit a letter. It was uploaded to the system. A few of the concerns that I have that have not already been discussed has to do with the proof of prior cultivation. I enunciate some specific conditions that I'm extremely concerned about. I think that there's a way to appropriately limit permitting going forward to those that were cultivating, but I really would like some detailed attention, either just directly with county council or other staff, to the mechanisms, because as it is, there are a few critical unfairnesses that are present. One, of course, as a prior criminal defense attorney, I'm concerned about people's self-incrimination rights. And as I've pointed out before, the 3-year statute of limitation, if somebody was raided and then they're going to provide photographic evidence of prior cultivation, there you go. And that's really a serious, I know that it sounds like a joke, but it's a serious issue. Additionally, there's a equitable and fairness concern regarding, again, we're only talking about people who have previously cultivated. It's just a matter of what kind of proof we're requiring. A lot of people, in order to comply with the ever-changing rules that have been issued over a period of time, as well as state agency rules, have had to move their garden sites. And they've been not happy to, but they've certainly done it, and they've wanted to comply with everything. And just the specific wording of the proof that's required limits people to the same cultivation site and in the same amount. And so the final component is, and I used Chuck's name in vain in my memo, but I did speak to him specifically prior to any previous cutoffs about the issue of people registering for the voluntary permit this year, limited to 25 plants or less, would be allowed to apply for, presuming they met other criteria, for more than that next year. And the reason why some people did limit themselves is because it wasn't until May 17th that the urgency ordinance came out, or, in fact, they missed the cutoff after the lawsuit was filed. So in order to get in line, they did do the voluntary, but then they wouldn't be able to prove that they were growing the same amount. Okay, so anyway, that's, I know it sounds like a hyper-technical detail, but it's really important to people. With respect to setbacks, I really want to point out that chickens only have to be 5 feet away from the property line. Other animal raising is only required to be 40 feet from a dwelling and 50 feet from a property line. I just think that going back to what has already existed for many years, given that there haven't been substantial problems, and then perhaps investigating if there are problems with that is a more appropriate way to do that. And above all else, allowing for waivers. If neighbors, I guess I'm out of, I still have a few more minutes. Yeah.
Your time's up, but I do, because this issue has come up before, and you've brought it up, others have brought it up, I do want to take this chance to redirect the first question to staff, and that had to do with the mechanism for documenting prior cultivation, and is there something that could either be put in the ordinance or not put in the ordinance, but finessed later in like an implementing policy that could maybe more in a more refined way address this issue and not put people in legal jeopardy?
So there is a section in the current draft that has certain examples of things that could be used as proof. Actually, the current 9.31 has a more exhaustive list. I actually like it. What it does is provide more examples of things that could be used as proof. So that would be something to look to as well.
Is staff's interpretation that this list is not exhaustive, is not the only way in which proof can be established? So if there are other means by which someone can establish proof, and then on the other issue, which is what if someone has a site that's appropriate for a larger, by all other standards, would be allowed to have a larger grow, but they were trying to comply with the rules in effect at the time, and so they had a smaller grow. Are they being penalized because they were actually following the rules? So how are we addressing that issue?
So the current ordinance has basically a photographic evidence requirement that if you can show us prior to January 1/16 that you were cultivating on this site, we'll take that. As I said, the current 9.31 has a much more exhaustive list of things that can be shown as proof. It's my understanding, I'd have to find it, I believe, in the zoning document, but I believe that restriction on only cultivating in the same spot and no greater than the amount that you were cultivating prior to January 1/16 is for our allocation that we're putting in place for TPZ and FL. I believe that's inside the zoning document.
That's correct. That's on page 3 of the zoning code. And the reason is there we do have the state agency and the timber conversion issue where the 3-acre exemption, if one's been granted, has a very defined site. And by fixing the location, we help to assure that recognizing an existing grow won't leave that 3-acre exemption area.
So that limitation only applies to TPZ and
Correct.
the FL
Right.
forest land zoning designation and not to the other zoning districts?
Correct.
Okay, so there's an opportunity to continue to talk to staff outside of the meeting, or...
I'm sorry, I had another 30 seconds of that.
No, it was over. When it's read, it's over. It's just the way we're running this meeting today. So Jeanette Peterson. Followed by Dwight Harris.
Not sure if I should keep these on or turn them off. Take them off. Good afternoon, board members and county staff. I'm Jeanette Pedersen, and I live in the beautiful mountains outside of Willits in a rural residential area. Though I'm retired, I have a background as a peace officer in enforcing environmental laws spanning over 2 decades in Mendocino County. Many of my cases involved extensive environmental damage resulting from marijuana cultivation. And very quickly, and I'll just list a couple, I have some common themes from such activity that I've observed as an enforcer. Illegal timberland conversions with extensive grading, buried organics in fill slopes, and hill slope terracing. In one striking example, such activity triggered a 1/4 mile long translational rotational landslide along with a debris torrent that tracked across 3 separate properties and blocked a switchback road in 2 places, which precluded access on a neighboring property. I've also seen substandard road design construction, lack of road maintenance, large unengineered pond developments. I'll go ahead and put these comments in writing. There needs to be a strong enforcement mechanism and significant penalties. Otherwise, it simply becomes the cost of doing business when minor penalties are levied. That said, I feel it's important for the board to also incorporate a use permit requirement within the 931 language. From my perspective, this is a land use issue that needs to be folded into an already existing framework that by and large is effective and will help to serve address and minimize impacts to the environment and to neighboring properties. One thing specifically, I'm truly interested in learning how cultivators will mitigate the cloying odor from outdoor grow sites. Also, I've seen many cultivation sites developed in a haphazard fashion. Consultants with experience in environmental planning and restoration should be required for these cultivation projects. The Pacific Watershed Associates Group, based in Humboldt County, comes to mind. A recent newspaper quote that was attributed to you, Supervisor McCowan, was that requiring use permits would, quote, be a barrier to compliance, end quote, and a poison pill, in quotes. And I disagree with that. In my view, use permits serve at a minimum several purposes. At a minimum, 1, they will help ensure compatibility with neighboring land uses, as Mr. Gustafson pointed out. 2, they will help trigger the necessary pre-project environmental assessments, and through a vetting process will alert pertinent responsible agencies to project proposals for comment and proposed mitigation. And that's a really important CEQA component. 3, they will provide transparency to members of the public, especially neighboring properties, who may be adversely affected by some of the nasty byproducts of cultivation. And 4, they will help keep cultivators accountable. If cultivators, very quickly, are given concession after concession, environmental, then as we become more and more surrounded by the excesses allowed for cultivators, it is those of us non-growers living in rural settings where we seek solace in the fresh air and beauty who are forced to swallow that poison pill. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Dwight Harris, followed by Jude Tillman. Is Dwight Harris here? Okay, guess not. So Jude Tillman, followed by Lawrence Rosen.
So my name's Allie Boker. I'm here to read Jude Tillman's prepared statement. Statement to the Board of Supervisors on the Ordinance to Regulate Medical Cannabis. Respectfully submitted by Jude Tillman, resident of Mendocino County, July 19th. From MRSA, signed into state law by Governor Brown October 10th, 2015, and launched January 1st, 2016, with a January 1st, 2018 target date for accepting applications for state licenses. Section 19320 is added to the Business and Professions Code to read, licensing authorities administering this chapter may issue state licenses only to qualified applicants engaging in commercial cannabis activity pursuant to this chapter. Upon the date of implementation of regulations by the licensing authority, no person shall engage in commercial cannabis activity without possessing both a state license and local permit license or other authorization. A licensee shall not commence activity until under the authority of a state license until the applicant has obtained, in addition to the state license, a license or permit from the local jurisdiction in which he or she proposes to operate following the requirements of the applicable local ordinance. While Mendocino County has been struggling to come up with a fair regulatory ordinance for cannabis cultivation, and I, Jude, thank you for those efforts. The rest of us, dispensaries, medicine manufacturers, healthcare providers, transporters, distributors, and above all, patients who rely on cannabis medicine for a myriad of conditions, we are still holding our breath, wondering if we will be protected by the county with permits to finally officially legalize our work, and then be able to obtain the state license that we need to continue to do what we do. If you fail to pass an ordinance that covers every part of cannabis industry, imagine how you will promote the continued existence of an underground black market with public safety issues inherent in that situation. Medical cannabis cultivators will need to sell their raw materials to manufacturers and dispensaries outside the county, with the transport issues inherent in that. Massive amounts of legally grown cannabis headed down 101. Or will they choose to take the easier route and sell to the black market buyers that will come up and pick it up to take it who knows where and to sell to who knows who? Our skilled herbalists, tincture makers, oil, salve, lotion, infused product makers will be hiding their facilities underground, looking over their shoulders since they can't get a state license because they don't have a permit. Or will they leave the county? A huge loss of a core part of Mendocino's industry and culture. Patients who increasingly turn to non-smokable medicines will not have access to them locally and will have to travel a good distance to obtain what they have had for years in Mendocino. And this includes canna tourism patients who have come to Mendocino because of our reputation for organic, pure, and effective herbal medicines. There's one small paragraph left, but there's a copy for each.
Okay, thanks. Lawrence Rosen, and then followed by Tim Blake.
You may call me Larry Rosen, but it is Lawrence officially. I want to make some legal points. I'm a lawyer, and I want to make sure that there's some awareness of some of the legal issues. First of all, if you change the date for new people to get licenses beyond that which is stated in state law, you may get a suit for due process and equal enforcement of the law. If someone moves into the county, buys a property, and says, I want to grow, and you prevent it because you're violating state law, you better be prepared for a lawsuit, and I'm offering. Second thing, there's taxes in this ordinance. If you take the taxes out of the ordinance, then you can pass the ordinance. It's a normal, ordinary ordinance. It deals with the growth of marijuana and various kinds of rules about where you can grow it and how you can grow it and whether or not you need a use permit. And all of that, except the taxes, can be passed and discussed by you and by the people in this room without you having to deal with the taxes issue and rush for November. There is no rush. In fact, the crop's still in. The crop's still growing. By the time you pass this ordinance, the crop will be in. What difference? I want to make a couple of other points. There was a long discussion on some email lists from the community, which is rather confused about all of these things. And one of them deals with CEQA. And I've heard the word CEQA mentioned over and over again. And I am pissed. The CEQA law deals with risks to fisheries and wildlife. Is there anything, or the environment, those three things, dangers to fish, wildlife, or the environment? And I need to ask you, is there anything in state law authorizing cannabis grows that has legal cannabis grows? I'm not talking about illegal. I'm not talking about all the people growing stuff out in the woods. Legal cannabis grows that go with these use permits and other kinds of things. Is there anything that affects fish, wildlife, or the environment? And if not, CEQA is bull and irrelevant. We already have a land use plan. It is approved under CEQA. If I go to the agriculture department and say, I want to plant 10,000 square feet of tomatoes, you're going to ask questions. How close are the tomatoes? Are they surrounded by whatever it needs to protect my tomatoes? You're going to do whatever is necessary for an appropriate use plan. What's different about cannabis? Cannabis is legal.
Okay, thank you. So Tim Blake, followed by Devin Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim Blake. Lawrence is right. I mean, I was part of the 9.31 program before with the compliance aspects of it and the water board coming in. We're already having the water board track us. We've got third-party compliance people. We've got the sheriff's department. There's quite a bit already going on. And we don't need the use permits like John said. I've been involved in those. They're very constrictive. They're going to hold us back a year. They're going to really slow things down. I mean, I just don't believe that that's necessary at all. The generators are a very, very touchy situation because so many of us use generators. I don't like generators. I don't like the noise. I don't want to live in the mountains and listen to them, but they are very necessary at times, even with solar. So even though I'm not for generators, I see a lot of people, and there's some issues in there. The later date, I do agree to push it back because we ought to give people time. I agree with John on that. He's got some very good insights, and the tax should be on the yields, not the square footage, because we don't know what we're going to come out of that. The one thing we've got here is that we don't want Walmarts in here, but we're not talking about Walmarts in here. We're talking about they just passed Kalinga for the state prison to be taken over for a 30-acre site that's going to be manufacturing, and it's through Ocean Grown. It's with Career Artist Management. It's with Damien Marley's label. This is going to be a huge operation. Now, all those supervisors were against that 9 months ago. It just passed 5 out of 5. Because those supervisors saw the writing on the wall and where it's coming, okay? We got people that bought Nike, and those people want to come in with $140 million to buy industries in this county, in this state. Okay, we want to keep people out, but like Jude was saying, or actually Allie for Jude, there are so many tincture manufacturers, edible manufacturers, oil manufacturers, concentrate manufacturers. 60% of the market isn't flowers. 80% of the market's not going to be flowers in 2 years. It's all value-added products. You're not addressing any of that here. All these people are illegal. We're all illegal. And if you don't take it under consideration to take the Heritage Initiative, which is well-written, gone over by 3 attorneys, and you don't think about that or pass something very similar to that, you're going to watch all the rest of this state go by us in the next 2 years because they're not waiting. Okay, you're doing a cultivation ordinance, which is great, but that's not what the business is going to be. It's not what it is now. It's not where it's going. And so you really ought to seriously look at that Heritage Initiative and consider passing it or writing something up just like that or taking ours and making a modified version of it, because we need to have that done now, not in 2018 or 19. Thank you.
So I would, before we go to Devin Jones, I would want to ask staff to kind of go back over this point because it's been lost, I think, in this meeting, which is, it's true, today's ordinance we're discussing is the cultivation ordinance, but the county is moving ahead or will be moving ahead with ordinance relating to the value-added products. So maybe staff could just sort of go through the time frame for that. And maybe Sarah's the one to answer that question.
Sure. The direction of the board was to pursue a cultivation ordinance first, as that was the most pressing matter at the time. And also, there was board direction to move forward on the processing. So we are planning on bringing back an ordinance and recommendations around all other aspects of state law for review. So that is also currently going on. We're hoping that there won't be too much of a delay between the two.
And again, I think part of the thought process there is the cultivation is the one that has more environmental review required from state agencies and others. There's more potential impacts. And the value-added products, we're talking about a much more
commercial industrial zoning.
Yeah, so it's going to have a fairly smooth sailing through the environmental review process.
And Andy could probably add more to that.
Sir, you can leave the room if you want to act like that. Okay, Devin Jones. Followed by Justin Calvino.
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Just a couple of continuations from a previous comment letter we submitted on June 10th, so I would refer you to that for more information. On July 8th, we heard a few conversations, but one of the memos that came out was regarding Williamson Act. And so, we appreciate that staff is intending to bring this back at some point. However, we do encourage this board that this is a serious concern for Farm Bureau, is how some of these resource properties are going to be dealt with Williamson Act, TPZ, and those types of zoning. So the State Board of Conservation is supposed to be coming out with a memo. We appreciate that. I think it'll give guidance not just to Mendocino County, but other counties in the state that are dealing with this issue. So we just want to make sure that this is incorporated at some point in time as this process moves forward. We've gone through quite a bit of work to ensure that the Williamson Act is intended for commercial production agriculture, and that tax benefit is there for a purpose. So we want to ensure that that continues. Under TPZ or forest land or timberland zoning, again, on July 8th at the General Government Committee, we heard from CAL FIRE, which we appreciate. I left the room feeling that there was some unanswered questions in how CAL FIRE does intend to potentially participate with the county in ensuring that the conversion permits are in place. I left with the understanding that the state organization of CAL FIRE and the leadership there was continuing to work on some sort of a memorandum to address that concern, not just, again, for Mendocino County, but for other counties that are dealing with similar issues. So I would say that it may be a slight bit early to assume that CAL FIRE is going to engage in this process, and I would encourage that this board continue to work with CAL FIRE to make sure that they will be involved in compliance. If not, the language that is currently proposed without a compliance component is moot. So that I would definitely encourage the continuation of working with CAL FIRE at the local and state level. You know, the other thing, again, and I haven't been following what's being proposed for the tax proposal as readily as I have for the land use issues, but Board of Equalization is the entity at the state that deals with the taxation purposes for TPZ. And again, I refer you to our previous memo, but the way TPZ is worked, it is based off a yield tax. So if a number of these properties are taken out of timber production with the intent of never being in timber production, the county and the state will be at a loss for that tax benefit because that yield will not be provided. So again, not sure where the taxation model is going for cannabis, but just something to remember in terms of the tax benefit to the county and to the state. And just really quickly to address the prime ag soils, this is where Farm Bureau is stuck. Can I address this question?
Just quickly,
so
yeah.
just because, so we don't have a preference yet in terms of how this is going to be addressed, but you've heard both sides. We have timber members, we have prime ag members. I know Humboldt County specifically had language in there that said a specific percentage of property in prime ag soils can only be converted. And we addressed that in our previous letter, so I would refer you to that from June 10th. Thank you.
Justin Calvino, followed by John Park.
All right, I'm trying to do this in 3 minutes. So I'm going to become unpopular for a second to the cultivation community. I think that I'm going to agree, Dan, with you. Primary, the word use, primary use of power for generators, I think needs to apply to greenhouses as well. So supplemental use for generators, for all fossil fuel generators, supplemental. So I don't think that they could maintain their primary source of power from a generator, because that'd be a nightmare, because then all of a sudden you get these large industrial greenhouses running fans, dehums, and all of the other things that take to run a large light depth system in the woods on fossil fuel, and the problem will persist. So anyway, that's an unpopular cultivation group, but it's an environmentalist. I'm in agreement with the lady who had spoken earlier, the enforcement agent. I mean, in the fact that, that's disgusting what she had to deal with. So, I'm looking forward to opportunities for that to not be the norm in the cultivation. So that's going to be great about passing the Heritage Initiative, hopefully. So in a common theme, I'm going to start going on sections and answering some of your questions, do the way we addressed it in the Heritage Initiative. This was something that I was a part of writing for the permit applications for the residency requirements. We did the 2 years residency requirements. It states that all permit applications in section 6.22.070, all permit applications shall include but not be limited to the following information: name, residence, telephone number, written proof the applicant is, and the individuals is over 21 years of age, written proof the applicant has been a resident of Mendocino County for at least 2 years, and the address, the notice where they can get mail, location of the operations, and parcel number, and the residency requirement is set forth in section 622.070 shall no longer be enforced after 2020. So we're in alignment there. So as you can see, like the Heritage Initiative, what you guys are developing, we've been writing a lot of the same things. So homework being everybody read the Heritage Initiative, and then we and we can refer to it more. And then Andy, one thing I wanted to say to you, just to say this sparked something in me. The word highest and best use, coming from an area like the East Coast back in the 90s, watching urban sprawl, it was disgusting. And watching what they did to prime soils and farmlands, turning them into neighborhoods, was horrible. So much to the fact that I don't want to raise my family around their grandparents for those purposes. I would much rather see small farms and urban sprawl. Napa and Silicon Valley have similar terroir or environmental factors, and we see how their governments decided the highest and best use of land use in those two areas. So,
Thanks. John Park, followed by Valerie Edwards.
John Park, thank you very much for your wonderful work. We have a specific, I have a specific problem. I'd like to point out what Hannah said this morning earlier. It's about same location and same amount for cultivation permit. Our family was doing prior to January 1 to do the compliance. We bought another place, but it's going to be in different location. So we have a problem. So I don't know how to address this thing. If you could change the law or the ordinance, since it's not law yet. So I'd like to seek your advice on what to do with this situation.
So I think we're grappling with that very subject. So we haven't, it's not resolved.
It's not resolved. So I would appreciate if we could, since we are trying to comply with the new ordinance or the urgency ordinance that was passed before, I appreciate if you could consider the same area, same amount to be amended to that. It could be a new location for a new amount, whatever. Thank you very much.
Okay, Valerie Edwards, followed by Michael Steinmetz.
Valerie Edwards. I wanted to address the Type C permits for small outdoor, indoor, and/or mixed lights. John, you said that you wanted this ordinance to be non-discriminatory. However, having a 2-acre minimum actually discriminates against the lowest economically disadvantaged people and families. My neighborhood is made up of smaller parcels, or less than 2 acres. My neighbors have been cultivating for years, and that would leave them completely out of this whole industry, including me. And I'm thinking about other small communities, throughout the county that have less than 2 acres, that people have been cultivating on those small acres and getting along very well with their neighbors. And so I wanted to put out a suggestion that you put a waiver in saying, that if we can get, an agreement with neighbors, that we can continue to cultivate where we have been for quite a number of years.
Michael Steinmetz, followed by Ron Edwards.
Hey, thank you for your time. My name is Michael Steinmetz, and I'm one of the founders and CEO of Flow Kana, and we operate in the Bay Area and have recently expanded to Southern California as well. And what we do is we basically position ourselves as promoters of sun-grown organic cannabis and have been working with cultivators here in Mendocino since the beginning. And we've luckily gotten to a position to be one of the most recognized brands in the state for what we do in terms of bringing sustainability and good values to the cannabis industry. And we did that. You know, there was no magic to it. We did it by doing one thing, which was sharing the story of the community and sharing the story of the cultivators in this region. And it is interesting to see that Mendocino is very uniquely positioned to put forward an industry that could be very different from what other counties and other regions are proposing. And I think the cultivators and the communities in this area would be an incredible face for this industry. And one of the things that that is critically important for our model is that we depend on our cultivators, just like our cultivators depend on us. And the industry as a whole, you know, when we talk about regulating parts of the industry, we have to kind of consider that every single piece of the puzzle works in deep connection with each other. Regulating cultivators alone leaves all the manufacturers, all the transporters, all the distributors, all the retailers out of the equation. And we have to think of this industry as an ecosystem. And like any ecosystem in nature, it has many different pieces to it, and pieces that are working very intricately together with one another. I think there's a very rational fear around the Walmart of weed, and I think that is going to happen in other counties and other communities. And this county needs to find a way to get to some certain scale by bringing the community members up, making them more efficient, giving them more tools, giving them more direct access to the market. And that's what we're here prepared to do. We're here working daily with a group of farmers who are trying to form an agricultural cooperative to keep the value that is created downstream in the communities and in the farmers' hands. But these farmers need processing tools, and they need technology tools, and they need bigger scaled operations to be able to compete with a regulated marketplace. And there's a very big risk that if we just focus on one area of the business, that it will never be able to grow to be able to compete in a regulated marketplace. So I am aware that you guys are discussing this in other moments, and this is a focus on cultivation, but I definitely wanted just to give my 2 cents on the importance of building the industry together, because every single piece works in very intricate ways with each other, and isolating one without the other is not going to work. Thank you.
Okay, Ron Edwards, followed by Ellen Drell.
Ron Edwards, CKA Nursery. I just wanted to bring to the full board, we've been the government agencies, about the nursery. There's a lot of kind of misconception about it, and I'm trying to follow the state guidelines in working in Sonoma County. And the traffic flow is not something that the nursery wants to have. Chuck pointed it out clearly, of infections, bugs, you don't know what someone's bringing from their garden. In Sonoma County, you are limited to the purchase of only 30 plants. That is their limit of what you can transport. So the nurseries needed to transport things and not have that traffic come to their actual area. It's very similar to, I like to say, having avocados. I mean, you've got thousands of clones out there, and you don't necessarily want that as a public exposed area as far as security goes. So if you could just consider the difference between a wholesale nursery and a retail nursery. I think those are very clear areas that you can work with, to where you would have a wholesale growing area, and then you would have a public front or work with the dispensary. So just if that would help you in your considerations. Thank you.
Okay, Ellen Drell, followed by both of Ali Boker's speaker cards.
My name's Ellen Drell. With the Willits Environmental Center, though, I have to say I'm speaking mainly for myself at this moment, because our board has not had the opportunity to consider all these complex issues and come up with a statement. But generally, I will speak from the standpoint of having worked with the Environmental Center for 25 years, so I have some feeling about what their interests will be. And I want to thank Supervisor McCowan for pushing the date up to 2020, or helping the board to come to that conclusion. I think more time is better. This is complex. I also don't have a position at this point on permits, use permits versus non-use permits required. I'm not sure I understand exactly how the difference in the path between going through a planning department use permit process versus going through the Ag Commission. Obviously, from an environmental standpoint, we want to eliminate as best as possible the terrible situation that Jeanette Pedersen described. Nobody wants that in Mendocino County. But I think it's also very important that we take into consideration the issues that Supervisor McCowan brought up, that we can put these matrices up on view and see how theoretically a permit process would work through the planning department, but if it's too burdensome and too complicated and the staff is not really prepared to have the hundreds of people that would be required to follow through on this, and if it's not really realistic that the existing growers could meet the requirements within a given amount of time, it simply becomes a net that catches our existing growers and squeezes the maximum amount of fees out of them. And at the same time, it pushes more people into illegal growing and also invites people from outside the county to come and take advantage of the gridlock on regulations here in Mendocino County. So I would like the board to very seriously consider John's suggestion that we go through the Ag Commission and not the use permit. I can see the advantage of a use permit, especially since it triggers CEQA and it gives the public an opportunity to see what's going on. I think that's a very important element. Maybe there's a way to include that through the Ag permitting process, but myself, like so many other people, have experienced what it's like to get something even simple, sometimes through the planning department. It can be very difficult, and there's always a shortage of staff. So I think we really need to be realistic, because if we just have this idea that in theory might work, we may end up exacerbating everything about what we have dealt with so far that we don't like, and we're not going to be encouraging what we want to encourage, which is, responsible, environmentally sound, competent, profitable industry in Mendocino County around cannabis. So, thank you.
Okay, Ali Boker, followed by Casey O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. It made me blush. I just really didn't want to be forgotten, I guess. So I really wanted to speak in regards to the ordinance about the cottage industry permits and the 2-acre minimum. On the coast, I've been surveying a number of different people, and most indoor cultivators, light depth cultivators that I've spoken with are on something between 1 acre, 1.5 acre, 1.75 acres, but not quite 2. Many of whom have been doing business for a long time, have been working with dispensaries, are starting to form their agricultural cooperatives, and would like to continue to do business. And I also would like to point out, as a speaker before me did, that those people who are in the cannabis industry but are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, economically disadvantaged backgrounds, people of color, single mothers, seniors, those are the people that we can expect to be eliminating from the cannabis industry if we put the 2-acre provision. And I hear the concerns about odor and interactions with neighbors, but maybe there could be some kind of waiver or other consideration in the cottage industry, because it seems to me if we're closing off what could be thousands of people in the county that are on small acreage, we're basically closing down the mom and pop, the people who are living on the land, raising their families here, putting their kids in school, and opening up to larger business and other industry. So that's concerning. The other piece that I really wanted to address was the caregiver statement, and what I wanted to say is 500 square feet to 200 square feet. Yeah, it's 300 square feet, but for those people who don't have the acreage or the ability to provide their own medicine, it seems that 300 square feet or the opportunity to have someone growing for them could be life or death or quality of life. And not that I am one of those people, but it seems like, again, it's the most disadvantaged people that you could be harming. And I'd like you to stay mindful of that. And The one other suggestion that I would have, thank you, Supervisor McGowan, for your comments and considerations. I just really, not just trying to agree with you, but I do appreciate some of the statements that you've made. And the one suggestion for the board I'd have is, rather than just creating a pathway to compliance, to be creating a successful county. Right now, we're at a precipice of opportunity that we can have a hugely successful county based on many different factors, but the industry and the support of small business, small farmers into the future could be the make or break for Mendocino County for the next long period of time. So thank you.
Okay, Casey O'Neill, followed by Leaf Bearer. I'm sure Leaf knows who he or she is.
Good afternoon. Casey O'Neill, local farmer, board chair, California Growers Association. I'd definitely like to echo the question of use permits. You know, I think what we're talking about here is cultivation that is already underway, obviously, and so to force people to make a choice between cultivating that season, which is for many people their livelihood, or going through the use permit process is, to me, a terrible choice to force people into. Same thing in terms of this existing situation. You know, we're looking at environmental practices. We're not crafting this in a bubble. This thing is already existent in the landscape, and the more that we close the door to people coming into compliance, the more we force them to stay outside. And as it becomes more difficult to be forced to stay outside, practices will degenerate back towards the old days of people growing under the trees and having it spread way out, and we will see worse environmental practice. So I think giving people the opportunity to have the patch in the front yard is very important, and making sure, again, it's been said a few times, this is an economic justice issue. The number of people that we will force onto SSI, onto disability, onto different methods of government assistance because they cannot make a small cottage industry living is very important. This, you know, Mendocino County has a reputation for a reason of being a place where little tiny farms exist, and the board in the past regulations have done a tremendous job of fostering that. And as we move forward with this, we've really got to be careful about that. It's been mentioned already, but there's a tremendous potential to wind up with a whole bunch of bigger farms and no little tiny ones. And right now there's a ton of little tiny ones, and we need to be really, really conscious of that. In terms of the use permit, the water board, like I filed my water board stuff this year, and there's a lot of hoops there. It's got some serious environmental compliance teeth to it. So the idea that we need to continue to layer on bureaucracy to this process, I think, is a fallacy. I think we need to, you know, given the water board program, given the ag department program, I think that's more than enough. And so, you know, I'm kind of hammering the use permit thing. But the setback thing, if people had a legal cultivation site under the 9.31 setbacks, that should suffice. If people want to expand it and we're looking at moving patches and things like that, that's a different question. But if it was legal under 9.31, it should still be workable. And same thing with the minimum acreage. It's really important to these small farmers. We've touched on the other permit types. That's important. Also seeing the coastal development zone permits start to come online at some point as soon as possible, because there's a lot of farmers out there. Equal treatment for the TPZ landowners. You know, the idea that people who managed to file their paperwork before the program got cut off are in, and people who didn't are out. That's a hard one. You know, especially like if it was, well, we're going to cut it off in 2 weeks. That's one thing. We're going to cut it off in 24 hours. That's another. So, thank you.
Okay, Leaf, followed by Joanna Mortz.
My name is Leaf Beer. I'm a local farmer. First, I want to thank you guys for your progress. There has been a lot of progress made, and we all appreciate that. Second, I want to support John McCown and his 2020 date for allowing outside farmers to come into the county. Like over the last 5 years, a significant amount of the people that I know have been busted by the task force, and a lot of them are down and out, and they don't even, they used to be homeowners, and now they're not. And I think it would be good to give those members of our community a chance to to get a leg up and actually find a farm and to start producing again. Especially with property values going up. Like, I don't know if you guys keep track of the real estate, but property values are going up just from speculative investors coming into our county with hundreds of millions of dollars and it makes it really difficult for local farmers to compete. Let's see, another issue, which I just noticed this in here, that the cottage industry, the indoor permit is for 2,000 square feet and not 2,500 square feet. Is that a typo, or is that, interesting. It seems like it would be 2,500 square feet. And something else to go along with that, it seems like you guys are stuck on allowing, let's see, one permit per parcel, which I can understand that if it was, somebody was trying to get a mixed light permit and an outdoor permit, but I would think a small indoor permit would go along well with an outdoor permit or a mixed light permit on a single parcel. Especially, I feel like a lot of people already have a small indoor on their property. A lot of them are probably under 2,000 square feet, and if a person gets two permits, if they're allowed two permits and they have to buy a whole nother parcel to take advantage of that, economic benefit, that seems ridiculous. But thank you guys very much.
Maybe staff could just clarify that point, is whether or not the ordinance as written allows someone to have part of their permit apply to indoor and part of their permit apply to outdoor.
The permits are specific for the specific type of cultivation that's going to be occurring. There isn't a mix.
There's no mix allowed.
There's no mix, as this gentleman alluded to. And the 2,000 square foot max for cottage indoor was at board discussion and direction.
So just for the because the issue of not mixing some indoor, some outdoor, that was probably, I'm guessing, a discussion that was made in more detail at the ad hoc committee level. Is there some additional thought on that policy?
Well, I think we can come back to it after public comment.
Okay, so Joanna Mortz, followed by Corinne Powell.
Hi guys, my name is Johanna Mortz. I'm sorry, board members and staff. Thank you guys for hearing us again, and it's been a long day and long months. I'm going to touch on the setbacks again because I think it's a necessary thing. The 100-foot, thank you for reducing it down, but still, I live on a 5-acre parcel with the water board setbacks from any stream or the topography of your land. 50 feet is much more reasonable. I live in rural residential, which is 5 acres mixed with 2. And maybe I'm just crazy, but it seems like everyone's getting along really well. There are a mix of people who don't grow and a mix of people who do. When I moved into the area, I made it a point to go to my neighbors, to introduce myself, to discuss what I was doing, and I think that's a responsible thing that most of the people in this room are trying to do. The things that you talk about the land degradation and all the terrible things that are happening, it really is a terrible thing, and it's given us people who are trying to do the right thing a bad name. I think all the people in this room and all the people that are trying to come into compliance are not the people bulldozing the sides of the hills, and in turn they will get caught by all the enforcement that hopefully is going to happen. I would also like some clarification on the paragraph that was added, the highlighted part about allowing people, cannabis cultivators, a small area to propagate their seeds or their clones. I am an outdoor farmer and intend to be an outdoor farmer, but was thinking I had to apply for mixed lighting because I do use light in the beginning of stages of growth. I would like clarification if you're saying that I don't need to have that mixed lighting permit, can do the outdoor, and will still be allowed a small space to have light to start my seeds. Thank you.
Can you quickly answer that question?
That added language was aimed just for a clone area, if you will. The type of permit is still basically, it's defined, and there's no mixing, as was brought up by a prior person. There needs to be probably a little bit more clarification in that added element. But there's, and one of the things I'm struggling with is, as was mentioned, the outdoor growers, they do need a certain level of very minimum light assistance during the early part of the year. And that's a reality of most of the people that grow outdoors, a single cycle per year environment, so still struggling with that one.
Okay, thanks. We'll get back to that then. Okay, so Corinne Powell.
Corinne Powell again from Ukiah. I am concerned on many levels. I think that the ordinance as written is discriminatory, prejudicial, and punitive. It's not right yet at all. There is clearly an election coming up in not quite 4 months. There are at least 4 initiatives on the ballot, some of which will have impacts on the kinds of things we're discussing today. And because in a former meeting you asked for clarification from County Council, one, the tax initiative could be brought at any time. It doesn't need to be brought right now. And I am asking that you continue dialogue with stakeholders in the community and postpone any final decision on a new permanent ordinance until we know what has happened in state elections. If that does not happen, which to me seems logical and reasonable, then I want to talk to a couple of other issues that are still embodied in this mess. Mr. Planning, sir?
Please direct your questions to the board.
Well, I need to know what happened to the slope issue.
So I'll ask the question, so what happened to the slope issue?
Thank you.
It continues to be as proposed previously, that there's a 15% threshold for triggering a closer review when a project is subject to administrative permit or use permit. And I think we have feedback from the water board.
I did have a discussion with the water board about their 35% cutoff in their waiver, and I explained to them what they were doing, and they could provide me, if I so requested, the documents and research that they did that backed up their 35% maximum. And I explained to the water board person, well, we're looking at a 15%, but it is in the context that Andy just expressed, that it's not a prescriptive prohibition. It's a, if we're in that environment, then we're going to take a closer look and try and cite things away from steeper areas. So
okay, thank you.
I'm very concerned that it not be as language in any document that you approve. 15% is way too flat for most of this county. And I myself would be immediately eliminated, which is not my goal. And just one last comment. Pertaining to marijuana, we hear over and over and over that the aroma of the flowering plant is offensive to many. It is not the least bit detrimental to anyone, as opposed to the noxious and toxic fumes coming from the asphalt plant. So let's keep things in perspective when we're hearing complaints from others. Some things are certainly more important than just an aroma. Thank you.
Okay, we're out of speaker cards and we are getting late in the day. Does anyone else want to comment? Go ahead. And please state your name.
Good afternoon, Board. Craig Pedersen with CAL FIRE. I just want to touch on a couple of things that I did last time that didn't seem to make it to this. Speaking with Mr. Gustafson, he said that there's time for us to comment and for them to come here. But in regards to the forest land and TPZ zoning versus what I spoke to last time, what CAL FIRE looks at is whether or not it's timberland. And timberland can occur on virtually all of your zonings other than the industrial where you don't have any trees growing. So I think that's very important to get in here because, in fact, Devin Jones with the Farm Bureau said that she was still a little bit confused about that. I had a member of the audience speak with me during the break, and he says, well, it seems that they ignored you. Is what you said still accurate, or did that get changed? So I think it's important that it gets in here because otherwise there can be confusion out there and folks won't understand when or when they don't need to come to us, whether or not it has to do with this process or not. Additionally, we keep speaking of less than 3 acre conversions. It's just a conversion document. The less than 3 acre is an exemption that doesn't apply to everywhere, so it may not be the appropriate document for a specific piece of property. And I hear a lot about, well, I can't do this on my, I can't do that on this piece because of this portion of the ordinance. Well, you know what? Not everything is appropriate on every piece of ground, and that applies to the timberlands as well. And the other thing is that I noticed that there is an exemption for certain sizes of gardens, and I can't remember what all the language is in there, but those exemptions have the potential to occur on timberland as well. So that's where it's important for, I believe, the use permit, because that brings CAL FIRE, that brings the other agencies into the fray, and we can ensure that the environment is being protected and the use is appropriate for the given parcel. So I'm suggesting that pretty much all things need to be vetted as to whether or not they need a permit. And finally on that one, I spoke to this last time, is that currently it's written backwards as to the way it should happen. Humboldt and Trinity counties and most other counties currently going through this process have a county designee that signs off. If it's a less than 3 acre conversion exemption, there's a spot where the county signs off on the bona fide intent. That way CAL FIRE is assured that the county agrees with the conversion. Currently, if we go the other way, where it comes to us and then comes to the county, there's the potential for a conversion to occur, and then they come for a permit to grow marijuana, and it's not allowed there. So now we've converted timber for no reason. So again, I urge the county to consider having a designee for that purpose. All right, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, I think has a question.
I have a question, sir.
Oh, sorry. Time's up.
We should have those buttons up here if we really want to save time. So I have a permit in my office, a conversion permit, and it was provided to me by a member of the public who's concerned, and they did follow up a little, and they talked to maybe the Santa Rosa office about what's the process. And it basically, the impression that he was given is these things are flying out the door like hotcakes. You walk in, you apply for it. It seemed like it was a very pro forma process on the part of the department. Over the counter, basically. Could you speak to that?
So the less than 3 acre conversion is an exemption. It's a non-discretionary document. So, and Santa Rosa is where our region office is, and that's where all harvest documents are submitted to for this area, for Mendocino County and Humboldt County, and even further south. But so what they do is they look at that document, they confirm that it appears accurate and true. And if it does, then it gets accepted, and then it's sent back to the applicant. And I believe it's 5 days before they can actually go to work. But that does require a registered professional forester and a licensed timber operator. The forester prepares the document, the LTO does the work. But that just highlights my concern as to the way it goes now, because they're not gonna understand that.
I didn't invite additional comment. I want answers to specific questions, if I may.
I'm still answering that question, I believe.
No, you've confirmed they basically fly out the door. It's pro forma. So another concern that's been raised that I'd like information on, another member of the public has said that if the county were to prohibit the actual clearance of trees via a conversion permit, we could not do that. Now, you, I believe, have made the point, there's a lot of timber land that could be used for timber production that isn't currently being used for timber production.
I don't believe I stated that, no.
Well, we heard
I
public
said
comment.
I said there are areas outside of TPZ zoning and forest land zoning that the department would consider, meets the definition of timberland, which then comes under our jurisdiction. Entirely different.
Well, thank you. But the fact remains there's also a lot of land, zoned forest land or TPZ, that does not have commercial timber on it.
I don't.
There's clearings in the forest, would you acknowledge?
Yeah, but I don't believe it's a lot. I mean, I have no idea of knowing what that amount is, so I'm not going to agree that there's a lot.
Well, so my question really is, and there are areas, I believe, where there's cleared land, people have homesteads, they have gardens, they have these other things. If they wanted to come in and get a 3-acre exemption, and they don't have a single commercial tree on it, could they be granted that exemption?
If there's no tree on it, then it's not required. The only time that, excuse me, that CAL FIRE has jurisdiction is if it's one, timberland, so it has to have, it's capable, available, growing a crop of trees, and if there are commercial timber operations to occur. Commercial timber operation is cutting or removal of timber from timberland for a commercial purpose. Commercial purposes are defined two ways. One is sell, trade, barter the product, or
I'm
convert to
getting more
another
detail
use.
than I need, and I don't think I'm getting added clarity, so thank you.
I guess I didn't understand your question, but I do
Well,
want to go
thank
back
you.
to the previous one because you added something
Thank
that's
you.
incorrect. They don't go out pro forma.
up to
They're
you,
only
Mr.
Okay,
applicable.
can I just ask you one question? What's your job at CAL FIRE?
My job is I'm the resource manager here at CAL FIRE. I'm responsible for all timber forest practice, so anything that relates to timber in the county.
You're in
Timber-
charge in Mendocino County?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. Do we have any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Jordan Caballero, and I'm recently moved from Monterey County here to Mendocino County, and I work with Tim Blake up in Laytonville. And I see the positive benefits daily of the dispensary that we have there and the people that are able to partake of the medicine in all of its different forms, from flower to concentrate to topical. And like was stated before, I would hope that Mendocino could embrace its identity as a positive thing for the cannabis community, and you know, as the business expands, and this is a place where people have discovered new growing techniques, where the Emerald Triangle, as it's called, Humboldt, Mendocino, and Trinity counties are known for cannabis cultivation around the world and innovation as well. And I would hope that any policy moving forward would allow for that innovation, not just from cultivation, but even in concentrate making and topical making, all those kind of things. The world comes here and learns from things that come here to expand their knowledge, and I would hope that we would pursue that in a positive way. And also some of the things that he's referring to as well, I hope that there would not be hypocrisy when it comes to governing the cannabis industry as opposed to animal agriculture or timber or fish and game in regards to the odor or the sound or anything like that. That it would be a fair regulated process. And to have any fear of criminal activity like was stated before about showing their previous cultivation, anyone that's going to come into the light to a government building where there are police officers and put their name on paperwork, it's not a criminal. They're wanting to come in and take care of their family and do it in a sustainable way, and this is such a great environment to do that. So my hope is that in moving here, and that this community will embrace that identity and do it in a sensible and positive way. I think there are being steps that are taken that way, but I just hope that more people can see the truth behind it, and that there are people that want to come out of those shadows, because if we don't do it in a sensible and regulated way, the black market will continue to thrive, and those poor growing practices that are bad for the environment will continue to thrive. So I think hopefully these initiatives will be a step in that right direction, because most of the people that are in this room do not want to live in that black market and do not want to cultivate in a way that is harmful to the environment.
Okay, can I just ask you to slowly say your name for the clerk?
Jordan Caballero.
Sorry.
Jordan Caballero. Caballero. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it is getting late, but do we have any additional public comment?
Good afternoon. I filled out a paper earlier, but I was getting back from the recess, so perhaps.
Okay, just can you slowly state your name?
It's Dwight Harris. And anyway, I live in Fort Bragg. I've got a small indoor operation on 2.25 acres. But I'm just around the ragged edge of the coastal zone, and I wanted to ask, is the current ordinance excluding cannabis production in the coastal zone?
The current ordinance does not apply to the coastal zone because we will need to submit a separate permit request to the Coastal Commission, which is going to be a multi-year process. And so we didn't want to slow down this zoning for 95% of the county because 5% of the county is in the coastal zone.
Is there any way to allow me to participate, continue to be a grower in the coastal zone?
We cannot amend the coastal plan activities without getting an amendment approved by the Coastal Commission. So that's several years away.
Are you saying no?
We can't do it. We're governed by the state. State's above us.
That's going to cost, I mean, that's a very expensive exclusion. Is there any provision that's possible that could make this work, or some emergency program that would allow me to continue?
Okay, we'll get you an answer on that, but
Okay,
that's your question.
Well, I sincerely request that you make your best effort to make this possible, because it does, not just myself, but I know a lot of other people that this would severely impact. Thank you.
Okay. Stephen Iberg?
Thank you for taking the time today. I've been cultivating for a few years, and a group of us finished registering the other day, and we only have evidence that we've been cultivating on this new parcel between January and May. And so had I known that we needed to gather evidence beforehand, I mean, we would have, but I guess I'm worried that we don't have adequate proof that we've been cultivating prior to January 1st. And how can we address, like, how can we follow the
Okay, that is one of
movement.
the questions we're going to be discussing with staff when we conclude the public comment about what is the process for documentation, and does that need to be in the ordinance, or is that something that can be further refined after the ordinance, outside of the ordinance?
So there's nothing we can do now to gather anything that would.
Well, I'm saying we're going to discuss that when we close public comment, and we're going to also try to resolve the issue whether all the details have to be in the ordinance, or they can be. The county has other policies besides ordinances that might go into establishing what is the documentation required.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
Stuart Marcus. We live at a off-the-grid retreat center that is also a lodging facility for over 20 years. I installed a good-sized hybrid power system many, many years ago that's solar and fossil fuel supplemented. Solar is the primary when possible. I'm a skilled electrician and grew up in the electrical lighting business and have a degree in physics. For your information, light is not measured in watts, it's measured in lux, par, candle power, lumens. Solar power is not a continuous source of power, neither is wind. Batteries are a very weak link in current systems. The grid is not a typically magic environmentally friendly solution. You have to use coal-burning power plants, nuclear power plants. There is some hydroelectric, but in general, you're transmitting power over long, long distances. In the interest of ecology, I'd like to add some more clarity. I think there's a missing category in the multi-lighting category. There's one type of multi-lighting category that's, excuse me, I'm a little nervous right now, that uses supplemental lights primarily for growing, where they use intense lights when the sun goes down, or in supplement. This is also, in some ways, an ecological solution compared to full indoor, because you're using the sun as the primary source and then you're supplementing it. And a well-implemented hybrid system is very, very beneficial. You can control the quality and environmental, and it can be performed year-round. But remember, sun is the primary energy source. The second type of category that I think is missing here, and I did hear it was being discussed, but I just wanted to give some of my information. I've been involved in alternative energy for many, many years. Greenhouse can also be where the primary is the sun, but you also have work lights. And those same work lights can be used for preventing gene expression. And someone in the wintertime wants to extend the vegetative cycle. So you put on very low wattage lamps. And all that does is it prevents the gene expression of flowering. This should be a separate category for mixed lights use, and is very, very ecological solution. But generators need to be permitted. And generators are much better designed these days. They're much more ecological. But there's also the benefit of local power generation, which avoids losses. It's needed because you need to have power at night and inclement weather. So a hybrid system is much more environmentally friendly because the sun is primary energy and fossil fuels are required for supplements only. Thank you. I had another comment about the taxation, which I did study, but I don't know if that's appropriate to bring up now.
But we've already concluded public comment on the taxation earlier this
Yeah.
morning, and we're going to have board discussion about that later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other public comment on the land use ordinance? Okay, well, we've gone pretty long. I think we should take a 10-minute break and come back at 40 minutes after 4 o'clock. It's 7 minutes. 4:42, we're going to resume the Board of Supervisors meeting, and I'm going to ask staff to kind of summarize where we are in the process on the land use code, on the cultivation land use code, not the other land use code relating to the other value-added businesses that we'll get to later. Because then we wanted to have some brief board discussion, and then ideally we'll go back to the tax ordinance next.
I apologize. Could you clarify your request?
To kind of recap where the direction you're looking for on the cultivation ordinance, so we can hopefully quickly do that, and then we can get back to the tax ordinance.
Thank you. Yes. So basically, we're looking for direction that whether the cultivation ordinance and the draft cultivation ordinance and the draft zoning document that accompanies it are substantial enough or represent a baseline that the board is comfortable with, that would allow us to move forward with the environmental assessment part of this.
Yeah. And do we have any board comments on what they would alterations? Go ahead, Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we do have some more board discussion, and ideally, based on that, we'll be able to give clear direction. I anticipate that it may be possible that we will have made enough changes that we might want to see this for one final look on August 2nd. My concern is we all be very clear just what is it we're approving and sending forward. I don't think we have clarity now. I think the board is split on a couple of key issues. So I do think, and then a number of issues have been raised by the public that I think we can clarify, some pretty easily, but there's going to be 2 or 3 things we're going to have to try to come to some sort of consensus on or majority view on of here's how we move forward and this is the direction we're giving to staff.
Okay, and that seems reasonable to me that we bring back, although I know we already have other items on the agenda for August 2nd, but this is sort of a timely issue to bring this back, hopefully one final time to establish the scope for the environmental review process on August 2nd. Is the board okay with that? I know something may be a casualty on the August 2nd agenda.
And I do have a few points that I think we can maybe give some easy direction on. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm willing to start and find out.
Go ahead.
The issue of proof of prior cultivation was raised. The urgency ordinance, I think, has two items that you either have this or you have that, and one or more of the following. I don't remember the exact language. It does list more criteria. I have a little bit of concern, actually, if we say you have to have, as that ordinance does, either A or B plus, and it might be more appropriate to list valid criteria and then to conclude that section by saying, or any other documentation acceptable to the Ag Commissioner.
And I would concur with that, because I don't think you have to spell out every option in the ordinance itself. So that's what I was hoping we could get to.
So maybe the Ag Commissioner could list his favorite 3, 4, or 5 criteria, and then, or any other.
That I'm seeing some agreement from staff that that's acceptable.
And that's a device that's used throughout our ordinances to provide that sort of judgment or flexibility.
Okay, so does,
In other ordinances.
yeah, so is for scoping purposes, is the board okay with that? Okay, so we're seeing concurrence on that.
Page 24, item D, it relates to permits from other agencies, and if the requirement is that they have to have, page 24, section D, that represents where we want to get, but for the, certainly at least the first year, if we say people must have those permits in hand before they can be approved for cultivation, I think we're losing the flexibility that we need to help this industry evolve into an above-ground, regulated, inspected industry. So this may be an area where conditional permits can be granted by the county that allows people to proceed as long as they are in the process of securing the appropriate permits.
Okay, well, the first 4 words are once they become available. So realistically, the state's probably going to be accepting applications January 1st. So the licenses may be issued, 2018, sorry. So licenses will probably be issued summer of 2018 if everything's on track.
I'm not sure we're on the same page.
Page 24, section .110, item B. Are we on
Once they become available. Well, I'm looking at section D, and stream alteration permits are already available. So if they need that before they can go forward, so once they become available, I'm not sure that really works for me. I'm not sure that creates the amount of flexibility that I think we need.
So, if I may, this is a cultivation ordinance, so it's referring back to the state cultivation laws where licenses will be issued, and all it's saying is that when the state starts issuing cultivation licenses, you also need to get the state cultivation license.
Well, I'm looking at section D. Shall compliance with all statutes, regulations, requirements of the California State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Water Rights, including obtaining and complying with any applicable and approved permit, license, or registration, or the annual filing of a statement of diversion and use of surface water, etc.
And you are correct. It was my fault. I thought you were saying B as in boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been using
D as in dog.
D as in
yeah.
dog.
So that's my concern with D as in Dave or dog. We want them to pursue those permits. I don't think they will necessarily have it when they walk into your office for a cultivation permit from you. So I think, just as similar to the amnesty, we're requiring that people diligently pursue the necessary approvals.
Being that it's written in, I mean, this could have been in the application portion. It's going to be something that the applicant will see up front. Maybe they'll read this code and know before they ever come in to file an application. So that process could start either at that time when they apply, or, in other words, prior to the permitting, at some point in time, whatever is chosen by the applicant.
Correct, but I'm saying if they are in the process, if they've started that process, they are eligible for a permit from your office. And I would invite the board to weigh in on that, because otherwise I think we're designing it to fail.
And I understand your comment about provisional licenses, and we did have that discussion, and maybe it's a compassionate thing to do, and these licenses might take a long time, and all of that being said, we as the county could get into a position where something falls through. There are instances where permits or licenses are applied for, but for whatever reason it just never happens. Well, if we're 4 to 6 months down the line and we've granted someone a provisional license 4 or 6 months earlier, they're going down that track and making that investment, and by putting that provisional license there, we are I don't want to say permitting it, but we're saying that yeah, everything's fine. So we could get into a very rough situation for the applicant if for whatever reason they can't get that required state license sometime down the road, yet
Well, so I understand the concern. Is there some way, though, because what we're talking about is a scoping document or for the environmental review, is there some way that we could have some flexibility in the language that we can always edit later?
Well, if we don't put the flexibility in there now, it's probably not going to happen.
No, that's what I'm saying. So you put the flexibility in the language now for the environmental review process. If in the environmental review process, we get hammered from some state agency saying, no way are we going to let the county of Mendocino have these provisional licenses, and legal counsel is telling us that, then we would have to yank it at that point. But at least we've got it in the environmental review process. I mean, it seems like the most we can do at this point.
Well, I could go with that. So then the request would be for staff to come up with some sort of language that would allow flexibility here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So I don't know if we have buy-in.
What are the other? Okay, so.
We'll work on that.
Is there something?
The cottage indoor, the comment was made, why 2,000? We were being conservative. The ad hoc was very conservative initially in that category. The board had a somewhat more liberal view of it, particularly if those between 500 and 2,000 or 2,500 require a minor use permit, and that was the previous direction of the board. It's ironically not reflected in the zoning chart, but our previous direction was if you're more than 500 up to 2,000, that's an area where you will get a use permit. If they have to get a use permit, I don't have the concern with going up to 2,500 personally.
I remember we talked about this, maybe it was a different conversation about the but I was pushing 2,000, but I cannot remember the previous
Well,
conversation.
we were pushing 500 and we got
Yeah, we're way
outvoted.
up in the ozone here now. So we've evolved.
So I would be okay with the 2,500, considering the fact that we're also including in that square footage the propagation square footage, right? That gets included. So the actual cultivation site is actually going to be less than 2,500 because you've got the propagation section. So.
And that specifically, the cottage, that's specifically to where the use permit would be required based on our prior direction was upland residential, rural residential, ag, and rangeland, I believe. And then we seem to be going towards including FL and TPZ. I take that back, and actually, forest land and TPZ is not on the zoning chart for any category.
That's correct, but it's in the following section, starting paragraph B.
Sorry, what page are you on?
Actually, it's going to be on page 3. And it would be the type 1 program, subparagraph A.
Page 3 of
The zoning code.
attachment C or B?
On the top of page 3, the paragraph A that reads 9.31 ordinance, 25 plant maximum. That's the cottage. Cultivation area not exceeding requires an administrative permit. We would alter that to say, to add a new paragraph to reflect a use permit would be required for indoor cultivation.
Okay, it just
use
seems like
permit.
an oversight that we don't
Yeah.
have that on the chart. Is that accurate?
Well, it was called out because, remember, for the TPZ and the FL, we were recognizing existing grows that were a part of a conversion that was issued by CAL FIRE, and that it was handled differently than the other zoning districts in the table.
Well,
It has
so
a
much for the
different
effort to bring
test.
clarity.
We were limiting the location and size of grows in the FL and TPZ to what was previously approved, unlike elsewhere where existing grows could be in different locations on a property in the other zoning districts.
So let's leave FL and TPC aside for
Yes.
right now. With regard to the chart, for 500 to, we're potentially increasing it to 2,500. Are we willing to say that would be with a minor use permit for that category? Because I think that's consistent with the direction we previously gave.
So you're talking about a minor use permit versus administrative permit, or?
Well, the direction we previously gave was a minor use permit, or a use permit for cottage industry in RR, UR, ag, and rangeland. And I don't know where it got changed back to the AP, but that was one place where clearly, and I reviewed it on the tape as well, we clearly said use permit for that category. We also said administrative permit for up to 500 square feet for those same categories. And, you know, there's some logic to having a more stringent process for the indoor, particularly in these areas where it's smaller parcels, because I believe we've, as this board in previous years, especially from Colin Wilson and Anderson Valley, 50% of all structure fires were directly related to indoor marijuana cultivation. I think Chief Little and others have had similar experiences. So you really want to make sure that they're not overloading their electrical circuits and all the rest of it. And you pretty much, I think, need at least an administrative permit for that. But I'll shut up and hopefully hear from the rest of you.
So I think at this point, you know, I'm on page 3 at the chart. That's where you're at, right? And so I'm looking for what is it on that chart you want to change before we get to the.
Well, if you want to get back to the easy stuff, I would eliminate the administrative permits and the use permits for everything except cottage indoor in specific zones. Because we're not allowing, when you go to medium or large for indoor, we are not allowing it in these zones.
And for clarification, you're using the terms cottage, indoor, or cottage, and the ordinance, I think, uses the term small, so that's the same?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Understood. So this is, again, when we get to the the cottage indoor, it's one area where I'm clearly willing to make an exception to my stand against use permits and administrative permits, because I see the rationale for it. In the other areas, I frankly see that it undermines the ordinance. Ellen Drell said it much more eloquently and passionately than I can. I think she made a very clear statement on that.
Supervisor Woodhouse, what's your thoughts on this?
I'm not some deep well you can pump anything out of. I'm dry. Can you repeat the question? No. Yes, I agree with what you're saying, John, and my concerns remain about the whole use permit process, and no but. I agree with what you said, that using it in that particular instance would be helpful. I understand the value of the use permit process. I only object because of my concern we can't really do it. We're pretending we can because we want to do it, but we haven't shown that we can. So, but on that particular detail, I agree with you. I'm thinking, boy, the more use permits we could get, the better. Then we have more protection. So there's truth all around all the issues. I'm just not comfortable with putting our staff under that kind of pressure. But I'll get into that. Does that make sense?
Well,
I
think
said
so.
yes.
So I think I hear you saying no use permits and administrative permits except possibly for the cottage indoor.
If you would like it and we could move on, that's exactly what I said.
Okay, so cottage indoor, is that also mixed light?
No, mixed light is a separate operation altogether.
Supervisor Brown?
I don't think you want to hear me speak.
I don't know what we need really for you guys to do the environmental review process.
Well, we need a defined project and recognize that the project is not fixed in the sense that these issues, these specifics can be revisited as necessary to resolve an identified tangible environmental impact. So what this board decides today will be reviewed, and whether it's no use permits or all administrative permits instead of use permits or there's such, we're going to have to then take a look at how those, if those tools are necessary to add in, or whether we can just continue with relying on the strength of the specifics contained within the cultivation ordinance in the ag department, or whether we need to bolster them with a discretionary review.
So I did hear a comment from a member of the public, and I don't know if any of us actually asked the staff the question, which was, could we have these use permits required for people who have no documentation of ever cultivating before, i.e. someone who's cultivating for the first time on a piece of property that has not had cultivation? Would that be an option? It'd be one more layer on new cultivation sites.
Well, they're not even eligible to apply.
Well, not until 2020, potentially.
Yeah,
but well, that would maybe be.
Well, here's my bottom line. Unless when it comes to defining the project, unless there are 3 people that are willing to say, I support a particular provision, whatever it is in here, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to have staff go forward and analyze something that doesn't have enough votes to pass. So that's, all these use permits got in here without majority direction of the board. And again, this ordinance should reflect what is the majority direction of the board. If there isn't a majority for a particular element, it doesn't belong in here. And we're just spinning our wheels.
May I offer up an idea? The goal is to bring into the tent as many of the grows as possible, those in recognizing existing grows with the evidence that can be produced to support it, and then they can continue. That is not unlike the process we use to establish a legal nonconforming use in the zoning code, where people bring in evidence to show that a nuclear power plant has been previously established and it's been operating, and we can continue to recognize it even though today we would not allow that nuclear power plant. Likewise, we could say a existing grow, provided you establish it was legally established, it's put into place at the time it was started, then we can recognize it. If you wish to expand it, if you wish to intensify it, then you need to go through a discretionary review process. So the principle is, if you can demonstrate it was established legally to begin with, you can continue it. If you want to intensify or expand or even relocate, then you need to go and reevaluate it. And on a case-by-case, we look at a use permit. That's the tool we have today in our zoning code.
Well, I appreciate your advocacy, but it's still back to the issue of the board is the body that will vote on this ultimately. And if there is firm opposition to a particular element, I don't know why we would analyze it. Now, if we go through all the environmental review process, public review, and a reason comes up that is compelling to include something that isn't currently included, it can always be revisited. And I'm going to object to the idea that there's a goal to somehow approve everybody out there, whatever they're doing. We have a lot of standards set in here already that will apply to anyone who wants to become legal and get a permit. And I think those standards and the setbacks and the limitations are sufficient.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
She's going to cite Rule 19.
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay.
So,
Which has-
board members, you want me to read it for you?
Which has to do with
How long
No
a board member can
shall
speak.
speak more than 5 minutes to any issue, nor more than twice, without leave of the chair.
Okay. So, so I think what I'm hearing, see you, Angela.
I'm sorry, my concern is that I thought we were going back to the tax measure, which has a time frame that if that is not voted on today, if the board wants it, it won't go for November. And I'm concerned somebody will call the 5:30 rule and we'll never get to it.
And
So
she will.
my apologies for jumping in, but I just share my concerns with you on today's meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've given as much direction as we're going to at today's meeting, and this will just have to go back on the agenda, the land use ordinance for August 2nd.
I have two brief questions, if I could. For our county council or attorneys, can you think about or report to us later, I guess, if we pass this ordinance and the Heritage Initiative passes as well, how do they dovetail with each other? Are we creating a problem, or do you think that's fine? And the follow-up question is, you've seen this, you've seen how we put it together. To me, we can keep rehashing it and changing it forever. And is this in a form that is normal to approve? Because I don't feel like we're at the end, even though the pressure is to be at the end. And I want to be at the end so we can move on to CEQA, but I'm not able to support this with the use permit and the lack of protection for the non-growers. We don't put any emphasis on that, and they're half of my people I'm supposed to represent, and they deserve some kind of protection for all the time we're putting in. I've learned to, sorry, I turned it into a speech. I'll end it with that. Thank you, County Council.
So just to be clear, you're talking about the marijuana ordinance as opposed to the tax ordinance. So at this rate, I believe that if the Heritage Initiative goes forward and was passed, it's probably time-wise, and I haven't been the one specifically working on the marijuana ordinance. I'm not sure timing-wise where we would be on that.
Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski. I believe that if we wouldn't go forward with this ordinance, I would imagine, if the Heritage Initiative gets adopted in November. Right now, the timing for this is looking at December or January for adoption, given a CEQA timeframe.
Sorry to ask such an obvious question, but it shows there's a lot I still don't understand. That's very great to hear, but I never knew that. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to follow up, we wouldn't be able to do something that specifically contradicted the Heritage Initiative, although the Heritage Initiative did build in the ability for the board to make amendments after January of 2018.
So we could change our ordinance from what we're doing now midstream in December and keep it in the process, or it might get thrown out of the CEQA timeline? On our ordinance, can we make changes if we voted to do this today?
We can make changes up until the moment we adopt something.
Okay.
Today is not a decision, an action on approving a project, but rather defining a project that can be evaluated for your consideration. The point is we need to have something that, I'll say, is well enough defined that we can bring it forward for review and report back to you whether we have a project that can move forward through the CEQA process with a likelihood outcome that is congruent with what this board wishes to move forward and act on.
I've learned a lot during the conversation today, and I have a lot more to learn, and I'm not going to vote to support this ordinance today, if that helps the conversation.
So I think what we're agreeing to do is we're continuing this item. We're not going to put a new agendized item. We're going to continue this item to August 2nd.
I would ask Carla, I don't have the forecasting in front of me, but I'm certain we can do that. I'm assuming this is a priority for the board. We will do this on August 2nd.
And it might be helpful.
My apologies, Supervisor McCown. We can do this in the afternoon at 1:30 if that works for this board.
That would be ideal.
Okay.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes, and to me, Supervisor Woodhouse, there are protections with what has been brought forward. Taking no use permits, no public hearings, if there needs to be. That's, to me, it's, I think we put those protections in here, and you're not supporting them.
I see how you think that, and I don't disagree with you. You only get those protections from the use permit process that you have to go through and be delayed a year. And so there's the 99% that won't use that use permit process. And I'd like to put more things, and I think John said something like this, in the body of it so that they all could benefit from it. But maybe that's unrealistic. But I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Okay, thanks. So again, I want to clarify, we're continuing this item. We've already had public comment. We're going to continue this item to the afternoon at 1:30, and we're not going to put a brand new agenda item on. Okay, so now we're going to go back to...
Well, by continuing it, it will be an agenda item, though.
So,
It will be on the agenda.
and so now we're going to go back to the morning's discussion as it's evolved for the tax, where we've already concluded all public comment. And we have a redlined revised version. It's been distributed.
Okay.
Maybe you could run us through some contemplated changes here.
So you should have a red line version of the ordinance and of the ordinance summary.
Supervisor McCowan has requested that Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski and I just give a brief overview of the changes and then address any questions. So we met over lunch, and the recommendations from Supervisor McCowan for amendments to the proposed ordinance would be changing the cultivation tax from a square foot model to gross receipts model. The ordinance would approve a maximum 10% rate, initially to be set at 2.5%, and then increases in the rate above 2.5% would be based on up to a 2.5% increase per year, starting on June 30th of 2020, which is similar to when the CPI increase would have kicked in with the earlier recommended ordinance. And then those increases must be approved by the board at a regular public meeting of the board. So the gross receipt model would include a minimum rate or a floor for each of those, and they would be broken down by square footage. $1,250 per cycle for grows up to 2,500 square feet. $2,500 per cycle for grows from 2,501 to 5,000, and then 5,000 for grows over 5,000 square feet. And there would no longer be a CPI adjustment as part of this. On the dispensary side, it would be a similar model. Maximum of 10% rate would be included in the ordinance, initially set at 2.5%. Increases in the rate would be implemented based on the same methodology, no more than 2.5% increase per year starting in 2020 by approval of the board, and no CPI adjustment. Oh, my apologies. I don't think we could clarify with Supervisor McCowan. In the ordinance, the previous recommended ordinance, that rate was actually 5%, not 2.5%. So the recommendation would not be to lower that, but to leave it at the earlier recommendation.
I think that's up to the board. I'm okay either way with it. Probably this is specifically on the dispensaries.
Just on the dispensaries, yes. And then the other industry tax adjustments would continue to have the flat fee, but that would be changed from $1,875 to $2,500 per year. And this is the only section of the ordinance that would continue to include a CPI adjustment. And then because of the minimum amount on the cultivation side being tied to cycles throughout the year, adding a definition for grow cycle, this is what we had put together as a proposed definition. All of the other recommendations that were discussed this morning as part of the red line version would be included. And then I guess the timeline for adoption would be today for the first reading, which would allow for a second reading and adoption of the resolution, putting it on the ballot to occur on August 2nd. And then, so just, I know there's a couple of other things the Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski had identified that the board would need to be aware of.
So the gist of it's right. In a couple of places, I want to add, we need to add some language in one of the sections to the red line, and I could also recommend revising some language for two of the sections for clarity's purposes regarding the ability of the board to then increase the tax rate by 2.5% in the future. That would be the first change is in paragraph D2 on page, I believe it's 11, page 10 of the red line. This is the paragraph about the CPI increases. That paragraph ends with a sentence be that, however, no CPI adjustment resulting in a decrease of any tax imposed by this paragraph D. It needs to have the words shall be made after paragraph D. And secondly, this is for paragraph 2, C2 on page 9. It's revising the phrasing regarding the incremental increases, which is the second sentence. I'd like to change that to incremental increases in the tax rate shall occur following an approval by the Board of Supervisors at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Supervisors and occur not more than once per fiscal year. That change would also be made to similar language in paragraph B2 on page 8.
That's it, just some clarifying language.
Yeah, just clarifying language, and then the shall be made language is necessary. Just other minor notes were revising some of the lettering for the definitions and a couple cleanup things here and there.
Okay, I had a conversation with the county council during the break, and she had some comments as this structure based on gross receipts is consistent with the Heritage Initiative, which could potentially be of importance should they both pass.
So it's been a question that's been posed to me, and that is the Heritage Initiative, which is going to be going before the voters in November, has a tax component to it, and that tax component is based on gross receipts. So how the law reads is that if you have two ordinances that go forward that conflict with one another, the ordinance with, the initiative with the greatest number of votes would be the one that would go forward. So I think in this case, if we put our tax in sort of different language, instead of mirroring their language, I think we might create the problem of not really knowing if it's conflicting enough, and we might end up having two tax ordinances, where I think if we use the language in terms of gross receipt, it's very clear that they're doing the same thing, and therefore it would come down to the most votes would be the tax that would go forward, if any.
Okay, so that was interesting information that I hadn't heard till the break, so I want to make sure everyone heard that. Supervisor McCowan, do you want to?
Well, I just think it's clear enough that they're different enough. There's no question that they can't stand side by side. Whichever receives the most votes will prevail. I really think that's clear. I wonder if there's any language, as they did and as initiatives typically do, that in the event there's a conflicting measure and this receives more votes, then that conflicting portion of the other measure shall be invalid. I think it's pretty standard language.
I didn't see that language in there, so I can look again. Again, I think if there's conflicting language, the law is very clear that the one with the most votes goes forward. I don't see that there's any harm in adding that language, but.
Well, assuming we can still add that between now and the second reading, then
I think
presumably we'd all agree that we'd want that language in there. Does staff have any other comments about?
Sorry, I just want to correct you. So they do have Section 7 conflicting legislation.
So they do have that language?
Or the equivalent to your satisfaction.
So yes, we can basically mirror the same language. I think their language is accurate.
Okay. I know this is a slightly different twist on the way it would be structured, but to me it's understandable. What do the other board members think? It takes 4 votes to move anything forward.
I have concerns about this, but if the other three of you will voice your support for it, I will not go against you. I had a conversation with the chair about a companion question on the ballot. Is it safe?
Yeah, so we did talk about that earlier this morning about the possibility of putting an advisory measure on the ballot that would just say, and I'm not trying to speak out of turn for the rest of the board, but since we've been talking about our priorities for some time, I mean, I think we could pretty quickly, readily identify very top priorities where we'd like to see, let's say, at least no less than half of the funds from this tax which shall go, should go towards these things. Again, City of Ukiah has had that go before voters and pass twice relating to public safety. And they've fulfilled that promise. And again, it was simply a promise by the city that they would fulfill that. So what would be the deadline for the county to put an advisory question like that on the ballot? Is it today's meeting also?
I don't know the answer to that. I would assume it, because it's a different, part of why our deadline is because we have to go forward with this ordinance today so that we can come back at the next meeting, and it has to be a next regular meeting for this to go forward on the ballot. I think if you wanted to bring that particular issue up at the next meeting in terms of how that looks, could have an answer for you. I don't think we need that today. I can't imagine.
Because it's not an ordinance, it's simply a question that's being posed to the voters as a companion advisory measure.
I know. Yeah. Sorry. So it's simply an advisory comment. Yeah, I would be worried that we would need to do it today, and I just don't have the answer for you.
Okay.
I can try and look while we're sitting here.
Okay.
So.
Supervisor McCown?
I believe that LA County recently adopted a cannabis tax measure that included an advisory measure, or they moved forward to put this on the ballot. The advisory measure is not part of the ordinance. It doesn't need to be done today, but they included the advisory measure in the resolution. And we've already heard, I believe, that we can adopt the resolution next meeting, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe at that point, we can also agree to include an advisory measure. We will have to have the wording for it then. We don't have to have the wording for it today, but if we support that approach, we might try to give some direction on these are the top 3 or 4 areas that we want to name where all or a portion of the funds, where we're stating our intention to spend all or a portion. It wouldn't be binding. That has to be clear. You mentioned enforcement and your concerns over that. I think we all share that. So I'd be very comfortable dedicating a portion of the funds from this tax to enforcement, not against the people that are coming forward and seeking permits, against the people who are committing these outlaw trespass grows on public and private land and are responsible for tremendous environmental degradation. So enforcement and environmental cleanup of legacy issues created by illegal grows, to me, could easily be a priority.
With 30 seconds left, I'd like to make a motion that we move this forward to the second reading and approve this to go on the ballot, whatever motion words need to be said. Is there a second out there?
Is there a second for the motion? For the revised version?
Yes, I meant to say that.
I will second the motion.
Okay.
And if there's anything in there that it needs to be changed, I'd love to hear it before we vote.
Okay, not seeing any comments. Needs to be unanimous. Okay, we'll vote by the button. Suspense moment.
Motion carries 4 votes for Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, and I want to wrap up this discussion on the request that we include a resolution. Well, there will be a resolution, but included in the resolution would be an advisory question that would also go on the ballot. I mean, unless you find out next meeting is too late, but assuming that's the case, we can still do this. I agree with the suggestion made by Supervisor Woodhouse. I think you actually also had a related but different subject area.
We both shared the concern about roads and probably public safety or fire, but mental health, I think, is an interesting discussion. Is that something we can fund if the almond tax passes? So we'd have to word it carefully that it could still benefit us maybe, or you could say, if it doesn't pass, we don't do it. But we could have a good discussion about what our priorities are and limit it to 50% or less and still have enough money to pay for the tremendous bills we're going to have.
Yeah, and my thought simply would be to use fairly broad language, maybe picking 2 or 3 priorities and then saying no less than half of the funds will be used for that. You know, year by year, depending on the county budget, it might be 51%.
Okay.
I do think people want to know where the money's going to go. I would advocate, come up with our list of 3 or 4 things, and maybe no less than 25% would be for enforcement and environmental cleanup, no less than 25% for roads, you know, maybe 25% for something else, and really state that that's our intention for at least 5 years, that, you know, at least 75% of it will go to our identified priorities for at least 5 years. But I could make it more stringent too and go along with that. I think the more we can identify how it's going to be spent, the more support it will gain.
Go ahead, Kendall.
So again, just to be clear, the taxes would go, well, 2 questions. One, I want to clarify that everybody, we discussed this conflict of initiatives provision, and it's my understanding that the motion was to include that language. Is that correct?
Well, there'd be in our adopting resolution, there'd be reference to the secondary companion ballot measure, which would be the.
No, I'm asking a different question, and that is in the ordinance that we were just discussing, we talked about this conflict of initiatives, and I just want to make sure that the motion, I understood it to include that language. I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand.
Yeah, I think the maker of the motion was agreeing to the.
Yes.
Okay. And then the second thing is, again, any of these taxes are general taxes, so I understand what you're trying to do is sort of present what the board would like to do with this money without absolutely saying it's for the specific purpose.
It would be a non-binding advisory measure.
And that, okay, I just want to make sure it's clear. And so, again, the ordinance as it goes forward is just a general tax that goes into the general fund, but certainly the board can give an advisory measure in terms of what they would hope to be using this funds or how they would like to direct these funds to be used.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes, I'm going to Rule 5, Chair Jurdy, and invoking the 530 rule.
Okay. Well, we've given some direction anyway. Okay, so we're going to adjourn the meeting at 5:35.